all in a 30-minute daily podcast. Download Locked On Blue Jays right now on the SXM app, available with all trials and popular plans, or wherever you get your podcasts. Search Locked On Blue Jays.
You love listening to baseball. You love talking about baseball, and so do we. That's why SiriusXM has the only channel on the radio dedicated to baseball 24/7. It's MLB Network Radio, SiriusXM Channel 89. News, opinions, passionate baseball talk from former players and GMs, plus interviews with players, managers, and executives, original specials, and much, much, much more. All baseball, every day, on your radio. If you can hear me right now, you've got MLB Network Radio, SiriusXM Channel 89, and on the SiriusXM app. You love listening to baseball. You love talking about baseball. You love yelling at your buddies about baseball because they love baseball, and so do we. That's why SiriusXM has the only channel on the radio dedicated to baseball 24/7. It's MLB Network Radio, SiriusXM Channel 89. News, opinions, passionate baseball talk from former players and GMs, plus interviews with players, managers, and executives, and much, much, much more. If you can hear me right now, you've got MLB Network Radio, SiriusXM Channel 89, and on the SiriusXM app.
Nothing matches the passion, the excitement, the history-making moments of college sports. My goodness! And nobody takes you inside the greatest campuses and stadiums across the country like SiriusXM College Sports Radio. Listen to all of the play-by-play action, expert analysis, and in-depth interviews with your favorite team. No matter the season, we have something for you. Your home for all things college sports is on SiriusXM College Sports Radio, Channel 84.
Slams a ball to right field. Way back. Way gone.
Is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
Low rounding and heading for second to throw. In time.
On the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Yesterday was a great day at the ballpark as Toronto cruised to a 7-3 win over the Rangers, sweeping the 3-game series against Texas. And now Toronto hits the road with momentum, having won 3 in a row as they open up a 7-game road trip, starting with a doubleheader today in Baltimore. Welcome, everybody, to the Sportsnet Radio Network. Eric Smith and former Major Leaguer Chris LaRue with you, alongside host and producer Sho Ali, technical directors Tom Young and Andrew Adams. Toronto Blue Jays baseball is brought to you by the local family-owned Crown Rust Control Centers in Kitchener and Waterloo. Protect your vehicle from rust today. Find your local family-owned Crown at crown.com, Canada's #1 rust protection. Yariel Rodriguez gets the start in Game 1 today for Toronto, hoping to steer the Blue Jays to a 4th straight win. His counterpart, Zach Eflin, making his first start for Baltimore since being acquired from Tampa. It's the Orioles and Blue Jays in a doubleheader, and the first pitch is right around the corner. You're listening to Blue Jays baseball, streaming on the Sportsnet app, sportsnet.ca, and across the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Timber Mart is Canada's building center, a solid neighbor to call upon when you've got a job to do. Your dependable home improvement store that offers the added value of Air Miles reward miles with every purchase of $15 or more. Visit timbermart.ca.
George Springer takes his love for hockey seriously. It's even starting to show in his post-game press conferences.
All right, first.
Hey, George, big catch by Dalton there in the 8th.
You know how far she's a grind.
What's up, Blue Jays fans, insiders, and everybody who hasn't subscribed yet? If you haven't, hit that subscribe button down below. What's up, everybody in the chat? There we got Skywalking, how's it going? And we got Mushroom Merchant. Thank you for the update there with the Olympic, the gold medals. Judo gold there for Krista Kikuchi. I'm probably butchering that name, but there you go. We got a 400 individual medley as well. Go Canada, go. And thanks, Mushroom. Go USA, go as well for you. PSP in the house. Everybody go check out Pro Sports Productions channel. I think you're going to be live for the game tonight, right, Luke? Check them out over there. And, all right, we're going to put this back to the audio here. I just wanted to jump in right off of the get-go. I'm here listening, hanging out with you guys, but I got to work. Man's got to do the regular job stuff too, you know what I'm saying? All right. Thanks, Stefan, as well in the chat. Good to see you, Stefan. Cheers, brother. And we'll see you guys. Hopefully the Jays can get something going here against the Orioles. It's going to be tough, but we're hot. Coming off that sweep. Let's go, Blue Jays. See you guys in the chat.
Network Radio for up-to-the-minute news and analysis of every trade, every rumor, straight from the experts, leading up to Tuesday's deadline.
It's a seller's market. It's not going to be easy, but the big boys step up. The big boys get it done.
Don't miss live coverage of baseball's trade deadline on MLB Network Radio, Sirius XM 89, and on the all-new Sirius XM app.
Jays fans, this is George Springer, and you're listening to Blue Jays Baseball on Sirius XM.
George Springer, airborne, snatches it out of the sky.
Sportsnet Radio Network.
Quick look at second from Hernandez. The pitch. Varsho gets underneath one, sends it to right field. It's going back, and it's gone. Dalton Varsho with a 2-run shot into the stands over the Texas bullpen, and the Blue Jays lead 3-0.
This swing just looks a little bit more free. You know, it doesn't seem like he's tied up, and I think swinging at pitches that he can handle is a big thing for him. You know, today I think that's kind of where he can do his damage on that pitch kind of coming back to him there. So it's his swing just looks a little bit more free and easy right now, but he's got all the power in the world.
That, of course, is the voice of Blue Jays manager John Schneider speaking about Dalton Varsho, who has gone 2 straight games now with first-inning home runs. And Varsho will be, of course, in the lineup for the Blue Jays today, patrolling center field, batting 5th in the Blue Jay lineup. We'll give you all of the details on the starting lineup in just a couple of moments. But Dalton Varsho has certainly hit the ball well. And, Chris, for the most part, the Blue Jays as a team have been hitting the ball and scoring at a much better rate, especially over these last 3 games coming off the sweep of the Texas Rangers.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing with this on the offensive side for the Blue Jays has been big hits in big spots. We saw that with Ernie Clement in the 9th inning 2 games ago, and then yesterday we talked about Dalton Varsho with the big 3-run home run. That's how teams win. If you want to be a playoff team, you have to come up with big hits in big spots, and the Blue Jays have done that over the last 3 games.
Let's take a look at the standings right now, brought to you by Bet365. Download the Bet365 app for today's baseball odds and find out why it's never ordinary at Bet365. 19 plus. Play responsibly. Ontario only. The Orioles come in at 62-43. They are tied in the win column with the Yankees, but the Yanks have 2 more losses at 62-45. So it's a 1-game lead for the Orioles atop the American League East. The Red Sox in 3rd, the Rays in 4th, and the Blue Jays at 49-56, coming off the sweep, still at the bottom of the division, but hoping to start opening up a bit more of a run here and maybe getting things going with Game 1 of this doubleheader getting set in just a couple of moments. But before that, let's give it over to Chris LaRue for the starting lineups.
Well, let's get you the Blue Jays lineup before they get going here. Leading off and playing right field is George Springer. At second base, batting second is Spencer Horwitz. DHing and batting third is Vladimir Guerrero Jr. Cleaning up and playing first base will be Justin Turner. In center field, batting fifth is Dalton Varsho. Behind the plate and hitting sixth is Alejandro Kirk. Davis Schneider will be in left field and bat seventh. At third base, batting eighth is Ernie Clement. And batting ninth is Leo Jimenez. He'll play shortstop. On the mound is righty Yariel Rodriguez.
And we'll give the rest of the starting lineup later in the broadcast as we are set to go in the first pitch coming at 3:06 Eastern time. We're starting a little bit early, actually. I think it was supposed to be a 3:07. All right, let's get that clock rolling. The first pitch to Springer was a ball. The second one in for a strike on a sinker from Eflin, and it's now even at 1-1.
Well, we have a long day ahead of us, so any minute matters.
The seconds could matter as well. And Springer just let one go. Looked like it was low and outside, and it's called a strike. And now 1-2 is the count. Springer jumps on the 1-2 pitch, rips it foul down the third base line. So it stays at 1-2. George had the day off yesterday, a rare day off for Springer. So he should be raring to go for this one today. And he just got a base hit into right field past the diving Jordan Westberg at second, and the Blue Jays get the leadoff man on. So a big base hit for George Springer to start this game as he takes that sinker into right field, and it brings up Spencer Horwitz for the first time in this ballgame, the lefty playing at second base today. Eflin looks in. First pitch came inside a little bit high. And it's a 1-0 count to Horwitz, batting .291 coming into action today. Eflin taking his time on this delivery. Here's the 1-0 down low. It's now 2-0. Chris, how much of an issue would this be trying to work through his first start, first chance working, with his team in general, but especially with James McCann behind the plate?
Well, I think you just hit the nail on the head. You have a new catcher, a new surrounding. This is tough for any player, any pitcher.
Swing and a miss on the 2-0.
It doesn't really matter how good you are. Zach Eflin's been around for a good amount of time, almost 8 years now. Spent some time with the Phillies, spent most of his time with the Rays, but this has got to be tough on him right now.
And now Horwitz fouls one off his right foot. And the count sits even at 2-2. Springer still at first after that leadoff single. Of course, does have speed. A threat to take off at any point. The 2-2 pitch coming to Spencer Horwitz. And it catches the inside edge. And Horwitz gets to sit down. He's get caught looking, and there's one away.
Well, that's a rare sight to see Spencer Horwitz get caught watching strike three. That was a great pitch from Zach Eflin. A little sinker on the inside part of the plate that just caught that strike zone by a hair. But keep in mind, Zach Eflin has only walked 13 guys this season in 110 innings. A very low walk rate.
It brings up Vladimir Guerrero Jr. now. And the first pitch to Vladdy in for a strike. That sinker right down Main Street. And an 0-1 count to Vladdy coming in batting .301, and he has been on a tear. Eflin looks over at first at Springer. Looks like they're trying to set up inside. It came inside. Vladdy swung on it, fouled it off down the third base side. More towards the dugout, actually. Either way, he's down 0-2. First inning is brought to you by Armstrong Bird Food. Bring nature to your backyard with Armstrong. Feeding Blue Jays since 1986. Visit ArmstrongBirdFood.com. The 0-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, and Vladdy sits down. It's back-to-back strikeouts for Eflin and the Orioles. There's 2 away.
Another good sinker from Eflin in off the plate. There's so much movement. Doesn't really throw that hard, but that sinker moves a ton. It looked like a strike on the inside part and then just sunk below Vlad's bat. A great pitch from Zach Eflin right there.
And now Turner swinging at the first pitch, slaps a base hit into center field. So the Blue Jays trying to keep this inning alive and trying to put one on the board, something they did a great job of in the series against the Rangers, striking early. Even when they allowed the Rangers to get a run or two early on, Toronto had the response in the bottom of the first each time.
Yeah, that was just a hanging cutter from Zach Eflin. Justin Turner so good at hitting that ball the other way, just goes right up the middle with it. Good line drive to center field. And you're right, Blue Jays have gotten a lot of runs recently with 2 outs, specifically in the first inning.
Dalton Varsho will try to keep the good times rolling right now. He swings at the first pitch, fouls it off down the third base side. Down 0-1 in the count, coming into the game, batting .202 in 97 games this season. But as we noted off the top, he has had home runs in each of his last 2 games. The 0-1 pitch. They went up high, and Varsho chased it. He's down 0-2. The lefty Varsho digs in. The pitch from Eflin, and Varsho just popped it up. It's out at short, and underneath it to make the grab is Gunnar Henderson, and that will do it for the Blue Jays. They leave 2 on, and we go to the bottom of the first. No score. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center. Streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Hi, I'm Buck Martinez, live from the showdown between Pizza and inflation. First to the plate, with over 2 million sold, it's Fixed Rate Pizza, a hot and fresh extra-large 4-topping.
What's up, Insiders? Thanks for hanging out with us for the Blue Jays trip to Baltimore, starting with the doubleheader today. Appreciate all of you being in here and making this chat go wild like you do every single game. Please make sure you've hit that like button. Share this link out to your friends to make sure that they get into the chat. You got to remind people, it's a Monday at 2 o'clock Central, 3 o'clock Eastern. It's a doubleheader. We've got Blue Jays baseball all day. Thanks for hanging out with us. We'll see you in the chat. Go Jays, go.
Moments create core memories. So fly down to Rogers Center on Friday, August 9th, and get one of 4 Blue Jays Harry Potter Hogwarts House Raglan shirts. Harry Potter Night. For tickets, visit BlueJays.com.
At Bet365, we don't do ordinary. That's why we introduced in-game betting. Because when the game starts, the action doesn't stop. With in-game betting, you can wager on game props, player props, totals, and the money line. And remember, in-game, you can track your same-day parlay with the option to cash out. Check out in-game betting and find out why. It's never ordinary at Bet365.
Must be 19 years or older. Ontario only. Please play responsibly. If you or someone you know has concerns about gambling, visit connexontario.ca.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
Swing and a miss, strike 3. A 1-2-3 inning for Richards as he strikes out the side.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Welcome back. Eric Smith and Chris LaRue with you. Getting set to start the bottom half of the first inning. No score. And Yariel Rodriguez on the mound for the Blue Jays. First batter he will face, Colton Cowser, the left-handed bat, the left fielder for Baltimore. Steps in batting .235 this season. You want me to rhyme through their lineup real quick or no, or do you want to do it?
You want me to do it? I'll do it.
All right, we'll get it after the next pitch to Cowser as he's ahead in the count 1-0. Rodriguez missing with the cutter. That one fouled off by Cowser. It's 1-1.
You need to rest your pipes. You have a long day ahead of you. Leading off and playing left field is Colton Cowser. DHing and hitting second is Anthony Santander. At shortstop, batting third is Gunnar Henderson. Ryan Mountcastle will clean up and bat third. In right field, hitting fifth is Ryan O'Hearn. At second base, batting sixth is Jordan Westberg. Cedric Mullins will be in center field and hit seventh. At third base, batting eighth will be Ramon Urias. And behind the plate, batting ninth will be James McCann. On the mound, his former Ray, Zach Eflin.
And we saw Eflin sit down the Blue Jays in the first inning with 2 on and 2 out. He got out of the inning, had a couple of strikeouts in that first frame as well. And Rodriguez trying to do the same right now to Colton Cowser. He's ahead in the count 1-2. Cowser just fouled off a pitch moments ago while we were giving you the Baltimore starting lineup. Rodriguez is ready. He's got the sign from Kirk. Here's the pitch. And Cowser just got a piece of that one, fouled it down into the dirt. Count still stays at 1-2.
Well, that was the split finger. That's a pitch that he'll have to throw a little bit more often today. Only throws that thing 8% of the time, but the Orioles have 5 guys that will be hitting from the left side of the plate today.
And that one down in the dirt. Now a 3-2 count. By the way, the out-of-town scoreboard brought to you by the St. Louis Bar and Grill. We'll call it the out-of-town medal board, as congratulations goes out to Summer McIntosh, who wins the gold medal in the individual medley, her second medal of the Olympic Games. But congratulations yet again to Canadian swimmer Summer McIntosh. The 2-2 pitch. And they went high. Cowser didn't chase. The count is full.
Can you imagine winning a gold medal and then going back to high school?
I can imagine it. That's about all I can do. I feel like I'd be one to walk around with those things every day. The 3-2 pitch. And Cowser fouls it off to stay alive. We'll do it again at 3-2. Rodriguez has already thrown 7 pitches here to the first batter of the game, Colton Cowser. Rodriguez with the head nod to Alejandro Kirk. He comes set, the leg kick, the delivery, and outside, and Cowser earns the walk to start this ball game for Baltimore.
And that's probably worst case scenario, especially with the 2 games today. Yariel Rodriguez throws 8 pitches to the first batter in Colton Cowser, and then ends up walking him.
So it brings up Anthony Santander, the switch hitter, the DH today for Baltimore. And, of course, against the righty Rodriguez, batting from the left side. First pitch, way outside, missing on the fastball, and a 1-0 count. My spidey senses aren't tingling in a good way right now with what we've seen early from Yariel Rodriguez.
Well, I think a lot of his fastballs have been left arm side. That means that he's not getting on top of that thing. He really needs to. There you go, right there. That was a good cutter on the inside part of the plate. Got on top of it. Still a ball, but better location than those other fastballs.
So it's a 2-0 count now to Santander, batting .240 on the season. With Kauser at first, here's the pitch. And that one down low, but caught the bottom corner of the strike zone. So Rodriguez gets the call, and it's 2-1. Santander didn't like that. But take it and run if you're a Blue Jay fan. Looks like a beautiful day in Baltimore, and not a ton of folks in the stands on the first game of the doubleheader. And Santander wants to change bats right now. Not sure what the issue is. He's looked at 3 balls, so it's not like he made contact or cracked a bat or anything. So either way, he wants new lumber. And he's now getting set to step back into the box. Kauser with the lead at first. Rodriguez takes his time getting set, then turns quickly and whips one over to Justin Turner at first, trying to pick off Kauser, who dives back into the bag. And normally we hear boos in the stands, but there aren't enough fans to make any noise right now. And yes, indeed, I did mention Turner at first, playing there today with Vladdy at DH. And Santander just skied a foul ball that I think might have left the stadium. If it didn't leave the stadium, it was way high in the upper deck down in right field. It was also way foul. He turned on that thing in a hurry. Count sits at 2-2. Here's the pitch. They tried to go up high again, but yet again, Baltimore won't chase. This time Santander held off, as did Kauser in the last at-bat. So another full count.
Colton Kauser does have 7 stolen bases this year in 9 attempts, so keep an eye on him if you're the Toronto Blue Jays.
And down low, and another walk issued by Yariel Rodriguez.
And again, not the start you wanted from Yariel. Not because there's 2 guys on base, but he's thrown 14 pitches in this ball game already and has gotten nobody out. Here comes Gunnar Henderson, one of the American League's best hitters.
Henderson batting .283 on the season with 2 on and none out. 28 home runs and 64 runs batted in. Hold your breath. The lefty Henderson digs in, waiting for the pitch from Rodriguez. And Rodriguez misses on the first pitch. The fastball outside, and a 1-0 count to Henderson.
He is really struggling with that fastball. Everything seems to be arm side high. That means that arm is dragging, not getting on top of that fastball.
Kauser with the lead at second. Leo Jimenez dancing behind him. But Rodriguez turns and fires to Alejandro Kirk, and it's in for a strike on the fastball. Caught the bottom part of the zone on that outside corner. It's 1-1. Rodriguez comes set. Quick look out at second. Here's the pitch. Tried to get him with the junk with the curveball. No good. Henderson held off. It's now 2-1. Rodriguez just bobbled the ball that Kirk threw back to him. It rolls off the mound, but everybody stays put. Rodriguez walks over, picks it up, and gets set to deliver. Trailing in the count 2-1. Again, 2 on, none out, bottom of the first. Henderson this season with a .792 slugging percentage against breaking balls, highest in Major League Baseball. So watch out for that if you're Rodriguez and the Blue Jays. The 2-1 delivery coming. And it looked like it was pretty good right at the bottom of the part of the zone. But Rodriguez does not get the call. Ramon De Jesus, the home plate umpire, says it was too low. And now the count sits at 3-1, a pitch away from walking the bases loaded. The 3-1 to Henderson is in for a strike, and that was nowhere near the zone. So you know what? It all evens out in the wash, but that was not even close to being a strike.
Well, I think that was a makeup call from Ramon De Jesus, but you have to give credit to Alejandro Kirk back there. He's one of the best at framing those pitches, and he made that fastball that was pretty obviously a ball below the strike zone, made it look like a better pitch than it actually was, bringing it back up a few inches. Those types of things get overlooked in the box score, but that's a big play right there for Alejandro Kirk.
We'll see what Rodriguez does with the gift, the 3-2 pitch, and he came back with a slider that went way inside, and Rodriguez has walked the bases loaded in the bottom of the first.
Yeah, didn't take advantage of that missed call from the home plate umpire, Ramon De Jesus, but this is a big issue. 20 pitches now for Yariel Rodriguez as Alejandro Kirk goes out and has a quick chat with him, but you have to think about the bullpen, especially with the 2 games today. That's a big deal.
So it brings up Ryan Mountcastle, the first baseman, as the bases juiced. "12 home runs on the season, 50 runs batted in through 95 games. He's got a chance to play the early hero right now and get Baltimore off and running on the scoreboard. A golden opportunity right now for the Orioles. Bottom of the first, none out, bases loaded. First pitch, swing and a miss. Mountcastle couldn't catch up with that fastball, clocked at 94 as Rodriguez came in with the heat.
And right away, Rodriguez seems a little bit more comfortable against that right-handed batter in Ryan Mountcastle. The first 3 batters of the game were all left-handed hitters.
And now Mountcastle jumps on the next pitch, slaps a base hit into center field. It takes one bounce in front of Varsho. And Baltimore has indeed struck early in this ball game. The only good news for Toronto is only Cowser scored, because Varsho got onto that ball quickly. They were able to cut off Santander at third. And it brings up Ryan O'Hearn with the bases still loaded. None out. 1-0 Baltimore. And O'Hearn, another lefty bat, the right fielder, fouls one down the first base side. Down in the count now, 0-1. "23 pitches thrown now for Rodriguez as he's come set. The 0-1 delivery outside. Missed with the splitter. It's now 1-1.
And the fastball from Yariel is noticeably slower so far in this start. Just 92 to 94. We've seen some 97s from him this season.
And the 1-1 pitch is chopped off the plate and fouled down the first base line. And O'Hearn now down in the count, 1-2. Baltimore this season batting .270 as a team with the bases loaded with 5 grand slams.
This would be a big strikeout right here. Then you can think about a double play with the next batter coming up.
The 1-2 pitch down in the dirt. Nice block there from Kirk right into his chest pad. And the count now sits at 2-2. Rodriguez stares down at Alejandro Kirk and now steps off the rubber. Adjusts his cap. Gets back on the rubber. Shakes off a couple of signs from Kirk, and now another as well. He's ready to go. Here's the pitch. And a great looking pitch right there on the slider, and a strikeout earned as Ahern whiffed at that one, and there's finally one away.
Yeah, that was probably the best pitch he's thrown today so far of his 27 pitches. That slider right there looked like a very hittable fastball, inner third, and then kind of dives below the bat of Ahern. That's a big strikeout. Think about getting a double play here and getting out of this inning with just one run.
Jordan Westberg at the plate now, the right-handed bat, dribbles one out to first, a diving stab by Turner, and then he crawls literally to first base to tag the bag with his glove. But in the process, Anthony Santander scores from third, so Baltimore now leads 2-0.
Well, Yariel Rodriguez and the Blue Jays got very lucky there. Justin Turner was playing off the bag and dove for that baseball. And then, like you said, kind of crawled towards first base to touch first base with his glove. But that is a big, big play. Very easily could have gone down the line and cost the Blue Jays 2, if not 3 runs.
So now 2 away, but 2 have scored. And Cedric Mullins steps in, the center fielder, batting from the left side. As Chris noted already earlier, a ton of lefty bats between natural lefties and switch hitters in this Baltimore lineup against Yariel Rodriguez. Second and third, 2 away. Baltimore has already put 2 in. The 1-0 pitch to Mullins, and he fouls that one off. It's now 1-1.
Last couple of batters, he looks like a different guy. The first 3 batters of the ball game, he was just very tentative. I don't know why. He was just very tentative with his pitches, whether it's the early start or maybe the heat. It's 34 degrees in Baltimore right now.
The 1-1 pitch, and Mullins just swung through that one, couldn't catch up with the fastball. He's down in the count, 1-2. Rodriguez trying to get out of this one now and limit the damage. Toronto trailing 2-0 here in the bottom of the first. Rodriguez comes set. Takes a deep breath, and the delivery, and it's fouled off by Mullins. We'll do it again at 1-2. Eric Smith and Chris LaRue with you from the Timber Mart broadcast booth. And we're going to be here a long while. And now, I'm not sure what we missed, because that pitch was fouled off. And are they going to say that Mullins caught the glove of Kirk? Did Alejandro's Kirk glove get in there too? I believe it did. So Mullins is given first base.
Yeah, he's given first base on catcher's interference. That's tough, because that was a 1-2 count.
It seemed like it was a late call too, because Mullins was still standing there watching the ball get fouled off into the stands, stepped back in the box a little bit, and then suddenly just dropped his bat, and went on down to first.
Well, he barely got him. That ball probably would have been fouled off regardless.
The 1-0 pitch now is way outside, and Rodriguez might be rattled by what just went down. He trails in the count now 2-0 to Ramon Urias. Urias batting .236 on the season, but ahead in the count now 2-0 with the bases juiced yet again. Rodriguez with the pitch down Main Street to Urias. It's now 2-1.
And don't look now, but Brandon Eisert is warming up in that Blue Jays bullpen out in left center. That is not a good thing for this day. I can promise you that. The Blue Jays need every arm they can get out there.
And the 2-1 inside. Rodriguez wanted the call, didn't get it as his fastball just missed. It's now 3-1.
And Rodriguez just threw his 36th pitch of the ball game. Still in the first inning, only 2 outs.
And the 3-1 pitch is in there for a strike. Not a lot of juice on that fastball. Clocked at 91, but effective nevertheless, as Rodriguez forces a full count against Urias. Here's the 3-2 pitch. Way inside and way high. And another walk and another run. 3-0 Baltimore.
And here comes Pete Walker. I'm assuming that they're not going to let him throw much longer. This is a lot of pitches, even for a guy that hasn't thrown that many innings this season. 38 pitches in just the first inning. In this heat, you can't really let him go much longer. I would imagine if he doesn't get this next guy, that might be the end of the day for Yariel Rodriguez.
A very long meeting out on the mound right now for the Blue Jays.
And actually, Jose Ministral is out there with John Schneider, the Blue Jays head trainer, and of course the manager. They're trying to figure out if he's okay or not, and Yariel Rodriguez says he's fine, and everybody goes back to the dugout.
Well, to your point about the heat, Yariel Rodriguez right now, we just got a shot of it. His back in those gray jerseys is almost entirely covered in sweat already. He is laboring, to say the least, in this first inning.
Well, you and I both know that in the middle of the summer in Baltimore, it is hot and it is humid.
And he continues to battle, Rodriguez does, as he is now knocking on the door of 40 pitches thrown. That was 39 moments ago. And it was a strike on a slider to James McCann, the number 9 hitter in the Baltimore lineup. McCann from the right side looks at the next pitch and just missing outside on the slider. It's now 1-1.
And keep in mind, the bases are still loaded. It's a tough inning for Yariel.
The 1-1 pitch. Outside, they look down to first, and first base umpire Paul Clemens says nope, he didn't go. McCann held off, so it's now 2-1. This game is already 30 minutes old, and we're only in the bottom of the first. A long home half of the inning for Baltimore, and McCann just slapped one foul on a couple of bounces down the third base line. Count now even at 2-2. It would almost seem like the Blue Jays would be lucky right now to just walk away down 3-zip the way this inning has gone.
Yeah, Yariel's been very erratic with all of his pitches, really. He's had a couple batters where he looked like he locked in, but other than that, he's been just all over the place with his pitches.
And he just hit McCann in the face. Oh, my goodness. A fastball at 95 came in high and fast, and McCann couldn't get out of the way. I'm awaiting the replay from our TV friends, but in real time, I think that caught him in the face, and I don't know if it caught any part of the visor of the helmet.
There is blood streaming from James McCann's nose. That is not a good sight. That is some scary stuff. Obviously, Yariel feels terrible. You never want to hit somebody in the face. James McCann is just on his stomach right now, facing the dirt.
And now finally getting up to his knees, but still being tended to by the Baltimore training staff. And folks, Chris called it precisely, accurately. There was blood streaming from the nose of James McCann.
A lot of the guys these days have that elongated jaw, chin protection, but James McCann doesn't. He just has the old school, just simple ear coverage. You got to wonder if that extra protection would have protected this pitch, but that is a scary sight right there. Just clips his nose, it looked like, on that instant replay, slow motion.
Alejandro Kirk standing about halfway between home plate and the mound. Yariel Rodriguez standing alongside Kirk with his hat off. Now he puts it back on, and he clearly is in a lot of mental anguish right now, not only with the way things have gone in the first inning, but as you said, and you've been there, Chris, What's it like as a pitcher when you hit somebody anywhere, but especially in the face? And clearly this was not intentional by any means. What you're going through in your mind.
Well, I can't say that I've ever hit anybody in the face. It's pretty rare that guys get hit in the face. Normally when a ball comes up around your head, you quickly turn your head and it kind of grazes off your helmet or grazes off your back. But it's got to be a terrible feeling for Yariel Rodriguez, for Alejandro Kirk. There was zero intent with that pitch, but that is tough as the fans giving him a standing ovation as James McCann finally gets to his feet.
There's blood and a fair amount of it all over the front of his jersey. The bleeding has not yet stopped. The training staff working diligently, and they're literally shoving cotton swabs, cotton balls up the nostrils of James McCann to try and stop the bleeding and clot the bleeding. And he just spit up a ton of blood as well. So no doubt he's dealing with some dental issues in addition to the nose. They've handed him a small bottle of water to try and clean out his mouth a little bit as well. And they're holding a Gatorade towel to his face, continuing to try and stop the bleeding as he continues to drink and clear the mouth as he pretty much stands at home plate. Baltimore now leads Toronto 4-0 in the bottom half of the first. The bases will still be loaded, and there's 2 down. But obviously right now it's about the health and the status of James McCann.
You can see how concerned every single player is, along with the fans, the coaching staff. Everybody is just so concerned. Gil Kim just watching and waiting and seeing if he's okay. Alejandro Kirk is in the vicinity, obviously with a good view back there, but that is just some scary stuff. You rarely see a guy get hit in the nose like that at home plate.
I can tell you from a guy that has broken his nose as well, that as much as you're trying to stop the bleeding, the nose itself, I don't know if it's broken. I got to imagine it will be when all is said and done. The pain that he's feeling in his face, not just from the bleeding and from the impact, but from that nose that might be out of place. That alone is the concern of the training staff, trying to make sure that the nose is stabilized as well.
I mean, I just got to look at his nose, and that's not what his nose looked like 10 minutes ago.
Yeah, it looks pretty crooked. They continue to tend to James McCann right at home plate. I can't imagine that he's staying in this ballgame. He's going to be coming out for sure.
Yeah, no, he's done. I'm sure he's going to go straight to the hospital, try to figure out what's going on inside of that nose. But that nose, you're right, is very crooked. There's still a ton of blood coming out of it, out of his mouth. He keeps spitting out blood all over his jersey. Stadium's very quiet right now.
And most of the Blue Jay players just standing at their positions as well, just watching on and sympathizing with what James McCann is going through. McCann walking down the first base line. To make things official in terms of the hit by pitch, he steps on the bag at first base with the training staff right alongside him. And he's now still standing at first with the training staff still trying to stop the bleeding.
He's not staying in this ballgame.
I can't imagine he is, but what are they doing then?
Just to be clear, he is not staying in this ballgame.
I'm 1,000% sure you're correct about this, but why is he at first base still standing there? He's touched the bag now. Let him get off the field. And finally now he is leaving the field. He is headed to the Baltimore dugout.
And no doubt to the hospital.
I've got to assume that they're not only going to be obviously dealing with the blood, but they're going to have to probably reset his nose and go through a concussion protocol check as well. And John Schneider has now come out to the mound, and Yariel Rodriguez is being taken out of this ball game. And he got a chorus of boos as he left the field, with Baltimore leading 4-0 in the bottom of the first inning, a game that started almost 40 minutes ago, and we're not out of the first inning, thanks in large part to the offense from the Orioles, the ineffectiveness from Rodriguez, and now a very scary, unfortunate injury to James McCann, who was hit in the face on a fastball from Yariel Rodriguez, who has now exited this ball game. With this pitching change, let's go back to baseball control and our host, Show Ali.
Thank you very much, Eric. And don't forget, before we check the out-of-town scoreboard, we do have Jays Talk today. Blair and Barker have you covered with the post-game show. They'll have Jays Talk on both ends of the doubleheader. Jeff will throw out the numbers for you to call after this game's in the books. Let's check the out-of-town scoreboard, brought to you by St. Louis.
What's up, everybody? Thank you for hanging out with us for this Blue Jays against the Orioles matchup. Please take a second, make sure you have hit that subscribe button. Are you a part of the best Toronto sports community on YouTube? Make sure you have hit that subscribe button and become an insider right now. Also, make sure that bell is turned on so you don't miss any of our awesome Toronto sports action. If a Toronto team is live, we're live. We're here hanging out in the chat, talking it up. Thanks for being here. We'll see you guys back in the chat. Let's go Blue Jays.
Medal of these Olympic Games today. Krista Kikuchi winning gold in the women's 57-kilogram judo final. She is the first Canadian woman ever to win judo gold. And another medal coming from the pool, Ryland Weens and Nathan Sombor Murray winning a bronze medal in synchronized diving, another first. Canada's first ever Olympic medal in the event. On the hard court, the women's basketball team got going today as well. They got thumped by France 75-54. Bottom line, they now need a win on Thursday when they take on Australia. Blue Jays baseball brought to you by Crown Rods Protection. Back to the action in Baltimore. Brandon Eisert on the mound in relief of Yariel Rodriguez. Here's Eric Smith and Chris LaRue.
Thanks very much, Show. In 28 games at AAA this year, Eisert with a 4.75 ERA. He was just called up, and he is thrust into action early.
Yeah, he was just called up just to be the 27th man, because that's the rule. If you're playing a doubleheader, you're allowed to have that extra 27th guy. And I can guarantee that Eisert didn't think that he would be in this ball game this early, still in the first inning, and the Orioles lead 4-0 with the bases loaded.
We just got a shot of James McCann in the dugout for Baltimore. And it looks like they've finally got the bleeding stopped. And they actually went and got him a new jersey as well. So he's wearing a sparkling white Baltimore jersey. And I cannot believe it, and I'm sure nor can you, but James McCann is staying in the ball game right now. He is running back out from the dugout with cotton balls shoved up both nostrils, a fresh jersey on, and he is not going to the hospital. He is staying in this game, at least for now. I don't know what is going on.
Well, I can't believe, first of all, that the training staff is allowing this. I don't care what James McCann is thinking or saying, but the fact that the training staff and Brandon Hyde are actually allowing this is kind of absurd to me.
I don't think it's safe.
No. Did you look at his nose? Half of his nose is near his right cheek.
Well, as I mentioned, the concussion protocol as well. After you get hit in the face by a 95-mile-an-hour fastball. A check swing grounder out to short. Leo Jimenez picks it up, steps on second base, and that will do it for Baltimore, as Cowser is unable to cash in his second at-bat in the first inning. But Baltimore does walk away with 4 runs scored as we finally head to the second inning with Toronto down 4. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
When it's time to turn up. Turn to Flex 2K, a Sirius XM channel that takes you from 2000s bling.
And you bling like the Neptune sound.
Through the rise of trap.
Let's go, man.
Nothing but the hip-hop bangers that define the first 2 decades of the millennium. Flex 2K, Channel 49, and the Sirius XM app.
It's fantasy football season, because we say it is.
Travis Kelce, touchdown!
From fantasy football strategies to players you need to draft or avoid.
Christian McCaffrey is one of the riskiest #1 overall picks in fantasy football history.
Fantasy Sports Radio is your home to win.
There is no bigger value today than Dak Prescott.
If you're not preparing for the 2024 fantasy football season, you're already losing. Channel 87 and on the all-new Sirius XM app.
The battle for regional soccer supremacy is on in the Leagues Cup.
It's a super individual goal.
And your home for all the top matches is Sirius XM FC.
It's a masterpiece from Andre Pierre-Gignac.
Hear all your favorite teams from Major League Soccer and Mexico's Liga MX fight for the right to be crowned the King of North America.
Miami, Leagues Cup champions.
Keep up with the Leagues Cup on Sirius XM FC 157 and streaming on the Sirius XM app.
In season or out of season, the #1 place for college sports is SiriusXM College Sports Radio, Channel 84.
Sportsnet Radio Network.
Welcome back. Eric Smith and Chris LaRue with you, getting set to start the second inning. Alejandro Kirk to lead things off for the Blue Jays, and his counterpart on the other side, James McCann, today's starting catcher for Baltimore in Game 1, is still in the game. He is behind the plate with the mask on, with the equipment on, with the cotton balls up the nostrils. And I can't believe it, nor can Chris LaRue. And Chris, you've been in the majors. This seems like a ridiculously irresponsible thing that Baltimore is doing right now.
I mean, you said it. It is 100% irresponsible. I don't care how adamant James McCann was that he's fine, that he feels ready to play. His eye is swollen. His nose is swollen. He has cotton swabs in his nostrils to stop the bleeding. And you have to think about concussions here. Not just the bleeding, not just the swelling, but you have to think about some sort of brain damage. This is just absurd, and I don't know what Brandon Hyde is thinking.
Alejandro Kirk singles straight up the middle as it squirts past Zach Eflin at the mound and straight into center field, and a leadoff single for Alejandro Kirk.
And I'm sure you feel the same way.
1,000%.
I truly don't care at all what James McCann thinks about this injury. Get him off the field, get him to the hospital, and see if the internals are okay. Other than that, I don't care.
Davis Schneider steps in. First pitch caught the bottom part of the zone on a sinker at 91, and 0-1 is the count to Schneider. I'll tell you the other thing too. If I'm James McCann's parents right now, his family, whomever, I see my kid. I don't care if your kid's 12 or 32 or whatever age. The 0-1 pitch to Snyder. He cracks it down to third and just into foul territory. Davis Schneider now 0-2 in the count. I'm thinking about my kid or my sibling or my spouse or whatever just took a 95-mile-an-hour fastball to the face. He's bleeding profusely from the nose and mouth.
Bleeding everywhere.
He looks
all
like
over
he's
his
got
jersey.
He looks like he's got a broken nose. And I want him at least checked for concussion. You know what? How about you send him to the hospital, go get an x-ray, go get checked on by some actual surgeons and doctors beyond, with due respect, the training staff. Let's just not worry about this one game for now. I think that Baltimore will be fine without him.
I couldn't agree more. I think everybody knows how I feel at this point.
Davis Schneider just struck out, so there's one down here in the second, and it brings up Ernie Clement with the Blue Jays trailing 4-0, top of the second. And Clement has been playing well and swinging well of late as well. We talked about Dalton Varsho, but Ernie Clement has had some big hits over the course of this last weekend as well. The average sits at 262 for Clement. Here's the 1-0 pitch. Inside, but Eflin gets the call. It's now 1-1. Second inning is presented by Bet365. At Bet365, you can bet live in-game on props, totals, and the money line. Download the app and find out why it's never ordinary at Bet365. 19+. Play responsibly. Ontario only. The 1-1 pitch fouled off by Clement toward the Baltimore dugout and reaching in and over the railing and just missing was Ryan Mountcastle. I didn't think he had a play on that ball, and he nearly came up with a gem.
Yeah, he's fighting the sun, covering his eyes with that glove, that big first base mitt. But you're right, that kind of hit him in the heel of the glove. He actually had a beat on it, had a good chance of catching that baseball. Almost reached in too far into the dugout.
And the 1-2 pitch to Clement is sent into left field, and it's a base hit for Ernie. And now the Blue Jays have 2 on with just 1 down.
Yeah, now the Blue Jays are cooking here in the top of the second inning. 1 out, 2 on. But again, Ernie Clement going down and getting that slider almost off the dirt, just golfing it into left field. You said it, he's swinging a hot bat.
Leo Jimenez comes up now for the Blue Jays, the right-handed bat. Will go up against Zach Eflin. Blue Jays had 2 on in the first inning as well, but they were unable to score. They've already got 4 hits in this ball game. They just haven't been able to plate any. The first pitch to Leo caught the outside edge. It's 0-1. Eric Smith and Chris LaRue in the Timber Mart broadcast booth in the top of the second inning with the Blue Jays trailing 4-0. The 0-1 pitch outside and low. It's 1-1. And now Jimenez fouls off the 1-1 pitch up and over the dugout on the first base side, and the count sits at 1-2. Leo batting .250 on the season. At short today, but we might be seeing Isaiah Kiner-Falefa taking over at short at some point in the next couple of games. And the 1-2 pitch was well outside, but called a strike. Ramon DeJesus has been all over the place with his zone thus far early in this game, and there's quickly 2 away.
Yeah, that ball was way outside. Zach Eflin probably didn't think that Ramon DeJesus would call that a strike, but if you're an umpire, you just have to at least be consistent. Consistently low, consistently high, but you can't be everything.
Brings up George Springer for his second at-bat of this ball game. He led off the game with a single in the first, but ended up getting stuck at second in a similar spot to where Toronto is right now. First and second, 2 outs. Springer hoping to do some damage here, as he's now even in the count at 1-1. Eflin delivers inside and a check swing from Springer, but the ball caught his bat and it dribbles off foul. So Springer frustrated to now be down 1-2. Again, there's not a huge crowd for this first game of the doubleheader, but they're trying to make some noise right now and cheer on the Orioles to get out of this inning. And Eflin just missed way outside on a cutter. The count now even at 2-2. Baltimore with a 4-0 lead, and again, this is Eflin's first start with the Orioles since coming over from Tampa. The 2-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Springer sits down, as do the Jays. So they still trail 4-0 as we go to the bottom half of the second. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
If you're looking for a fun day, did you know that?
Cheers, insiders. Thanks for hanging out with us today for the Blue Jays and the Orioles matchup. Take a second and check us out over on social media. We're starting some pushes over on TikTok and Twitter, as you see below, the handle at @TS_insider. We're going to be doing some social work over there and getting some stuff going with some photos and videos, highlights, etc. So make sure you guys drop a follow over there, and we'll see you guys back in the chat. Go Jays, go.
100% committed to their product, to you, to their community, which is your community. Protecting you and what matters to you is equally important as protecting your vehicle.
Did you know your vehicle rusts faster in warm weather? Protect your vehicle today. For a special summer offer, find your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center at crown.com.
We're two men and a truck. So, you're moving to a new home, and all that's left to do is to call a mover you know you can trust. Well, naturally, you think two men and a truck, since you know they have lots of men and lots of trucks. They'll wrap, pack, and move everything you own. With a 96% referral rating and the professionalism you can trust, the choice is simple. For a free in-home estimate, call today. We're two men and a truck.
Two men and a truck, the movers who care.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
Called strike 3, change up at the knees, and there's nothing you can do about that pitch.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Welcome back. Bottom half of the second inning getting set to start here with Baltimore leading Toronto 4-0. They scored 4 runs in the first inning, and now they will look to pick up on that and do a little more damage. Obviously, Toronto hoping to prevent that. Brandon Eisert onto the second inning here. He saw one batter in the first and was able to get Colton Cowser to ground out to short to close off that first inning. And a sweeping changeup on the 1-0 pitch. And Santander chased that one badly. Nice looking pitch there from Eisert. It's now 1-1.
Well, this is Brandon Eisert's second career game. In his first game, he threw 2 innings, gave up a hit, but he walked 3 guys.
And we should note this might be something to keep an eye on, Chris. Addison Barger replaces Justin Turner, batting 4th and now playing in left field, as Davis Schneider moves to 2nd and Spencer Horwitz has taken over at 1st. So you can do the math and put 2 and 2 together here. If Justin Turner is being pulled from the first game of a doubleheader in just the second inning.
I can do the math.
With the trade deadline tomorrow.
And I know where you're going with this, but maybe there's another reason. Or maybe you're correct.
The 2-2 pitch. And Santander sends it into center field, scooped up by Dalton Varsho, and quickly gets it in to hold Santander to a long single. But the leadoff man on for Baltimore here in the second. So we will be keeping our eye on the rumor mill, I suppose, if nothing else.
You are the rumor mill.
If it walks like a duck and acts like a duck, more often than not, it's a duck.
Hey, you never know.
But we'll see.
Yeah.
To our knowledge, there is no injury concern to speak of for Justin Turner. He looked pretty good when he dove at first base to make that stab. And he looked pretty decent at the plate as well. And that looked pretty decent right there as the Blue Jays just turned a double play as Gunnar Henderson dribbles one out to short, and it's picked up by Jimenez, who keeps it himself, steps on the bag, and then rifles a cannon over to first to Spencer Horwitz, and quickly now 2 away.
Well, that's a huge play, especially for a rookie like Brandon Eisert being out there against one of the league's best hitters in Gunnar Henderson. A good slider, just a weak dribbler to shortstop. And Brandon Eisert gets a nice double play for a quick 2 outs in this second inning.
So 2 down for Ryan Mountcastle. He had an RBI single back in the first inning. A part of the 4-run inning for the Orioles. And the 1-0 pitch from Eisert missing outside just. It's now 2-0. And there is a report coming in already, Chris.
I know where you're going with this one as well.
That according to Ken Rosenthal, the Seattle Mariners have acquired Justin Turner. That's from a very reliable source in Ken Rosenthal, that Justin Turner is on the move to the Seattle Mariners. Eisert just threw 4 straight balls to Ryan Mountcastle, so the inning continues for Baltimore.
Well, I'd love to see the return on that trade. Probably not going to be much, maybe just one top 30 prospect, but with the expiring contract, with the season the way it's going, the way it is, I think that's a no-brainer trade if you're Ross Atkins.
Sportsnet's Ben Nicholson-Smith just tweeting out as well that sources telling him and Shai Davidi that the Blue Jays have indeed traded Justin Turner. And again, Rosenthal saying that Turner has been acquired by the Mariners, but no names being mentioned yet in terms of who could be coming back. So Justin Turner started this game at first and actually had a base hit in his only at bat, but he has now been pulled from the ball game and apparently dealt to the Seattle Mariners. Ernie Clement out at third, battles the sun, but eventually pulls down the pop-up from Ryan O'Hearn, and the Blue Jays get out of the second inning unscathed, but they still trail 4-0 as we head to the third inning. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
At Crown Rust Control Center, protection runs deep because every Crown Rust Control Center is owned by a local family who cares beyond business. Your Crown Rust Control Center is 100% committed to their product, to you, to their community, which is your community. Protecting you and what matters to you is equally important as protecting your vehicle. Did you know your vehicle rusts faster in warm weather? Protect your vehicle today. For a special summer offer, find your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center at crown.com.
Hey, Blue Jays fans, are you ready to hit a home run with your next roof? Introducing GAF Timberline HDZ shingles, designed to keep your roof looking and feeling like a winner, rain or shine. GAF is proud to be the official shingle of the Toronto Blue Jays. Visit homedepot.ca and search GAF to learn more about how GAF Timberline HDZ roofing shingles can elevate your home to the next level. GAF, we protect what matters most.
At Bet365, we don't do ordinary. That's why we introduced in-game betting. Because when the game starts, the action doesn't stop. With in-game betting, you can wager on game props, player props, totals, and the money line. And remember, in-game, you can track your same-day parlay with the option to cash out. Check out in-game betting and find out why. It's never ordinary at Bet365.
Must be 19 years or older. Ontario only. Please play responsibly. If you or someone you know has concerns about gambling, visit connexontario.ca.
Hey, this is Dalton Varsho. You're listening to Toronto Blue Jays Baseball on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Ready or not, here I come.
Welcome back. Eric Smith and Chris LaRue with you, getting set to start the third inning. And Spencer Horwitz to lead things off for the Blue Jays. Toronto trailing 4-0. And according to multiple reports, the Toronto Blue Jays have traded Justin Turner to the Seattle Mariners. Turner has been pulled from the Blue Jay lineup. Addison Barger comes in his place and slides over to left field as Spencer Horwitz goes from second to first and Davis Schneider goes from left to second. Horwitz skies one opposite field to left field, and up against the wall making a jumping grab is Colton Cowser to take one away from Spencer Horwitz. It would have stayed in the yard, but it looked like he might have at least had a base hit. But instead, it's a long fly ball and a first out for the Jays here in the third.
Yeah, that was a good pitch from Zach Eflin. A changeup on the outside part of the plate. Spencer Horwitz, again, so good at using the big part of the field. He got a little bit unlucky there. Colton Cowser with a great play up against the wall in left field. But again, Spencer Horwitz showing why he's such a complete player.
So Vladimir Guerrero Jr. now steps in. And the first pitch to Vladdy was in for a strike. The 0-1 pitch moments ago, the sinker missed. It's now 1-1. And Vladdy just ripped one into left field and diving head first to make the grab is Colton Cowser with two highlight reel catches on back-to-back batters, one on the wall and one in the grass, and there's two away.
Well, Vlad hit that ball on the screws. But Colton Cowser again comes diving straight in to make the play about a foot off the ground. Zach Eflin raises his right arm in appreciation, acknowledging that play. What a play from Colton Cowser.
Brings up Addison Barger for the first time in this ball game. He came in relief or in replacement of Justin Turner, who, again, if you're just tuning in, according to multiple reports, has been traded by the Blue Jays to the Seattle Mariners. Barger now even in the count at 1-1 as he just took a big swing and a miss at the 1-0 sinker. The 1-1 pitch, Barger sends one out to center field, a decent ride, but just before the track, about 5 feet before the track, the grab is made by Cedric Mullins, and that will do it here in the top half of the third. We go to the bottom of the third. Baltimore leading 4-0. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
The biggest names in NASCAR talk are now with SiriusXM.
Hey, this is Denny Hamlin, host of Actions Detrimental, driver of the number 11 Toyota for Joe Gibbs Racing, and co-owner of 2311 Racing. Join me and my co-host Jared Allen every Monday for a recap of each NASCAR race from the driver's seat. We'll break down how my race went and hopefully ending in victory.
What's up, Insiders? Thanks for hanging out with us for the Blue Jays trip to Baltimore, starting with the doubleheader today. Appreciate all of you being in here and making this chat go wild like you do every single game. Please make sure you've hit that like button. Share this link out to your friends to make sure that they get into the chat. You got to remind people, it's a Monday at 2 o'clock Central, 3 o'clock Eastern. It's a doubleheader. We've got Blue Jays baseball all day. Thanks for hanging out with us. We'll see you in the chat. Go Jays, go.
MLB Network Radio on the SXM app. SiriusXM Sports. We're more than just a game.
The Busted Open podcast is now available on YouTube. This is Dave LaGreca, host of Busted Open, the #1 pro wrestling show on the planet. You can now watch and listen to the award-winning Busted Open podcast every single day on YouTube. Our best interviews, behind-the-scenes access, and some of our best content from the past. All available right now when you go to youtube.com/@BustedOpenPodcast. Subscribe right now.
24/7, 365 coverage of all things NASCAR. All things NASCAR happens exclusively on SiriusXM NASCAR Radio, Channel 90.
Sportsnet Radio Network.
Third inning is brought to you by the local family-owned Crown Rust Control Centers in Kitchener and Waterloo. Protect your vehicle from rust today. Find your local family-owned Crown at crown.com, Canada's #1 rust protection. Jordan Westberg to lead things off here for the Orioles in the bottom half of the third inning. And he looks at a first pitch for a strike as Brandon Eisert, the Blue Jay lefty, tosses one in there on the slider. And the 0-1 pitch is fouled off. Quickly ahead now, 0-2. Eisert's looked pretty decent so far.
Small sample size.
Yeah. Well, I'm only going with the sample I'm given.
Well, he's gotten more outs than Yariel Rodriguez got, that's for sure.
You're not wrong about that. The 0-2 pitch down low, missed with the changeup. Now 1-2.
In Buffalo this season, Eisert was 4-1 with a 4.75 ERA. 28 games, 2 games started. But I look at the strikeout rate, 36 innings pitched, 51 strikeouts. So he's got some good stuff.
And almost on cue, it looked like he might have struck out Westberg, but they're going to say that Jordan got a piece of that one. And now Eisert comes back with a pitch that looked like it caught the top half of the zone, but he doesn't get the call. So then now the count sits at 2-2. And that one fouled off, came back with the changeup. Westberg kind of chased after it and got a piece. We'll do it again at 2-2. Shai Davidi of Sportsnet is now reporting that the return for Justin Turner is Double-A outfielder R.J. Schreck. The 2-2 pitch. Westberg got underneath it, sends it on the ride into left field. It's past Barger, who was on the run, couldn't get to it. It bounces off the track against the wall, and it's a stand-up double for Jordan Westburg.
Well, they tried to sneak that fastball by him up at the top of the strike zone, but Jordan Westburg, such a good fastball hitter. Quick back, gets the barrel to it and drills a double past Addison Barger out there in left field.
Brings up Cedric Mullins now. None out here with the leadoff man on with that double moments ago. And Mullins turns on one, sends it to right field, and what a grab on the run. Fully extended with the arm, crashing then into the wall was George Springer, who made a beautiful catch, but tagging and moving up to third is Westburg. So it's a long out for Baltimore, but they at least move up the runner to third with one down.
Yeah, Cedric Mullins hit that ball on the screws. It was a hanging slider. Looked like it was going to be a double, but George Springer again catches up to that baseball just in front of the warning track, sticks the left arm out and catches it, goes crashing into that wall, throws it into second base, but Jordan Westburg tags and gets to third base with one out.
Ben Nicholson-Smith sending us a little more information, Chris, on R.J. Schreck, the outfielder acquired from Seattle in exchange for Justin Turner. I'll give you his info in a second. Ramon Urias down 0-1, and now it's 1-1 as Isert just missed with a fastball, and the crowd buzzing a bit as that pitch came high and inside. R.J. Schreck, a 24-year-old taken 9th round out of Vanderbilt last year, was just promoted to Double-A. He's hitting .250 in A+ Double-A with 12 homers in the minors.
How many stolen bases? It looks like Ross is trying to stack the speedsters right now with his trades.
I don't have that info, but I'll let you
what's his name again?
Fire up the Google machine.
Well, I know his last name is Schreck. That's kind of unforgettable, but
R.J. Schreck.
R.J.
The 1-2 pitch to Urias, and he dribbles one out to short, picked up by Jimenez, but it's going to cash in a run. Jimenez makes the play at first, throws it over to Horowitz. They get the out. But trotting in to score is Jordan Westburg. So it's now 5-0 Baltimore here in the third inning. And the crowd responding to James McCann, who is stepping up to the plate.
My opinion on this hasn't changed. This is still
ridiculous.
Absurd.
Absolutely ridiculous.
He can barely see out of his left eye. It's so swollen. His nose is again moved over to the right side of his face.
And he stands in and takes a first pitch strike on a changeup that looked like it was a little low. But you'll take it if you're Brandon Isert. 0-1 to McCann. Missing outside. It's now 1-1. Eric Smith and Chris LaRue in the Timber Mart broadcast booth. When home improvement projects are throwing you a curveball, talk to the folks at Timber Mart before you begin your next job. They've got the material and the know-how to make sure you have all your bases covered. Timber Mart, Canada's building center. Isert just missed with another one outside. It's now 2-1 to McCann. And a big swing and a miss. The ball fouled off, actually. You got a little bit of a piece of it. It's now 2-2. Baltimore with one run moments ago. After the leadoff double in this inning by Jordan Westburg, he eventually came around to score, and the Orioles are on Toronto 5-0. McCann just fouled off another one, so the count stays at 2-2.
So I had a question about Schreck's stolen base numbers.
Yes.
Not great. Only has 9 total in his career.
All right, so he's not a speed demon.
Not a speed demon.
What's his like stats and size, like height, weight, all that? Is he a big boy or not? Got some power behind him?
That doesn't really matter, but
well, I mean, I want to know if he's got some power.
6'1", 205.
Okay.
He has 14 career home runs in the minor leagues, but this is only his second season.
Yeah, again, drafted 9th round out of Vanderbilt.
There's got to be something there, though.
The 3-2 pitch. Sent out to short, picked up by Jimenez over to first on a one bouncer. Nice scoop there from Horowitz, and the Blue Jays get out of the inning, but they do again give up one run. They now trail 5-0 as we head to the fourth inning. You're listening to Blue Jays baseball Brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center. Streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Embrace the chaos of baseball's trade deadline.
This changes the whole landscape.
Tune to MLB Network Radio for up-to-the-minute news and analysis of every trade, every rumor, straight from the experts, leading up to Tuesday's deadline.
What's up, insiders? Thanks for hanging out with us here. Victor, hey, appreciate it. Victor's on top of it. He's got the stats ready before they even announce it on the radio. I love it, Victor. Cheers, man. Appreciate you hanging out with us. And as well, get this chat going off. Sky, Mushroom, Rod, you got another beer, Rod? I need a beer. I need to switch, but I can't yet. I got to work, man. I'm busy. No beer for me yet. Cheers, everybody. Hey, shout out. Check out the mug. $24.99, I believe it's priced. I don't even know. Go get a mug, the official Cheers mug of the Insiders. All right, let's get back to the hockey. Cheers. Junior! Cheers, Junior. Good to see you. Thanks for that comment. Let's put some comments in after these games. Let us know what your thoughts are after the game. I know my thoughts right now, not good. But Justin Turner, cheers. Thanks for the half season, and there you go. Shout out Merchant Mike. I did, Junior. I did. Mushroom Merchant. You want me to use the word merchant? What the hell? All right, back to the baseball. I almost said hockey.
The UFC is on SiriusXM. Hear all the action live from the Octagon every weekend on SiriusXM Fight Nation Channel 156.
Sportsnet Radio Network.
Welcome back. Eric Smith and Chris LaRue with you, getting set to start the fourth inning. It's presented by Bet365. Download the Bet365 app for today's baseball odds and find out why it's never ordinary at Bet365. 19 plus. Play responsibly. Ontario only. Baltimore leading Toronto 5-0 as we get set for Dalton Varsho to lead things off here in the fourth. Varsho standing at the plate and having a few words with James McCann, who quickly lifted up his helmet for a moment in chatting with Varsho, and we got another good look at his face. And Chris just said it in the last inning. His nose is so swollen that he has half an eye on the left side of his face. The cotton balls are still shoved up the nostrils, and he's still in this ball game after being hit in the face by a fastball in the first inning that delayed the game for a good 10 minutes, if not longer.
Tough? Yes.
Absolutely.
Stupid? Yes.
Yes. Well said. Well said. And stupid on behalf of the training staff. Irresponsible on behalf of the training staff, if you ask me/us.
No, yeah, this has nothing to do with James McCann.
No.
It shouldn't have been his decision either way.
Varsho gets ahead in the count 2-1. And now he skies one into shallow center field. It could fall into no man's land, but nope, out of nowhere comes Colton Cowser. Looked like Cedric Mullins wasn't going to get to it. Gunnar Henderson wasn't sure. And then into the picture out of nowhere was Colton Cowser, who has been fantastic in left field this afternoon.
Yeah, he's been all over the place. Two great plays in the last inning. And then, like you said, comes out of nowhere to catch that high pop-up from Dalton Varsho.
Alejandro Kirk steps in now into the box, and looking at a first pitch strike, the sweeper is good. An 0-1 count to Kirk, who had a base hit in his first at bat. Jays down 5-0 in the fourth. Huge cut and a huge whiff, and Kirk down 0-2.
This might be a stupid question, and I don't know if you're going to have an answer for me, but is there less chance of a concussion or any sort of severe damage like that because the ball grazed his nose and it didn't just hit him head on?
I mean, obviously I'm not a doctor, but the 0-2 pitch to Kirk, he dribbles it out to third, and it hits the bag and goes up and over the glove of third baseman Ramon Arias and into shallow left field. So a seeing eye, excuse me, fluky single for Alejandro Kirk.
Yeah, you don't see that very often. Alejandro Kirk might have beaten that out regardless, but that ball hits off the third base bag and bounces over Urias. Tell you what, Alejandro Kirk takes that base hit every single day of the week.
Now, to answer your question about a ball hitting the side of the nose or grazing the nose as opposed to hitting a guy square on?
Because it did. He turned his head, and it kind of just went through the side of his nose as opposed to hitting him dead on.
I would think that there's less likelihood of the concussion, but I still think that they're absolutely, anytime you're talking about any kind of headshot, face shot, whether it's a graze or a head-on pitch, collision, or otherwise, I think you need to take all precautions and should be taking all precautions.
I agree.
I mean, either way, if I said to you, if you hadn't seen the game, I said, hey, James McCann got hit in the face with a 95-mile-an-hour fastball, you'd say, oh, and he came out of the game, right? And he was checked for concussion. I don't think you'd be saying, well, did he get grazed or did he get head on? Right?
No. The only reason I asked that is because I again saw another slow motion replay, and it just hit the left side of his nose as he was turning away, and I just had a quick thought. That's the only reason why I asked that. My mind hasn't changed at all.
The 1-2 pitch to Davis Schneider is down low and outside, and Davis held off on that one quite well. Didn't even offer at it. Pushes the count to 2-2. Schneider struck out in his first at bat. It's one of 5 strikeouts on the day for Zach Eflin, who just missed on the 2-2 pitch, and now the count is full. One on with 1 out for Toronto here in this 4th inning. And Davis Schneider just slapped one off the end of his bat. It trickles into foul territory down the first base side, and Davis flips the bat around, grabs onto the barrel, and taps that handle on the ground. He thought he might have heard a crack, but he seems content to stay with the lumber right now as he steps back into the box with the 3-2 count. Alejandro Kirk out at first, 1 down here. Eflin with the 3-2 pitch. And Schneider sends it past a diving Gunnar Henderson at short into left field. Base hit for Schneider. There's 2 on.
And the Blue Jays just got their 6th hit of the ball game. The Orioles are winning 5-0, and they only have 3 hits in this ball game.
And that takes us back to the first inning when Yariel Rodriguez, the starter, walked the first 3 batters of the game, then gave up a base hit to Ryan Mountcastle, then got a strikeout and a ground out, but with 2 outs, Alejandro Kirk was called for interference. Ramon Arias walked, and then James McCann was hit by a pitch. And now Ernie Clement sends one on a bit of a ride out to left field, but easily making the grab about 10-15 feet in front of the track was Colton Cowser. So not enough of a ride from Ernie, and there's now 2 away.
Yeah, Ernie Clement hit that right on the screws, but not quite far enough. A good line drive, but out to Colton Cowser for out number 2, keeping Alejandro Kirk at second base.
But again, Chris, to go back to what we were just talking about there in the first inning, think about that. 4 walks, a hit batsman, and a catcher interference. Led to 4 runs in that first inning. Baltimore has since tacked on 1 more to lead 5-0. Toronto hoping to get on the board here with 2 on and 2 out. That said, they've had this exact same thing in 3 of the 4 innings thus far with 2 on and 2 out. And they have stranded every runner to this point.
And Leo Jimenez just ripped one down the line by about 3 feet foul. Could have scored 2 runs right there. It's almost like Zach Eflin has gotten pretty lucky up until this point.
Well, this would be 6 runners left on if Toronto can't cash in at least one of them. The 0-2 pitch, swing and a miss, and Eflin just got out of another jam. So again, 6 stranded by Toronto, and they trail 5-0 going to the bottom half of the 4th. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
George Springer takes his love for hockey seriously. It's even starting to show in his post-game press conferences.
All right, first.
Hey, George, big catch by Dalton there in the 8th.
You know, Varshy's a grinder.
Really felt like a team effort tonight.
26 guys. Takes all 26 guys. Yeah, bud. This one was a barn burner. Just tried to get the barrel on it, eh? Yeah, that was a beauty, eh? Those guys were chirping. They wanted to drop the mitts. Next.
Get down to Rogers Center on August 7th and get your George Springer replica hockey jersey presented by TD. For tickets, visit BlueJays.com.
We're two men in a truck, the movers who care. You never know when cardiac arrest can happen. That's why each and every one of our trucks carries a life-saving Mikey defibrillator as part of our Mikey on Board program. Whether we're on the highway or in front of your house, we're prepared to help anyone whose heart may skip a beat. The Mikey Network has saved many lives, making Mikey's accessible to the public. And now they're on board our trucks. We're two men in a truck.
Two men and a truck, the movers who care.
At Bet365, we don't do ordinary. That's why we introduced in-game betting. Because when the game starts, the action doesn't stop. With in-game betting, you can wager on game props, player props, totals, and the money line. And remember, in-game, you can track your same-day parlay with the option to cash out. Check out in-game betting and find out why. It's never ordinary at Bet365.
Must be 19 years or older. Ontario only. Please play responsibly. If you or someone you know has concerns about gambling, visit connexontario.ca.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
Kikuchi has struck out 4 of the last 6.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Bottom half of the 4th inning getting set to start in Baltimore with the Orioles leading the Blue Jays 5-0. 5 runs on 3 hits for Baltimore. And it'll be Colton Cowser to lead things off here in this 4th inning. Top of the order for Baltimore. Already the 3rd at-bat for Cowser in just the 4th inning. Brandon Eisert still on the mound for the Blue Jays. He's looked decent in his first appearance, giving up the 1 run. And he just missed on back-to-back changeups. He's down in the count now, 2-0 to Colton Cowser. Cowser 0 for 1 in the ballgame, walked and scored back in the 1st inning. And the 2-0 pitch is fouled off by Cowser. It's now 2-1. Cowser has played outstanding defensive ball thus far out in left field for Baltimore. If you're just tuning in, Justin Turner was pulled from this game. And according to multiple reports from the likes of Ken Rosenthal as well as Sportsnet's Ben Nicholson-Smith and Shai Davidi, Justin Turner traded to the Seattle Mariners for a Double-A prospect, R.J. Schreck.
Who only has 9 career stolen bases.
Colton Cowser on the 2-2 pitch sends one into center field, and it drops in front of Dalton Varsho. It was kind of left center, and Varsho was just unable to get to it, even with his speed. And it's a leadoff base hit for Cowser and the Orioles. They're going to try and get things going again here in the 4th.
Well, it looked like Dalton Varsho had a beat on it and then kind of pulled up at the last second. Probably wouldn't have caught it even if he dove right there, but I just thought he had a beat on it.
I don't disagree. Anthony Santander now 1 for 1 in the ball game. He walked in the 1st and ultimately scored. Singled back in the 3rd inning. Or excuse me, in the 2nd inning. Hence the 1 for 1 day for Santander. The DH today. And we're seeing him from the right side right now. The switch hitting Santander. Even in the count now at 1-1. Santander batting .242 on the season. The 1-1 pitch, swing and a miss. Pretty good looking fastball right there from Eisert. Not a ton of speed on it, clocked at 90, but well placed.
No, he's not a flamethrower. He's kind of the typical lefty out of that bullpen. 90-mile-an-hour fastball, 85-mile-an-hour off speed.
And he just came back with a changeup. Santander fouls it off his foot. Looked like it hit the bottom of the foot. So he's not even limping around. I think it hit the cleats. Down in the count, 1-2.
Anthony Santander has 29 home runs. Gunnar Henderson, batting 3rd in this lineup, has 28 home runs. 57 homers combined between the two of those guys.
And the 1-2 pitch fouled off by Santander. He stays alive. We'll do it again at 1-2. I don't know if I should even mention this. If you added up all of the home runs in the Blue Jay lineup today, would it come out to 57 from all 9?
Including Justin Turner?
Sure.
Who is no longer a part of this roster.
Well, I mean, put it this way. If you do include him, with no disrespect, you'd be adding Addison Barger, who is 0.
There you go.
He's got a ton in the minors, but none yet in the majors. So, yes, including Justin Turner, would it add up to 57? Why don't you do that math quickly while I continue to call this 1-2 at-bat to Anthony Santander in the 4th inning, bottom of the 4th, with Baltimore leading 5-0. Eisert looks over at first, and the pitch to Santander is sent on a ride to center, but plenty of room for Varsho to get underneath it, make the grab, whip it into second base, and hold Kauser at first. There's one away. Do you have a chance to do any math here, or are you just double checking your math now?
Well, am I adding Justin Turner?
Sure, throw in Turner and give it to me with Turner and without. Because Turner did start the ball game today.
Give me a second here. Don't interrupt me.
All right. We'll be back to Chris LaRue in a second as Gunnar Henderson steps in. The big left-handed bat. Eisert throws over to first, trying to keep Kauser honest. And I think some more fans have shown up because I'm hearing more boos than we heard earlier when Yariel Rodriguez tried to pick off move. Of course, fans never love when you throw over to first, no matter what stadium you're in. Eisert, first pitch now to Henderson, is fouled off into the stands. And somebody made a nice grab because there was just a lot of oohs and ahs as Eisert gets a fresh baseball and gets set for the 0-1 pitch to Henderson.
So my math could be wrong, but I think it's right. 67 homers if you're not counting Justin Turner.
Not counting, so 73 if you do count him.
Sure. But he's not currently on the roster.
So, all right.
We added in Addison Barger, who has 0. So they, in fact, do have more home runs than those two guys combined.
That's a massive luxury, clearly, for the Baltimore Orioles to have with this 1-2 punch of Santander and Gunnar Henderson. But to his credit, Brandon Eisert's doing a job right now. He got Santander to fly out, and now he's ahead in the count to Henderson, 1-2. And Henderson just slapped one into right field past Davis Schneider at second. Luckily, Kauser stops at second, so that limits the damage as it's first and second, not runners on the corners, first and second with Ryan Mountcastle getting set to step in.
Well, there was a big hole on the right side. Davis Schneider playing kind of shaded towards second base, and Gunnar Henderson just hits a weak ground ball through that hole. Now the Orioles are threatening yet again. Runners on first and second and one out.
Eric Smith and Chris LaRue in the Timbermart broadcast booth here in the 4th inning with Baltimore leading Toronto 5-0 with 2 on and 1 out. We're going to have another Toronto pitching change, which gives us a chance to go back to baseball control and our host, Show Ali.
Thank you very much, Eric. Let's check out that St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard. Let's start with some trades. You already heard Justin Turner getting traded mid-game to the Mariners for Double-A outfielder R.J. Schreck. The Mariners also retaining all of Justin Turner's salary, which goes a long way towards the luxury tax implications for 2025. Other trades around Major League Baseball today. The Boston Red Sox acquiring right-handed starter Quinn Priester, infield prospect Nick York going back to Pittsburgh. York, the 6th-ranked prospect in the Red Sox system, according to MLB Pipeline. A 3-team trade to get to as well was just made official. The Cardinals, White Sox, and Dodgers are in agreement that will send right-handed pitcher Eric Fetty and outfielder Tommy Pham to St. Louis. Infielder Tommy Edman and pitcher Michael Kopech go to Los Angeles. Chicago gets a whole bunch of prospects in return, including infielder Miguel Vargas. The Rangers making a move as well. We saw Michael Lorenzen twice over the weekend. He was traded to the Royals. Left-handed reliever Walter Pennington going back to Texas in return. Some rumors on the hot stove right now. USA Today's Bob Nightingale saying the New York Yankees are in extensive trade talks for Tigers starter Jack Flaherty. They plan to trade starter Nestor Cortez Jr. if they do land Flaherty. So that's not a done deal. We'll keep that on the radar. If you missed the Rays selling at the deadline, a number of familiar names being traded. Isaac Paredes to the Cubs, Jason Adams to the Padres. Last week, of course, Randy Arozarena headed to the Mariners, while today's starter in this game, Zach Eflin, traded to the Orioles. Blue Jays baseball is brought to you by Crown Rust Protection. Let's get you back to the action. Here's Eric Smith and Chris LaRue.
All right, thanks very much, Show. Yariel Rodriguez into the ballgame now for the Blue Jays. His ERA sits at 6.88 in 12 games this season, and he has entered with 2 on and only 1 out here in the bottom of the 4th inning. Baltimore threatening to rip this game open, if it isn't already, with a 5-0 lead. The first pitch from Rodriguez is punched out to right field, picked up by George Springer. He gets it in a hurry, but the bases are loaded now for Baltimore.
Well, the Baltimore Orioles are just going station to station as Ryan Mountcastle drops that single in front of George Springer in right field, but Colton Cowser just goes from second to third. Now the bases are loaded with still only 1 out.
Ryan O'Hearn stepping in, batting .277 on the season. Rodriguez trying to get the Blue Jays out of a jam right here. Only 1 down. O'Hearn, the lefty, out in right field. First pitch is a strike, and he's down in the count 0-1. And swinging at the second pitch. He gets a piece of that one, fouls it off, and it's into the stands about 7 rows deep. Ernie Clement ran over to the railing, but had absolutely zero chance of making a play, as that again went about 6-7 rows deep. And O'Hearn is down in the count 0-2.
I tell you what, Yariel Rodriguez might have some inflated numbers in the big leagues this season. In 12 games, it's almost a 7 ERA, but he's got a big fastball. That last fastball was 97 miles an hour.
O'Hearn with the 0-2. Sends a rocket out to center on a line drive. It's snagged by Varsho. He whips it in, but scoring with ease on the tag is Colton Cowser. And Baltimore now leads 6-0.
And unfortunately for Brandon Eisert, who pitched pretty well in this ball game, he'll be charged with that run. Colton Cowser coming across the plate for the Baltimore Orioles' 6th run of the ball game.
Two down now. Jordan Westberg stepping in for Baltimore. Westberg, the second baseman, 1 for 2 on the day. He doubled in the 3rd inning. He's got a run scored as well. In fact, he scored after that double. It was a leadoff double last inning in the 3rd, and he would eventually come around to score the only run of the inning for Baltimore. The Orioles got 4 in the 1st, none in the 2nd, 1 in the 3rd, and now 1 more, and potentially even more to come here in the 4th.
Yariel Rodriguez pitched pretty well in Buffalo this season. 5 games, 5 innings, just 1 earned run.
And he's out on an 0-2 count now to Westberg. First pitch, he got him with a slider. Second pitch, another slider fouled off. So there's your 0-2 count to Westberg.
He also struck out 9 in those 5 innings. So that just tells you the kind of stuff that Rodriguez does have.
A quick look out at second by Rodriguez, the 0-2 pitch, and he tried to come back with that slider again. Missed outside a little bit low. It's 1-2. It's game 1 of a doubleheader against the Orioles. We're only in the 4th inning with Toronto down 6-0. And Rodriguez tried to come inside, and look out. It's sent into the left field corner off the wall. Westberg got a hold of that one, and then coming around and trying to score was Mountcastle, and he's gunned out at home. Gunnar Henderson did score. Baltimore went up 7-0, but Asen Barger threw that ball in, and then the relay from Clement at third on the money on a bounce, snagged by Kirk, and he tags out Mountcastle at the plate. So that ends the inning for Baltimore, but they score 2 and now lead 7-0 as we go to the 5th. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
The most important person in sports is you, the fan.
Let me tell you something. I'm a real fan.
And your place for sports talk is Mad Dog Sports Radio, where your voice is heard all day long.
I couldn't wait to get into the truck, turn on 82.
Sharing the thrill of victory.
The joy, the jubilation. I can't stop smiling.
And the agony of defeat.
When is this franchise going to realize people really care about this?
Passionate sports fans call 888-MAD-DOG-6.
You gotta love sports.
Mad Dog Sports Radio, Channel 82, or anytime on the Sirius XM app.
24/7, 365 coverage of all things NASCAR. All things NASCAR happens exclusively on Sirius XM NASCAR Radio, Channel 90.
It's fantasy football season, because we say it is.
Travis Kelce, touchdown!
From fantasy football strategies to players you need to draft or avoid.
Christian McCaffrey is one of the riskiest #1 overall picks in fantasy football history.
Fantasy Sports Radio is your home to win.
There is no bigger value today than Dak Prescott.
If you're not preparing for the 2024 fantasy football season, you're already losing. Channel 87 and on the all-new Sirius XM app.
If you love golf, then you should never turn off SiriusXM PGA Tour Radio. Our hosts have the best takes.
Tiger's impact on the game of golf, aside from how good he was at it, was something that I don't think we'll ever see again.
Talk to the biggest guests.
Scotty, you've had a year to celebrate.
This year, I've just seen a lot of good results.
And can even help you with your own game.
Take the club and at address, open it up.
It's all golf, all the time. On SiriusXM PGA Tour Radio, Channel 92 in the car, and on the SiriusXM app.
Radio Network.
Welcome back. Eric Smith and Chris LaRue with you in the Timber Mart broadcast booth, getting set to start the 5th inning. And the first pitch to George Springer, in for a strike, caught the bottom part of the zone, 0-1. Inside to Springer, it's now 1-1. That sinker no good from Zach Eflin, who has pitched decently. I mean, you'd think it's better considering he's up 7-0, but he has given up 6 hits to the Blue Jays. Unfortunately, though, the Blue Jays have left all 6 on base. Haven't been able to plate any thus far. Down by a touchdown here midway through the game. The 2-1 pitch is ripped to short, picked up by Henderson. Over to first to sit down Springer. There's one away. One down here in the 5th inning as we get set now for Spencer Horwitz. Blue Jays in 3 of the 4 innings thus far have had 2 on, but as I just mentioned, haven't been able to cash any, so they want to try and get something going here in the 5th. Horwitz now down in the count, 0-1. Quickly 0-2 as the cutter comes in and Horwitz swings through it. That was a nasty one from Zach Eflin. And again, ahead in the count, 0-2. Horwitz asks for a moment as he steps out of the box and takes a deep breath, trying to regather himself. Eflin with the pitch. And Horwitz sends it opposite field, down the line into left field. Chugging in for it is Colton Cowser, and his speed will limit Horwitz to just a single.
The 5th inning is brought to you by Desjardins Financial Group. Desjardins awarded 150 grants worth $20,000 each to entrepreneurs across Canada. See how Desjardins cheered on small biz at goodsparkgrants.ca.
That's goodsparkgrants.ca. Love it. Mr. 5th inning, Chris LaRue. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. stepping in now. An 0-for-2 day thus far for Vladdy, with a strikeout and a line out to left field. He ripped that line drive to left field in his last at-bat with a velo of just under 112 miles an hour. And now he dribbled off a 1-0 pitch right there. And it might have actually caught a part of his leg, or maybe hit himself in the leg with his bat. I couldn't really tell. Either way, the count now sits at 1-1 for Vladdy. who is hitting an even 300 on the season as we speak right now.
Initially, I thought it hit off James McCann, which would have been another whammy in his game. Of course, getting hit in the face by that pitch early on in this ball game, but I think it did in fact hit Vlad on the back leg as he shakes his head, tries to stretch it out. He looks okay.
Easy for us to say. The 1-1 pitch now to Vladdy with Horwitz at first. And Vladdy chased one outside. Got a piece of that cutter, but he's now down on the count 1-2. The out-of-town scoreboard brought to you by the St. Louis Bar and Grill. There are no scores to report. This is the first and only ball game right now going on in Major League Baseball. But we can tell you on the out-of-town medal count at the Olympic Games that Summer McIntosh won gold for Canada earlier. Vladdy sends one out to short. Gunnar Henderson bobbles it. I don't know how or why it ate him up, but he couldn't come up with it clean. And everybody's safe. Horwitz slides into second. Vladdy gets down to first. Henderson didn't even attempt to throw. And now the Blue Jays have 2 on.
Well, it just kind of hopped up on him at the last second. He was right in front of it, squared up, looked like he was going to make a nice, easy play. And it just bounced up and hit him in the chest off the heel of that glove. That's actually a tough play. Must have hit something, maybe a rock on that infield.
So are you calling that a hit or an error?
Oh, that's an error. They'll definitely call that an error.
Addison Barger just got a hold of one, sends it deep to right field, and it's gone. That thing left in a hurry, and Addison Barger has his first career Major League home run, a 3-run shot to finally put Toronto on the board.
Well, we've heard a lot about Addison Barger's power. We've seen the numbers in the minor leagues. We haven't seen it yet here at the big league level. And he hits that thing 107 miles per hour for his first career home run. It's a ball game now.
And he also hit it 426 feet.
Wow, I was going to let you do that.
He gave that thing a ride. And the first time for Addison Barger to put on the jacket as he walks through the dugout to a bunch of high fives. And you're right, we've got a ball game now with the Blue Jays trailing 7-3.
And he's actually been seeing the ball really well over the last couple days. A single and a really hard hit double yesterday. And then, of course, that home run right now, cutting that lead to 7-3.
Dalton Varsho quickly falls down in the count 0-1 as he swings and misses at a cutter on the first pitch from Zach Eflin. So Eflin had been flirting with danger a good chunk of the day. As we told you multiple times, the Blue Jays in 3 of the 4 innings got 2 on, but ultimately couldn't score. With 6 runners left on base, they got 2 on in this inning, and then Addison Barger just cashed them all with the 3-run shot. The 0-2 pitch from Varsho is punched off his handle out to third base, and an easy grab there at third for Urias, and there's now 2 down.
Addison Barger's in the dugout with a huge smile on his face, talking to all the players, the coaching staff. Matt Haig is having a pretty in-depth conversation with him, one of the hitting coaches for the Blue Jays, and that's got to feel great for him, a guy that's been up in the big leagues for a couple of months now without a homer.
So after that little pop out to third for Varsho, Alejandro Kirk steps in, working on a 2-for-2 day. In his last at bat, he had a little seeing eye single that hit the third base bag and ricocheted fair into shallow left field. He's now even in the count, Kirk. After a first pitch cutter was a strike, the second one, a fastball, no good. Again, that's the 1-1 count for Zach Eflin to Alejandro Kirk, and they just called a strike on a pitch that caught the bottom part of the zone on a sinker. And now Kirk down 1-2. (7-3) Baltimore here in the top half of the 5th. And that one way outside, missing on the curveball. It's 2-2. And Kirk just got another base hit. A line drive over the head of Jordan Westberg at second base. He jumped for it, couldn't get to it. It's into center field, and a 3-for-3 day for Alejandro Kirk.
Well, we were talking about Addison Barger seeing the ball well. Alejandro Kirk is certainly seeing the ball well. Another 3-hit day for Kirk. Drills that baseball over second baseman Jordan Westberg.
Brings up Davis Schneider now with 2 down and a runner on. Schneider 1 for 2 on the day. Curveball in for a strike. You could tell Schneider wanted to pull the trigger at the last second, but he just kind of got caught and didn't swing at that one. Nice placement there from Zach Eflin, who's now thrown 86 pitches for the Orioles. The 0-1 pitch. Outside, it's 1-1. And now Schneider fouls off the 1-1, dribbles it toward the dugout on the third base side. It's now 1-2. Toronto with 3 runs in the inning. They were trailing 7-0. It's now 7-3. Blue Jays trying to make the comeback in this ball game against the division-leading Baltimore Orioles. Toronto walking into this game with a 3-game win streak. Missing outside Eflin, no good with the sinker. And the count now sits at 2-2.
Blue Jays now have 10 hits in this ball game with that Alejandro Kirk single.
The 2-2 delivery. And outside, but they checked down at first, and they say that Schneider went. Chris LaRue said, yes, he did as well. As I'm getting the fist pump beside me. And that will do it for the Blue Jays. But again, they score 3. They trail by 4, 7-3 as we go to the bottom half of the 5th. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
The 2024 Training Camp Tour is here.
Focus on the football, fellas. Focus, focus.
And SiriusXM NFL Radio brings you down to the field for an all-access pass to your favorite team.
You do your best to put yourself in position to get the result you want.
Everything you need to get ready for the season, with updates on position battles and exclusive interviews from all 32 teams. Hear every stop of the 2024 Training Camp Tour on NFL Radio Channel 88 and the all-new SiriusXM app.
It's fantasy football season, because we say it is.
Travis Kelce, touchdown!
From fantasy football strategies to players you need to draft or avoid.
Christian McCaffrey is one of the riskiest #1 overall picks in fantasy football history.
Fantasy Sports Radio is your home to win.
There is no bigger value today than Dak Prescott.
If you're not preparing for the 2024 fantasy football season, you're already losing. Channel 87 and on the all-new SiriusXM app.
The NFL Radio Training Camp Tour is here.
The process with all our players is to come out and improve, get better each day.
Nobody gets you ready for the 2024 season like we do.
For the veteran players, they want to see the guy earn the job.
Don't miss analysis from our experts and interviews with head coaches, executives, and players.
We embrace this portion of our journey. We're just here to work and get better.
Hear coverage of the National Football League all year long on NFL Radio Channel 88 and the all-new SiriusXM app.
The Blue Jays are in flight, leading 3-0.
Blue Jays fans, this is Ross Atkins, and you're listening to Blue Jays Baseball on SiriusXM.
Welcome back. Eric Smith and Chris LaRue with you, getting set to start the bottom half of the 5th inning. The Blue Jays now trailing the Orioles 7-3. As Toronto got 3 in the top half of the 5th on a 3-run shot, a first career home run for Addison Barger. Barger came into the ball game replacing Justin Turner, who was pulled from the game and traded to the Seattle Mariners. Cedric Mullins down 0-1 in the count to Yariel Rodriguez, and Rodriguez misses on the fastball on pitch number 2. It's now 1-1.
And if anybody's wondering, he was traded for AA outfielder R.J. Schreck.
And you're not going to forget that name, right? The 1-1 to Mullins fouled off. It's now 1-2.
I just thought Ross Atkins was going for speed, and I guess he's not. Now I'm just confused.
Maybe he's trying to balance it out. Can't have speed with every single guy you acquire.
It'd be nice, though.
I'll tell you what, though. Somebody said to me the other day that Class A, who they acquired, right, has a ton of speed, like 70 stolen bases, I believe.
79. So in 2023, he had 79 stolen bases.
But also has power. At least decent power. So right away, somebody was speculating. Does that matter? Does that factor in when you think about a guy in Stuart Baroa who doesn't have necessarily a ton of power but has speed, and he looks like a guy who has fit in well in the limited time that we've seen him with the Jays. Like, acquiring assets is never a bad thing, and then who knows if these assets end up being Blue Jays or end up being pieces in other trades eventually, et cetera, et cetera. But you start trying to play that game of like, well, hold on a second, is this guy going to fit here, there, where, if you have some guys that do similar things?
I understand what you're saying, but I think if you're Ross Atkins, if you're the front office, you really don't care. You just want to get the best players possible.
Yep.
And then figure it out
as you go
from there.
Yep.
It's not like basketball where you have an 11-man roster, a 12-man roster. There's the minor leagues, the 26-man roster. There's a lot of options. But if I'm the GM, if I'm Ross Atkins, I'm just getting the best players available.
The 1-2 pitch to Mullins fouled off as he continues to battle here against Yariel Rodriguez. It is interesting to think about this Blue Jay team, though. And listen, we're sitting here talking on July 29th. Clearly, there could and likely will still be more deals coming involving other players before tomorrow's deadline. The 1-2 pitch to Mullins. Outside, it's 2-2. But when you start projecting to the offseason and then what next season might look like, with Kiermaier gone, Varsho's in center, you assume Springer's still here in right, Vladdy at first, probably, based on what we've seen, Spencer Horwitz at second, probably, with Bichette at short. Mullins sends one out to center field on the run. Dalton Varsho, and it goes off the base of the wall. Varsho, with his speed, still couldn't get to that one as it was hit hard by Mullins. And Mullins into second to start off this inning. A long at-bat and a long battle. And he finally gets the best of Yariel Rodriguez with his 13th double of the season.
Again, I thought Dalton Varsho had a beat on that ball. That was a changeup down and away. Cedric Mullins goes down and just golfs it into center field, just missing a home run, hitting the base of that wall out in center field. George Springer does a nice job coming over, picking that ball up and throwing it into second base, keeping Mullins at second.
And to go back to what I was saying about the Blue Jay lineup, when you start thinking about where guys could be, first pitch swinging, Ramon Urias sends it out to right, shading the sun with his hand, is George Springer to record the out, and there's one down. You think about there could be a hole at third, a hole at left, and maybe a hole behind the plate as well. But would any of those holes be filled? I'm talking on an everyday basis by Barger or Clement or Schneider or Baroa or Jimenez. Like, I don't know. Are any of those guys, have we seen enough from any of those guys to say, yeah, every day?
I've seen enough from one guy this season.
And is it Spencer Horwitz, who I'm already putting at second, or no? Is it somebody else?
No, Spencer Horwitz, I think, you can pencil him into the starting lineup for 2024. Sorry, 2025.
First pitch swinging again and dropping just inside the right field line on a bloop is James McCann, who's now safe at first, still in the game after taking that shot to the face, the pitch to the face in the first inning. And now Baltimore has runners on the corners with just one away.
And I truly don't know how he even made contact with that baseball. Number one, the pitch was outside and he kind of just stuck the bat out. But number two, his left eye is almost swollen shut at this point. That ball landed about maybe 6 inches from that foul line in right field. George Springer picks it up and throws it into second base, keeping McCann at first base, and now Cedric Mullins is standing at third.
And it brings up the top of the order for Colton Cowser with one out here in the fifth inning. Baltimore leading 7-3. Toronto was down 7-0, got 3 in the top half of the 5th inning, but they're threatening to give back at least one, if not more, right here. Runners on the corners, just one down. Cowser opposite field, back to make the grab. Barger, but tagging and scoring is Cedric Mullins, so it's 8-3 Baltimore.
This injury report is brought to you by Bergmanis Pereira Personal Injury Lawyers. If life has thrown you a curveball and you're striking out with your insurance company, get ahead of the count and call Bergmanis Pereira Personal Injury Lawyers. You focus on getting better, and Bergmanis Pereira will take care of the rest. Visit bplawyers.ca.
From a Blue Jays perspective, there's not a lot to talk about as far as injuries, and I suppose that's certainly a good thing. The injury, I suppose, we could talk about, and I don't know, maybe it's not even an injury, seeing as we don't officially know if anything's broken, even though it looks mangled. It's the face of James McCann, the nose of James McCann, who somehow, some way, for some reason, stayed in the ballgame after taking a fastball to the face in the 1st inning, and he's on first right now with 2 out for Baltimore. Anthony Santander even in the count at 1-1, with Baltimore leading 8-3.
Outside of that hit by pitch by James McCann, he is 1 for 2 with an RBI. He can barely see out of his left eye. That's pretty impressive.
Santander fouls off the 1-1 pitch. It's now 1-2.
And he's now caught 5 innings.
You've got to think even just putting on the mask and the padding pushing against your ears and your face. My head hurts right now wearing a headset with glasses on.
Well, think about the heat as well. It's muggy in Baltimore. It's 34. It's sunny.
Plus, you can't really breathe with cotton balls shoved up your nose trying to stop the bleeding that was pouring out of the face, the mouth and the nose of James McCann back in that 1st inning.
All right, it's not 34 anymore. It's 32 in Baltimore.
Well, then no excuse. He should be fine. The 2-2 to Santander with 2 out here in the 5th. Rodriguez, leg kick, delivery, and Santander fouls it off to stay alive. We'll do it again. 8-3 Baltimore. We're 2 hours into this ball game. We haven't even hit the 6th inning yet, thanks to a very long 1st inning for Baltimore, where they scored a ton, but then we had a lengthy injury delay involving who we were just talking about, James McCann. That might be the longest Bergmanis Pereira personal injury report that we've ever done all season.
Well, we've also done that same injury about 3 or 4 separate times today already.
True enough. Santander continues to stay alive and battle at the plate right now. He takes a fastball for a ball, and now a full count. The 3-2 down Main Street and given a ride. And Yariel Rodriguez put that one right over the plate, and Santander made him pay. A 2-run shot over the wall in right field has put Baltimore up 10-3. It went 374 feet. And Anthony Santander has hit his 30th home run of the season.
He has got a ton of power, along with Gunnar Henderson in this lineup. He got that hanging slider over the middle of the plate, and he didn't miss it. Barreled that thing up, hit it about 20 rows deep in right field for, like you said, his 30th home run of the season.
So the Jays were down 7, got back 3, and they've given back 3, and they trail by 7 again. 10-3 in the bottom of the 5th inning. Gunnar Henderson up with 2 out and nobody on. First pitch was a strike. Second one on a fastball outside. It's now 1-1. Henderson with a walk, a single, and 2 runs, batting .284 on the season. The 1-1 pitch. And Henderson just missed that one, fouled it off down into the ground. It's 1-2.
And Gunnar Henderson, of course, another home run threat, 28 on the season, to go along with 14 stolen bases. I tell you what, he does it all.
The 1-2 pitch fouled off. We'll do it again at 1-2. Henderson steps out of the box for a moment. Now steps back in, sets the feet, staring down at Yariel Rodriguez. The 1-2 pitch down low. It's 2-2. Again, the first of two. We've got a long evening ahead of us still, Chris, with half of this ball game to go and then another full game. The doubleheader in Baltimore to kick off a 7-game road trip for the Blue Jays. Fouled off by Henderson. The count stays at 2-2.
I'm very grateful that you're going to be going out and getting some food for us in between ball games.
I got you. What do you want? Want to split a pie?
You know I don't eat that stuff.
Sure. Sure. All salads and protein shakes. Henderson with another one fouled off. It stays at 2-2. He continues to battle here. Rodriguez has thrown 35 pitches since coming in relief of Brandon Eisert. Eisert came into the ball game after Yariel Rodriguez struggled mightily in the first inning of this game. Now Yariel Rodriguez misses down low inside, and the count goes full at 3-2. Ryan Mountcastle standing on deck. And the 3-2 pitch is fouled off into the glove of Alejandro Kirk. So the strikeout for Yariel Rodriguez sits down Henderson, and it sits down the Orioles, but not before they get 3 in the inning to lead 10-3 going to the 6th. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Timber Mart is Canada's building center, a solid neighbor to call upon when you've got a job to do. Your dependable home improvement store that offers the added value of Air Miles reward miles with every purchase of $15 or more. Visit timbermart.ca.
We're 2menintruck.ca. We've got lots of men and lots of trucks, so get ready to be moved.
Think 2menintruck.ca. So when you gotta move, all moving day. Think 2menintruck.ca. Cause all of us movers are not the same. So that's our company name, 2menintruck.ca. We're lots of men with lots of trucks, so give us a call today.
Timber Mart always has plans to help you with your plans. Your home, your cottage, your garage, whatever needs your attention first, check the most visited spot on our website for ready-to-order plans to get the job done with Canada's building center. Visit timbermart.ca.
I am by your side. Got a heart so big, on this you can rely. No mountains too tall for the strong boots to climb. I am by your side.
That was Desjardins Insurance, playing insurance with a heart so big it shows. Tune in for your auto and home coverage at desjardins.com/heart.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
It's Ernie Clement with the RBI single. 1-0 Toronto.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Welcome back. 6th inning. And first pitch swinging is Ernie Clement fouling one off down the third base side. And he's quickly down on the count 0-1. Clement 1 for 2 on the day, singled back in the second inning. The average up to 265 for Ernie. Zach Eflin still in the ballgame pitching for Baltimore. The 0-1. Clement sends it out to short, picked up by Henderson. And on the run, whips it over to first to record the out. There's one away.
And we were talking earlier about who we see in this lineup for 2025, and we mentioned Spencer Horwitz. I think Ernie Clement is another guy that you have to think about, maybe not penciling him into that starting lineup, but but I have loved what I've seen from him. He's a guy that I want on my team, on my roster. Maybe not every single day, but if that's the only option, I'm not upset about it.
Leo Jimenez steps in. A couple of strikeouts on the day for Leo. 0 for 2. Batting in the number 9 spot for the Blue Jays in game 1 of this doubleheader, as he gives one a ride to center field. Back on the track, jumping and then crashing into the wall is Cedric Mullins. That ball went deeper than I thought it was going to off the bat of Jimenez, but a long flyout nevertheless, and a very quick 2 outs for the Blue Jays here in the 6th.
Yeah, that was just a spinning cutter right over the middle of the plate that Leo Jimenez just missed. I don't think that ball would have been out if Cedric Mullins didn't catch it, but he would have missed a home run maybe by about 3 or 4 feet. Great catch from Cedric Mullins in center field.
First pitch down in the dirt outside to George Springer. Count is 1-0 to George. 1 for 3 in the game for Springer. 6th inning is brought to you by Desjardins Financial Group. Desjardins is a big fan of small biz. That's why they awarded another $3 million to small business owners across the country. Inside, catching the edge, it's now 1-1. The sweeper, a strike for Eflin. It's 1-1. See how Desjardins cheered on small biz this year at goodsparkgrants.ca. Whiffing on the next pitch. Springer was all twisted up on that curveball, and he's now down 1-2.
And don't look now, but Trevor Richards is warming up in that bullpen, probably coming in this game.
The 1-2. Springer sends one out towards right field, camping underneath it and making the grab, Ryan O'Hearn, and that will do it for the Jays. To the bottom of the 6th we go. Toronto trailing 10-3. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
It's the sound of where you've been and who you are. And SiriusXM has channels for every era of classic country. New Millennium hits are on Y2 Country, Channel 57. The 80s and 90s play all day, every day on Prime Country, Channel 58. And Willie's Roadhouse, Channel 61 is Honky Tonk Heaven. Classic country curated by the legend Willie Nelson. Listen to all these and more across SiriusXM and the SiriusXM app.
It's fantasy football season, because we say it is.
Travis Kelce, touchdown!
From fantasy football strategies to players you need to draft or avoid.
Christian McCaffrey is one of the riskiest number 1 overall picks in fantasy football history.
Fantasy Sports Radio is your home to win.
There is no bigger value today than Dak Prescott.
If you're not preparing for the 2024 fantasy football season, you're already losing. Channel 87 and on the all-new SiriusXM app.
While you're listening to this game on SiriusXM, we're talking about the latest odds and prop bets for this and every game on Sports Grid Radio.
The under's minus 125. Heavy juice to the under.
Every home run hit and every strikeout thrown can change the line.
I can't for the life of me figure out how you can favor a team that never wins, ever.
If you're looking for sports talk centered around the latest odds and prop bets for games, races, tournaments, or any sporting event, Sports Grid Radio, SiriusXM, Channel 159.
24/7, 365 coverage of all things NASCAR. All things NASCAR happens exclusively on SiriusXM NASCAR Radio, Channel 90.
Radio Network.
Welcome back. Eric Smith and Chris LaRue with you in the Timber Mart broadcast booth as the Blue Jays trailed the Orioles 10-3 in Game 1 of a doubleheader. Trevor Richards has indeed entered the ballgame in 44 games this season, a 4.83 ERA, but that is misleading to some extent because he was outstanding through April, May, June, and then the wheels have fallen off in July. So hopefully for Richards and the Blue Jays, he can turn things around with this performance here in Baltimore. His name has popped up in the rumor mill as well as a guy who could have been and maybe still could be on the move before tomorrow's trade deadline. As Stuart Baroa camps underneath the fly ball from Ryan Mountcastle and records the first out, there's one away. Now, you just said, hold on a second, what do you mean Stuart Baroa? Baroa into the game and left. Addison Barger moves from left to right as George Springer is out of the game. Now, I could be wrong. I don't think that necessarily means anything. That could be more a product of trailing 10-3 in the first game of a doubleheader and wanting Springer to have a little more juice for game 2 in wanting to use him. Because, again, I could be wrong, but I would anticipate that the contract of Springer might be a difficult one for the Blue Jays to move in a deal. So I'm guessing, pure speculation, pure guess, that Springer being pulled from this game means absolutely nothing as it relates to the trade deadline.
I think you are definitely correct. But I also know that George Springer has been red hot recently, and there are a lot of teams that would probably at least be interested in acquiring that bat. Maybe not the contract. Maybe not the contract, but they'd be interested in acquiring the bat.
One down here in the 6th inning as Ryan O'Hearn steps in and quickly works the count to 3-1 in his favor. Richards struggling to find the zone right now against O'Hearn, but he found the zone on that one down Main Street, fouled off, and now the count is full at 3-2.
Over Trevor Richards' last 7 games, he's thrown 6 innings, walked 6, struck out 7. You want to know how many earned runs and what that equals as an ERA?
8 earned runs in a 14 ERA. The 3-2 pitch fouled off. Stays at 3-2.
Not quite.
Okay, tell me.
15 earned runs, 15 hits, and that equates to a 22.5 ERA in his last 7 games. And that's a guy.
I guess I was being ridiculously generous.
And that's a guy that had a 1.9 ERA not too long ago.
That's why I said when he came in, right, that the 4.83 ERA is misleading because he was lights out in April, May, June, but the wheels haven't just fallen off. I mean, they've
exploded,
been fallen off, been run over, been stolen, and never to be found again. And the car is up on cinder blocks on the side of the highway.
And this is a guy that had a 2.57 in May, a 1.23 ERA in June, and he has a 16.20 in his last 9 games in July.
Well, he just walked Ryan O'Hearn, who now sits at first with 1 down. Jordan Westburg comes up, 2 for 3 on the day with a couple of doubles, 2 RBI, and a run scored. And the 1-0 pitch catches the inside edge. Nice looking fastball there from Richards. It's 1-1. Jays down 7. It's 10-3. Bottom of the 6th. And another nice pitch right there on the changeup from Richards. Westbrook misses that one. It's now 1-2.
That changeup right there is probably one of the best changeups I've seen him throw in the last little while. Started right down the middle and dropped to the bottom of the strike zone.
Came back with another changeup. That one a little too low down in the dirt, and it was blocked by Kirk. It kind of bobbles in front of the plate a little bit, and Kirk hopped on it right away to make sure that he held O'Hearn at first.
Let's hope that he's got a few more of those good ones left in the tank.
Here's the 2-2. Down in the dirt, another block for Kirk, and now the count is full. So after walking O'Hearn moments ago, Richards faces the prospect of walking Westburg as well. Big pitch right here for Trevor Richards. And Westburg fouls that one deep into right field. And another one that might have actually left the stadium in that right field corner. O'Hearn was actually taking off for second on that pitch on the 3-2. We'll see if he does so again right here as we reset with the count full. 1 out here in the bottom of the 6th. The 3-2 from Richards. Down Main Street for a strike, and O'Hearn was taking off. It's a strikeout throwout, and the Jays get 2 quick outs to get out of the inning. What a sequence for Richards and Kirk. As we go to the 7th, the Blue Jays down 7. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Hey, Jays fans, ready to hit a home run with your next roofing project? Step up to the plate with GAF Timberline HDZ shingles, the official roofing shingle of the Toronto Blue Jays. Just like our Jays, GAF Timberline HDZ shingles deliver top performance with unmatched durability and protection. So, when it's time to cover your bases, choose the winning team. Visit your local Home Depot or shop online at homedepot.ca for all your roofing shingles and accessories. GAF. We protect what matters most.
Lumos. Witches, wizards, and muggles come down to the core as Roger Center transforms into Hogwarts. Harry Potter-themed entertainment and activities around the ballpark. Wingardium Leviosa. Magic moments create core memories. So fly down to Roger Center on Friday, August 9th. And get one of 4 Blue Jays Harry Potter Hogwarts House Raglan shirts. Harry Potter Night. For tickets, visit BlueJays.com.
At Crown Rust Control, protection runs deep because every Crown Rust Control Center is owned by a local family who cares beyond business. Your Crown Rust Control is 100% committed to their product, to you, to their community, which is your community. Protecting you and what matters to you is equally important as protecting your vehicle.
Did you know your vehicle rusts faster in warm weather? Protect your vehicle today. For a special summer offer, find your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center at crown.com.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
Fastball hit to center field. Varsho with a dive, and he makes the catch.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Welcome back. Eric Smith and Chris LaRue with you. Getting set to start the 7th inning. Keegan Aiken going to come into the ball game now to pitch for the Baltimore Orioles. The day is done for Zach Eflin. He leaves with a 10-3 lead. Aiken comes in 45 games, a 3.29 ERA, and the lefty delivers on the first pitch to fellow lefty Spencer Horwitz. And that pitch, the fastball, was in for a strike. As the count now sits at 1-1. Down low in the zone on the 1-1 pitch. Horwitz now ahead 2-1. And now quickly 3-1. So the Blue Jays have a ton of work to do, trailing by 7 here in the top of the 7th, but it would be great to see the leadoff man get on. Spencer Horwitz, 1 for 3 today, and he just got underneath the 3-1 pitch, skied it out to center, an easy grab for Cedric Mullins, and there's one away.
Well, Horwitz just missed that fastball. That was a 92-mile-an-hour fastball right down the middle. And I think Spencer Horwitz just got a little bit too big, maybe jammed him a little bit with that fastball, hit a lazy fly ball to Cedric Mullins out in center field.
That brings up Vladimir Guerrero Jr., also 1 for 3 today. First pitch to Vladdy caught the bottom part of the zone. He's down 0-1.
Keegan Aiken's been pretty solid this season. Overall, he's 2-0 with a 3.29 ERA in his 45 games.
And they just called another strike on Vladdy, and he doesn't like it. He turns around and says a few words to home plate umpire Ramon De Jesus. It did look like it was a little bit low.
Yeah, you don't really see Vlad that angry that often, but he's shaking his head, having a few words for Ramon De Jesus as he gets back in the box.
The 0-2 pitch. Vladdy fouls it off. It stays 0-2. Out-of-town scoreboard brought to you by the St. Louis Bar and Grill. Still no scores to report. Game 2 of this doubleheader will come up probably about 30-40 minutes after the completion of Game 1. 6:40 first pitch between Cleveland and Detroit, as well as the Yankees at Philadelphia to face the Phillies. And then a whole bunch coming after 7 o'clock around Major League Baseball as well. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. just skied one out to right field, and Vladdy goes opposite field for the second straight day on a solo shot. It's 10-4. Toronto trailing with Guerrero hitting his 20th home run of the season.
Well, that was a fastball up and away out of the strike zone, and Vladimir Guerrero Jr. just stuck the bat out, got the barrel to it, and drilled a high line drive to left field, just clearing that tall fence out there in right field. What a swing. What a result from Vladimir Guerrero Jr.
If he hits one right here, I will maybe dance around.
10-4. Jays trailing by 6. And Addison Barger, who homered in his last at-bat, fouls one off on the 0-1 pitch, and now he's quickly down 0-2.
I don't know if you saw this, but someone in the dugout was thinking about putting the home run jacket on him, and he shook his head and he waved his finger and he didn't want it. That's an interesting development. I know it's a 10-4 ball game, but we've seen them put the home run jacket on losing before.
I wonder why. I kind of like it, actually.
That he said no?
Yeah.
Yeah, of course. You're down by 6. No need to celebrate.
But when they were down 7-0 and Barger hits one, and now it's granted it's his first one, Barger just looked at strike 3. And I don't know, he must have been thinking of something else, because that was a fastball straight down Main Street. And he just got caught looking. That was right in his wheelhouse. There's now 2 down. And I mean, there's no bigger proponent of the jacket than Vladdy.
Yeah, he very well might be the guy that invented the jacket.
I think he might have sewn it.
He is the designer of the jacket.
Yeah, Vladdy at home on the sewing machine, stitching things. Varsho steps in, first pitch swinging. He's trying to find the gap, and he won't. In the weird corner at Camden Yards, out in left center. I thought it was going to make it to the wall, but coming in to make the grab on the run, Cedric Mullins with a nifty catch right before the track to sit down the Blue Jays. On to the bottom of the 7th we go. Toronto trailing 10-4. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
At Crown Rust Control Center, protection runs deep because every Crown Rust Control Center is owned by a local family who cares beyond business. Your Crown Rust Control Center is 100% committed to their product, to you, to their community, which is your community. Protecting you and what matters to you is equally important as protecting your vehicle. Did you know your vehicle rusts faster in warm weather? Protect your vehicle today. For a special summer offer, find your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center at crown.com.
Hi, I'm Buck Martinez, live from the showdown between Pizza and inflation. First to the plate, Pizza's big hitter, fixed rate pizza. An extra large 4-topping pizza for a fixed price of $17.99 until the end of 2024. I dare say, folks, inflation stands no chance against this all-star. Here's the delivery. And inflation strikes out. That's a swing and a drive for fixed rate pizza. Lock in yours today.
Order pizza.ca.
Tonight on City TV, Jen's journey for love continues.
I'm gonna fall in love, and I'm gonna do it my way.
On The Bachelorette.
Jen is truly a woman of a man's dreams.
I just feel so hopeful.
But finding the one.
I'm falling for you, and I'm not afraid to say it.
What could go wrong?
Will be easier said than done.
This is all a show to you, bro. You stand no chance.
You think you're ready for an engagement?
I just don't want to choose the wrong person again.
The Bachelorette. All new tonight, 8/7 Central on City TV. Or stream it on City TV Plus.
Welcome back. Bottom half of the 7th inning, and we are underway with Trevor Richards dealing to Cedric Mullins. First pitch, fastball in for a strike. 0-1 count. Richards got out of a jam with a strike him out, throw him out situation to end the 6th inning. And now trying to carry some momentum just for him personally. Yeah, his team's down 10-4, but he would love to have and needs to have a good outing considering how his month of July has gone. Now even in the count 1-1 as he missed on the changeup to Mullins. Looks in at the sign from Kirk. And Mullins gives this one a little bit of a ride to left field. About midway into the field. Camping underneath it, making the grab. Stuart Broa, and there's one away.
And kind of just to piggyback on your thoughts about Trevor Richards and the fact that a good outing would really help his confidence. I don't think I would have sent him out for this bottom of the 7th inning. He has a clean inning. You send him back to that clubhouse. Go have a nice workout, shower, You're in there feeling good about yourself. You had your first clean inning in a long time. That's just the way I feel. I know it's a doubleheader. I know you want to save that bullpen, but for a guy like Trevor Richards, who's had a terrible stretch, when you throw one clean inning, get him out of there, and get him into that locker room.
The 0-1 pitch to Ramon Urias goes high. It's now 1-1. Let me ask you this, and I'm getting ahead of myself a little bit, but it is the bottom of the 7th. If we get to the 9th inning here and it's still like a 6-7 run ball game with the Jays trailing, if you're John Schneider, do you send out a position player to close out the game just to save a pitcher for the second half of the doubleheader?
Well, I think that my answer would be no, just because that sends a message of, hey, we have no chance of winning this ball game, even though 6 runs isn't insurmountable, right? I think optically, sure, you probably won't come back, but mathematically, you might.
Still possible.
Exactly.
Jays down by 6. It's 10-4, bottom of the 7th. 2-2 count now to Urias.
But there is the element of, hey, we got to save this bullpen. We can't just absolutely demolish the bullpen, especially with Bowden Francis starting next game.
Game 2 comes up probably 30-40 minutes after the completion of this one. It's 5:30 Eastern time right now. We're in the bottom of the 7th. We're about 2.5 hours into this game. Baltimore has been in control pretty much all afternoon since jumping on Toronto with 4 runs in the first inning as starter Yariel Rodriguez just didn't have the stuff today, to say the least. 4 walks, hit a batter, and also had a catcher interference thrown in, which all contributed to that 4-run first inning. And now Richards just walked Urias, missing on the 3-2 pitch outside with the fastball, and the free pass offered up, which will bring James McCann to the plate. And he was the man that was hit by the pitch in the first inning and still has blood smeared all over the front of the second jersey that he put on. He still has the cotton balls shoved up his nostrils and still stays in this game despite the fact that his club is up 10-4.
How is this guy still in the game?
It's not a smart decision at all. But I think we've said that about 20 times.
Let's say outside of the fact whether it's a stupid decision or a smart decision, I'm just saying the fact his left eye is almost swollen shut. And he's a right-handed batter, so he's looking at the pitcher with his left eye.
And he just skied one on the 0-1 pitch out to right center. Barger came in. Looked like he was really battling the sun on that one, but ultimately makes the grab, and there's now 2 away. The out-of-town scoreboard brought to you by the St. Louis Bar and Grill. We still don't have any other games to talk about. We're still awaiting the first pitch of all of the evening games, including Game 2 of Toronto and Baltimore. But maybe a game or 2 of note. 7:10. The first pitch between the Mariners and Red Sox. What are the odds that Justin Turner, who was traded about an hour and a half ago, could get from Baltimore to Boston in time for that game?
0.
I was joking. But he is a Seattle Mariner, folks, and the Mariners play the Red Sox at 7:10, the first pitch from Fenway Park. 2 out for Colton Cowser, and he skies one on the 1-0 pitch. It's an infield fly, and underneath it to make the grab is third baseman Ernie Clement, and on to the 8th inning we go. Toronto trailing 10-4. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Busted Open hits the road for the biggest party of the summer. The coverage is heating up as we gear up for WWE SummerSlam in Cleveland, Ohio. Don't miss Dave LaGreca and his Hall of Fame cast and crew as they dive into the biggest storylines and speak to the biggest guests in and out of the ring. What titles will change hands? Who will make a return? Will there be any surprises? No one will get you ready for SummerSlam like Busted Open. Tune in every day from 9 a.m. to noon Eastern on Sirius XM Fight Nation, channel 156, and on the all-new Sirius XM app. It's fantasy football season, because we say it is.
Travis Kelce, touchdown!
From fantasy football strategies to players you need to draft or avoid.
Christian McCaffrey is one of the riskiest #1 overall picks in fantasy football history.
Fantasy Sports Radio is your home to win.
There is no bigger value today than Dak Prescott.
If you're not preparing for the 2024 fantasy football season, you're already losing. Channel 87 and on the all-new Sirius XM app.
I'm John Paul Morosi, host of the SiriusXM original podcast, The Road to Cooperstown. Each week, I talk with a Baseball Hall of Famer about the challenges they overcame to become an all-time great.
It is a hard game, and mentally it's hard.
My legs started shaking.
They pretty much knew I was going to have lung surgery after the season. I wasn't for sure. Would I ever play baseball again?
The Road to Cooperstown is the official podcast of the National Baseball Hall of Fame and Museum. Episodes are available now on the all-new SiriusXM app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Fantasy football players, learn winning strategies right now on Fantasy Sports Radio to help you draft a winning team on Channel 87 and on the Sirius XM app.
Radio Network.
Celebrate the end of your youth baseball season at the ballpark on Wednesday, August 21st. Bring your team to Youth Baseball Night and receive a custom pair of Blue Jays batting gloves and participate in baseball activities around the ballpark. Groups of 12 or more can grab their specialty tickets at bluejays.com/specialty tickets. Birch Smith into the ball game for Baltimore to start this 8th inning. The righty in 30 games this season, a 3.86 ERA. I know a lot of Smiths. I've never met a Birch. He's pitching with a 10-4 lead. Jays looking for a big-time comeback rally here with only 2 innings remaining. And what a good way to start it potentially with a guy who's 3 for 3 in Alejandro Kirk, who just took a strike on a cutter. It's now 1-1. And for what it's worth, the Toronto Blue Jays, I'm talking about the organization, have officially made the Justin Turner trade. They have sent out a release. So it is officially official. The acquisition of outfielder R.J. Schreck from the Seattle Mariners in exchange for Justin Turner. Turner started this ball game at first base, had a base hit in his first and only at bat, and then was replaced by Addison Barger, and then we quickly learned of the trade involving the Seattle Mariners.
And you called it.
Spidey senses were tingling.
I'm Mr. Fifth Inning. You're Mr. Trade Guy.
Still haven't seen anything on George Springer, and I don't anticipate we will.
No, I don't think that's why he came out of this ball game.
Not at all. 2 for 2 to Kirk. And Alejandro Kirk sits down for the first time in this game. He strikes out to start this 8th inning.
Birch Smith just absolutely blew that fastball by Alejandro Kirk. 97 at the top of the strike zone. Kirk actually let go of that bat with the right hand, swung that bat with just one hand, but that's a pretty good fastball right there at the top of the zone.
It brings up Davis Schneider, who takes the first pitch in for a strike. The cutter cut the upper part of the zone, 0-1. If we really want to make it official, I'm not going to give you all the stats and everything else, but here's the official wording from the Blue Jays on the press release. The Toronto Blue Jays have acquired outfielder R.J. Schreck from the Seattle Mariners in exchange for Justin Turner and cash considerations. So there is some money involved in the deal, as Schneider stands in the box right now. Down in the count, 0-2. And now swinging through a fastball clocked at 97, and back-to-back strikeouts here for Smith, looking to sit down the Jays 1-2-3 in the 8th.
And again, he just absolutely blew that fastball by Davis Schneider. That was a fastball clocked at 97 right down the middle, and Davis Schneider swung underneath it.
First pitch swinging and fouling off the pitch. Ernie Clement now down 0-1.
I'd love to know the specifics of those the cash considerations in that deal for Justin Turner.
Well, I mean, he's heading to Seattle, so it's probably a Starbucks gift card.
I don't think it's much.
Second pitch to Clement outside on the sweeper. No good. It was down low. It's 1-1. Top of the 8th, Jays trailing by 6. Clement chases one high, fouls it off. It's now 1-2. On Thursday, August 22nd, the Blue Jays are introducing their handmade by robots ace figurine specialty ticket giveaway. That's a mouthful. To receive this one-of-a-kind collectible, you must purchase a specialty ticket. So visit bluejays.com/specialty tickets. Quantities are limited, so act fast. Gunnar Henderson acted fast on that pop-up from Ernie Clement out at short. Makes the grab to retire the side. The Blue Jays are done in the 8th. On to the bottom of the 8th we go. Toronto trailing 10-4. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control. Streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
If you're looking for a fun day, did you know the day before Monday? Junior J Sunday. You can paint your face, come and meet Ace and run base to base. On Junior J Sunday. So many things to do. You can bring your crew and even mom and dad too. Junior J Sunday.
Sundays are for Junior Jays. Get to the ballpark early to enjoy outdoor activities before continuing the fun inside while you cheer on the Blue Jays.
If you're feeling the song, grab your dad or mom, visit bluejays.com. Junior J Sunday.
At Crown Rust Control, protection runs deep because every Crown Rust Control Center is owned by a local family who cares beyond business. Your Crown Rust Control is 100% committed to their product, to you, to their community, which is your community. Protecting you and what matters to you is equally important as protecting your vehicle.
Did you know your vehicle rusts faster in warm weather? Protect your vehicle today. For a special summer offer, find your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center at crown.com.
I am by your side. Got a heart so big, on this you can rely. No mountains too tall for the strong boots to climb. I am by your side.
That was Desjardins Insurance, playing insurance with a heart so big it shows. Tune in for your auto and home coverage at desjardins.com/heart.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
They got him. A strike him out, throw him out, double play.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Bottom of the 8th inning, getting set to start. Blue Jays trailing Baltimore 10-4. The Orioles got off to a 4-0 lead with 4 in the first, and they haven't looked back since. Trying to take care of business in this first game of the doubleheader. And Eric Swanson into the ballgame now, replacing Trevor Richards to start this 8th inning. In 19 games, Swanson, an 8.04 ERA. Swanson will get things started in this 8th inning against Anthony Santander, who's 2 for 3 in the ballgame, including his 30th home run of the season. The 0-1 pitch to Santander. He swings through a fastball and quickly 0-2. Santander with his 30th. Vladimir Guerrero for the Jays with his 20th, but also that 20th home run for Vladdy was his 150th career home run. Failed to mention that in the call. Shame on me, as Santander sits down, strikes out, and 1 away here in the 8th.
Eric Swanson's looked pretty good since he's been back with the big club. He's pitched 2 innings, 2 1/3 now. Hasn't given up a hit. No earned runs, only walked 1. So that's a big plus if you're talking about the Blue Jays bullpen. John Schneider actually sung his praises a few days ago in Toronto, talking about how good he's looked, and looked pretty good right there against Santander.
First pitch to Gunnar Henderson, no good, missed on the splitter, and a 1-0 count. Henderson 1 for 3 today, a walk, a single, and 2 runs scored. Batting .284 on the season, and now 2 homers behind his teammate Santander with the 30. 28 home runs for Gunnar Henderson. Struck out in his last at bat, but as I mentioned, again, a 1 for 3 afternoon thus far. The 2-0 pitch, in for a strike, caught the outside edge on a fastball, 2-1. that one down low on the fastball. It's now 3-1. Henderson slaps it out to second. A sliding grab for Schneider. Turns, fires, records the out as he tosses it to Horwitz. There's 2 away here in the 8th.
That was actually a pretty nice play from Davis Schneider, ranging to his right up the middle. Slides on that right leg to make the play. Makes a nice play, throwing it to first base. He's been pretty good over there. Good in left field. Pretty good at second base. Who do you like better defensively, Ernie Clement or Davis Schneider?
Let me think about that one for a second. First pitch to Ryan Mountcastle, down low, no good.
They're both very similar in the fact that they're not total utility guys, but they're very solid at most places.
I 1,000% agree with that assessment, because now I'm trying to factor in all the other intangibles in terms of whether it be speed, power,
facial
contact,
hair.
Facial hair, whether they're nice. And
all that stuff matters.
I'm joking. They're both good guys. What little I know of them. 1-1 now to Mountcastle. And he sends one down the right field line. It's hooking. But did it stay fair? I believe it did. As you heard me saying, it was hooking, but it didn't hook enough. And it's a solo shot inside the pole in the right field corner for Mountcastle. His 13th homer of the season puts Baltimore up 11-4.
Well, Eric Swanson had looked pretty good up until that last pitch. Missed his spot. Alejandro Kirk was set up on the outside part of the plate. That fastball kind of came back over the middle at the top end of that strike zone, and Ryan Mountcastle just got enough of it to sneak it around that pole in right field for home run number 13.
So to answer your question, and I don't want this to be taken negatively at all. I don't mean this to sound bad at all. I think that when I look at Clement and Schneider, the reason it's hard to answer the question is I don't know that I see either as being, if I, in a perfect world, being the everyday guy at X position next year. I think in a perfect world, you want one or both as ultimate utility guys off your bench, but I don't know that I necessarily want to have another season where they're sort of interchangeable, where he starts, then we go back to this and we kind of ride it out. I think if you could improve significantly, like I say, in left, third, and catch, I'm okay putting Spencer Horwitz every day at second base. I don't know that I want Schneider or Clement every day at third and or left.
I like that answer.
Swanson now trying to get out of this inning after giving up the solo shot.
But I do think, like I said earlier on in this ball game, if Ernie Clement is my starting third baseman, I'm not upset about it.
Yep.
He's kind of just a plug, though. But a very good plug.
Pache's come into the ball game. Christian Pache now even in the count at 2-2. In for Ryan O'Hearn. And the 2-2 pitch from Swanson is down low, and Swanson slipping off the end of the mound. Luckily he didn't roll an ankle or anything. And now the count full to Pache. And a diving stab at short by Leo Jimenez, but unable to get up and make the throw to first. It was a great defensive play, but he just had no time to throw Pache at first. So the inning continues for Baltimore as Jordan Westburg will step in.
Well, Jimenez is another guy that's shown flashes of brilliance over there at shortstop. A really nice play. Diving in the hole on the left side of that infield. Just couldn't quite come up with it when he got to his feet trying to throw out Pache at first base. But a very nice play to glove that ball.
So Pache on first right now. with Jordan Westberg at the plate, 2 out, 1 in already, and the 7-run lead reestablished for the 3rd time in this game by Baltimore. They were up 7-0, then 7-3, then 10-3, and now 11-4 here in the bottom of the 8th. Swanson down in the count 1-0 to Westberg, who's 2 for 3 on the afternoon. The pitch, and this one is sent into right center, cut off before it got to the wall by Varsho, but Pache comes all the way around to third, and standing now at second with the double is Westberg, and the inning continues for Baltimore.
Well, that was just a slider from Eric Swanson that he left up, kind of a spinning slider over the middle of the plate. And it was just drilled into right center. Now the Orioles have runners on second and third and 2 outs. Jordan Westberg with a nice swing right there. But I think that's when Eric Swanson gets into trouble. He falls behind 1-0, 2-0, and he has to throw something over the middle of the plate because he's afraid to walk a guy. And that's what happens, especially against a lineup like the Baltimore Orioles.
So Cedric Mullins in now, 1 for 2 in the ball game. Check that, 1 for 3, I believe. And he quickly gets ahead in the count, 2-0. A double in the 5th inning. Mullins looking to cash in more right here with his team up 11-4. Second and third, 2 outs, 8th inning. And Swanson just missed high, just out of the zone, and now Mullins ahead 3-0.
And look at the count, 3-0. Now you know he's probably going to come back with something over the heart of the plate. Doesn't want to walk Mullins in this situation.
The 3-1 pitch missing just high, and the free pass issued to Mullins has loaded the bases for Ramon Urias.
Orioles are doing all of this damage with 2 outs. Ryan Mountcastle hit a 2-out home run, and now they've loaded the bases. 2 base hits and a walk.
And jumping on the first pitch, sending it to right field, but coming in to make the sliding grab on one leg is Addison Barger, who gets the Blue Jays out of the inning. But Toronto trails 11-4 as we head to the 9th inning. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Get closer to progressive political voices
with Sirius XM Progress.
Zerlina Maxwell,
Dino Bidala,
Michelangelo Signorelli,
John Fugelsang,
Stephanie Miller,
Tom Artman,
and more.
We're going to focus on beating Donald Trump at the ballot box.
The stakes have never been higher.
They want to ban abortion.
I was able to terminate Roe v. Wade.
Understand this. Republicans are coming after medication abortion.
We have work to do.
And we have an election to win. Sirius XM Progress 127.
Your home for progressive political voices.
It's fantasy football season, because we say it is.
Travis Kelce, touchdown!
From fantasy football strategies to players you need to draft or avoid.
Christian McCaffrey is one of the riskiest #1 overall picks in fantasy football history.
Fantasy Sports Radio is your home to win.
There is no bigger value today than Dak Prescott.
If you're not preparing for the 2024 fantasy football season, you're already losing. Channel 87 and on the all-new Sirius XM app.
I'm John Paul Morosi, host of the SiriusXM original podcast, The Road to Cooperstown. Each week, I talk with a Baseball Hall of Famer about the challenges they overcame to become an all-time great.
It is a hard game, and mentally it's hard.
My leg started shaking.
They pretty much knew I was going to have lung surgery after the season. I wasn't for sure. Would I ever play baseball again?
The Road to Cooperstown is the official podcast of the National Baseball Hall of Fame and Museum. Episodes are available now on the all-new SiriusXM app or wherever you get your podcasts.
In season or out of season, the #1 place for college sports is SiriusXM College Sports Radio, Channel 84.
Sportsnet Radio Network.
Welcome back. Eric Smith and Chris LaRue with you, getting set to start the 9th inning Let's take a quick look at the out-of-town scoreboard brought to you by the St. Louis Bar and Grill, and it's the out-of-town medal board. Canada, while we've been on the air, with 3 more medals, and now up to 5 total, with 1 in diving, 1 in fencing, 1 in judo, and 2 in the pool in swimming, both of those coming from Summer McIntosh. So again, 5 total, and of those 5, 2 of them gold, with 1 of them coming from McIntosh, and the second gold coming in judo from Krista Kikuchi. Leo Jimenez just popped out to start this 9th inning, and there's 1 away. This copyrighted broadcast is presented by authority of Rogers Blue Jays Baseball Partnership and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of Rogers Blue Jays Baseball Partnership or the Sportsnet Radio Network. Stuart Baroa steps in, takes a first pitch for a strike from Birch Smith. 0-1 to Baroa. Now 1-1 as Smith misses high. And Baroa swings through the 1-1 pitch, missed on that cutter. A nice one there from Smith. It's now 1-2. The 1-2 delivery. And a swing and a miss. Baroa chased that one inside. And they will throw it down to first as it was down in the dirt and record the out officially. There are 2 away. Blue Jays down to their final out here in the first game of the doubleheader. (11-4) Baltimore leading. And barring some minor miracle, the Blue Jays' 3-game winning streak is going to come to an end after sweeping the Texas Rangers. The Jays hit the road and are an out away from losing the first of 7 on this road trip. First pitch into Spencer Horwitz is a strike. Caught the outside edge on that fastball. 0-1. And now Horwitz sends one on a ride opposite field into left field. Hits the track off the wall into one of the deepest spots in the park. And it's a stand-up double here in the 9th for Spencer Horwitz.
And again, Spencer Horwitz shows how much of a complete player that he actually is. That was just a little cutter slider on the outside part of the plate, almost on the black. And he just gets to it, goes the other way, uses the big part of the field, one-hops that deep area out there in left center in Baltimore. I mean, I've said it before, but he is a very complete, solid player.
Brings up Vladimir Guerrero Jr. Vladdy with a solo shot, his 150th career home run in his last at-bat. Two for 4 on the day for Vladdy. He's down 0-1 in the count. And a big whiff as he chased one outside and then lost control of his bat. It goes flying toward the Blue Jay dugout and off the railing, the little wall right in front of the Jays dugout. It actually, a few people diving.
It actually landed right in front of George Springer, who was sitting in that on that bench in the front of that dugout. He gets the bat back and slowly walks back into the box. But that's a scary situation heading for that Blue Jays dugout.
Jays down to their final strike. 0-2 to Vladdy with Horwitz out at second. Jays down 11-4. Smith with the pitch outside. It's now 1-2. The Baltimore crowd trying to rally on Smith and the Orioles here in the ninth. Outside again, it's 2-2. Guerrero digs in, stares down Smith. The 2-2 pitch. And Vladdy rips one into center field. Horwitz is going to come around to score. And the Blue Jays are still alive, trailing 11-5 here in the ninth.
Well, just a little slider from Smith at the top of the zone. And again, Vladdy just so good at going the other way, using the whole field. He's been hot for a long time. And that swing right there is no different. An RBI and a base hit for Vlad. Blue Jays down 11-5 now.
And Addison Barger swings at the first pitch, fouls one off. Barger with his first career home run in this ballgame, a 3-run shot that came back in the 5th. That cut the lead for Baltimore to 7-3, but they quickly got 3 back and went up 10-3. Then led 11-4. It's now 11-5 here in the ninth. Missing on the fastball was Burke Smith. It's now 1-1 to Barger. Barger 1 for 3 today. The average up to 176. He digs in. The pitch. Big cut. But a strike as he swings through it on the fastball. And now he's down in the count 1-2. Toronto down to their final strike yet again. The crowd starts to buzz and rally on the Orioles yet again. The 1-2 delivery, and Barger sends one out to third base. The long throw across the field is in there in time. Urias throws out Barger, and the Baltimore Orioles take game 1 of the doubleheader, winning 11-5.
Well, the Blue Jays dug themselves a deep hole in the first inning. Yariel Rodriguez didn't get out of the first, walking 4 guys, giving up 4 runs. Only 3 of those earned because of the catcher's interference on Alejandro Kirk. But when you give up 4 runs, walking 4 in the first inning, it'll be a tough hole to climb out of, and the Blue Jays lose 11-5 in the first game of this doubleheader.
Toronto with 13 hits. Baltimore ends up with 13 hits as well, but more important is the scoreboard, clearly 11-5. Baltimore winning game 1 of the doubleheader. We'll come back with some final thoughts, then get you set for post-game coverage right here on Toronto Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
At Crown Rust Control Center, protection runs deep because every Crown Rust Control Center is owned by a local family who cares beyond business. Your Crown Rust Control Center is 100% committed to their product, to you, to their community, which is your community. Protecting you and what matters to you is equally important as protecting your vehicle. Did you know your vehicle rusts faster in warm weather? Protect your vehicle today. For a special summer offer, find your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center at crown.com.
We're 2 men and a truck. So, you're moving to a new home, and all that's left to do is to call a mover you know you can trust. Well, naturally, you think 2 men and a truck, since you know they have lots of men and lots of trucks. They'll wrap, pack, and move everything you own. With a 96% referral rating and the professionalism you can trust, the choice is simple. For a free in-home estimate, call today. We're 2 men and a truck.
2 men and a truck, the movers who care.
Hey, Blue Jays fans, are you ready to hit a home run with your next roof? Introducing GAF Timberline HDZ shingles, designed to keep your roof looking and feeling like a winner, rain or shine. GAF is proud to be the official shingle of the Toronto Blue Jays. Visit homedepot.ca and search GAF to learn more about how GAF Timberline HDZ roofing shingles can elevate your home to the next level. GAF, we protect what matters most.
Hi, I'm Buck Martinez, live from the showdown between pizza and inflation. First to the plate, with over 2 million sold, it's Fixed Rate Pizza, a hot and fresh extra-large 4-topping pizza for a fixed price of $17.99 until the end of 2024. Here's the delivery. And inflation strikes out. That's a swing and a drive for fixed-rate pizza. Lock in yours today.
Order pizza.ca.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
Fastball cracked to center field. To the wall, to the track. It's gone.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Welcome back. Eric Smith and Chris LaRue with you. The Blue Jays losing to the Baltimore Orioles 11-5 the final. Game 1 of the doubleheader goes to Baltimore, and in the process, Toronto sees their 3-game winning streak come to an end. And as we've talked a little bit about over the last couple of hours, last few hours, Chris, it really got away from the Jays right from the get-go. Yariel Rodriguez did not have his stuff today, to say the least. And the first inning, this game was essentially over.
Yeah, you could tell early on that Yariel Rodriguez didn't really have command of the fastball, didn't have command of the off-speed stuff. And he put himself in a huge hole, walking 4 guys in that first inning. Over his last 3 starts, he's been very good. But tonight, it seemed like a different guy out there. The velocity was down, the command was down, and he was just incredibly erratic with all of his pitches.
So the Blue Jays get 13 hits but score only 5 runs. And at least from those 13 hits, there was a little bit of history on 2 fronts. Addison Barger with his first career home run, and Vladimir Guerrero Jr., his 20th home run of the season, but also his 150th of his career. We are going to sit back and kick the feet up for a few minutes' time, for maybe 30, 45 minutes. We'll await the lineups for Game 2. We know that the Blue Jays will be trying to get themselves back on the winning track, with Bowden Francis pitching for the Blue Jays in Game 2 of this doubleheader. But in the meantime, to get you primed and ready, we will have the first of 2 Jays talk starting right now with Blair and Barker.
Well, so much for that 3-game winning streak, Kevin Barker, and so much for Justin Turner's Blue Jays career. The Jays losing 11-5 to the Baltimore Orioles in the first game of this doubleheader. Justin Turner traded during the game. He actually started the game, made a play, got a hit, and traded during the game to the Seattle Mariners for an outfielder, R.J. Schreck, as the Jays continue to make moves ahead of tomorrow afternoon's deadline. You know by now, of course, the weekend they've traded Jimmy Garcia. They have traded Justin Turner. They have traded Nate Pearson. They're expected to move Yusei Kikuchi. There is a rumor out there that the Padres are closing in on a deal for Yusei Kikuchi. And in terms of the return that the Blue Jays have received for these deals, it's pretty much what we've been telling you to expect on Blair and Barker. The Jays getting a bunch of minor leaguers back, shaving some money off their payroll, so continuing to climb below the luxury tax, or get to the point where they're below a luxury tax threshold. And Kevin, we've talked about how you take minor league rankings with a grain of salt, but if you go by MLB Pipeline's rankings, and there's really no reason not to go by MLB Pipelines, they're as accurate as anybody else's. The Jays have added 6 players to their top 30. Jonathan Clase, the outfielder they got in that first deal, has been rated as their 7th best prospect right now. It's safe to say that he will be up the major leagues. I would expect. Well, once the trade deadline is cleared, we'll get a better read on that. So, Kevin, let's just talk about that before we go into today's game, because I know we want to talk about Yariel Rodriguez, want to talk about the power we started to see from this team. Just your thoughts so far on the players the Jays have moved. You know, Chad Green, Trevor Richards. I'm sorry, Danny Jansen was traded as well. Chad Green, Trevor Richards, and Yusei Kikuchi, probably the guys that'll be moved next.
Yeah, I think the one thing that stands out is what you mentioned about how many of these guys have been added to the top 30 of the Blue Jays' top prospects. That just tells you where the prospects are at for the Toronto Blue Jays, and their organization hasn't been real good. You know, I do like 6 of the 7 are position players, right? I do like that 3 of the 7, obviously not the pitcher, but 3 of the 7 are left-handed. One's a switch hitter. I do like that, right? They need as many left-handed bats as they can possibly get. We see that with Horwitz, right? It's very tough to throw him same spot, same speed, because he can go the other way, right? He can let the ball travel. He can use the entire field. The more chances you got of getting this right, sooner or later you're going to hit on one of them. So I like that. I like the Justin Turner thing, right? I like that he's an older guy. I like that, it's what have you done for me lately? Like the last 7 games, he's hitting somewhere right around 600. The last 15 games, he's hitting a little over 300. It does matter at his age now that he's starting to hit and can drive in runs and go help a Seattle team that's, just having a tough time of doing a lot of offensive things. Now they're turning the corner a little bit, but having experience and having a guy who's figured something out, whatever that out was, he seemed to have figured it out. Now he can let the ball travel. He's tend to be able to hit velocity in the air to the pull side. He can let that slider travel a little bit as long as he's swinging at strikes. So he'll be an added benefit to him. So, yeah, I like what they're doing. And hopefully you say that gets traded, it's going to bring them 3 or 4 or 5 more. 5 might be a bit of a stretch, but, 3, maybe 3 guys. 3 more position players would be nice. That would be a nice little add to what they're trying to do here. And hopefully they hit on 1 or 2 of them. And, that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to go into the offseason with some momentum. I'm not saying that the 7 guys that they brought in are going to be added to that mix and everybody's going to be pumped up about the 7 names they've added so far, but at least they're adding. I think that's the whole gist of it. And now I think they've come to the realization that position players are needed. And maybe this is sort of a step in the right direction, and maybe this is good things to come going forward.
One of the guys that the Blue Jays are counting on going forward was today's starting pitcher, Yariel Rodriguez. He'd been pretty good, Kevin, but my word, today was nothing short of a horror show. 4 walks, hit James McCann with a pitch. How James McCann stayed in the game, I don't know.
Yeah, he's my hero, Jeff. He's my hero officially.
Yeah, really? I'd be interested in seeing how that.
He had one eye.
Yeah, I'd be interested in knowing where the concussion protocol was on that, but that's something that the Orioles will The Orioles will have to that they'll have to answer. Yariel Rodriguez wasn't good from the get-go today.
Yeah, look, I'm very shocked that a guy of this age who has been around and pitches as long as he has allows this to happen. Right, the 43 pitches, 21 strikes, pitching from behind. He threw 4 and 9, strike once, just not good enough. The 4 walks you just mentioned, obviously throwing in the Kirk interference on the hanging split finger with 2 strikes. Like, that's a no-no. I mean, that's catching 101. You just not, you should basically never do that, right? The pitch is coming. A guy's struggling. You need to make those plays. It didn't happen. He threw a 3-2 slider to the 8-hole hitter. It's just the things that they're doing sometimes when dudes are really struggling. Sometimes just, again, make you scratch your head a little bit. And this is sort of, right, things I think he needs to iron out, right? I think out of the windup, he's figured whatever he needs to figure out. He didn't stay in the windup very long, right? He walked the first guy of the game. So obviously he's pitching from the stretch. It's from the stretch that for whatever reason, he's in a hurry. It's whatever it seems like. He can't get the right sign. When he does get it, it's just like he can't get sort of slotted into where he wants the glove to be, the foot to be, where the foot needs to land, where the ball's being released, where he wants it to end up. Like, just whatever's going wrong out of the stretch, I think needs the big fix. So, yeah, it was a horror show, and it's just sort of, I think, when you're having a bad season, this is kind of what happens.
Yeah, and Alejandro Kirk had 3 hits, but he will be under the microscope now that Danny Jansen has been traded. Brian Serven has been called up, and indeed, it would not surprise anybody, I don't think, to see the Blue Jays add another free agent. Maybe a guy available on waivers that they can bring in just to help Alejandro Kirk out here, because we all know that one of the concerns with Kirk is that he does wear down. But it's his job to run with it for now. And Kevin, just as with the trades of Jimmy Garcia and to a certain degree Nate Pearson, guys like Trevor Richards and Eric Swanson, maybe Trevor Richards gets traded, but Trevor Richards, Eric Swanson, and Zach Pop, their responsibilities are going to be increased as well here. And Eric Swanson today, I mean, Ryan Mountcastle, I think we should just give him a home. You should just pick an at-bat and give him a home run. And just move on. Maybe the first at bat of the game, providing there's nobody on base.
I mean, they pitched a lot. I mean, you would think by now locations would get better. Like just, wanting the ball middle away and leaving the ball middle up to a dude who annihilates you. Sometimes you get what you deserve. And, Swanson there early on in the outing, the split finger was carrying better than been carrying. And now once he started throwing the fastball and the velocity on the fastball has went up a tick, just seems like mechanically he's figured something out, and it's a little bit more compact and a little bit direct to the strike zone. It's just the locations, Jeff. It's like the Yariel Rodriguez. The first thing I thought of when I saw him pitch, he gonna fit in perfect in this bullpen. Just the way he locates or doesn't locate, and the balls that he gives up and the home run he gets. It's like Uncle with the mislocations. I mean, I'm sure that's why you see every time they pan the camera over to Petey, he's blowing air out of his mouth because it's just they're tired of seeing it. Like a lot of these dudes right now are not consistent big leaguers, and you've said this forever. They need to take the bullpen, blow it up, and start over. If they don't, they're doing a disjustice to whoever they're leaving behind going into next season. So hopefully they do that. Hopefully they figure out whatever they need to figure out when it comes to locations. Get better at it, be more competitive, and start getting dudes out. That's the whole gist of this thing.
The first pitch of Game 2 will fly at 6:50, so we'll be on the air until roughly around 6:40. Then we'll turn it back over to Eric and Chris LaRue. Justin Turner addressed the media during the game. Again, it's the beauty of this time of year, guys holding news conferences in the middle of games. And we're going to play a couple of clips from Justin Turner. Justin Turner talking about how the season obviously didn't go the way he or the Jays hoped it would.
Coming over here to the Blue Jays we all had a little bit different intentions on how the way the season was going to go, but when it didn't quite go that way, as a guy on an expiring contract, you kind of expect that there's a chance that this could happen. This is the first time in my career I've ever been traded in the middle of a season, so very foreign to me, and a million different things going through my mind on how all this is going to work, but definitely excited to go to another team, another organization, and go over there and try to make an impact on them, and as I did here.
Yeah, and the Turner deal, one of the deals made today, there was a 3-team, 7-player deal as well involving the White Sox, the Dodgers, and the St. Louis Cardinals. Tommy Edman going to the Dodgers, which would seem to answer the issues the Dodgers have in the infield, at least in the short term. Justin was also asked, Kevin, to evaluate his season with the Jays and the season as a whole.
There was just some streakiness, some slumps, myself included. I had probably one of the worst months in my career in May. After having a great April, I don't know. I just didn't really feel like it all came together. Not too many games where we were hitting on all three facets of the game, pitching, defense, and offense. We get a good outing from our starter. We didn't hit. We put up a bunch of runs. We give up some runs. So for whatever reason, it didn't go the way we wanted, and that's disappointing to me because that's not what I came here for. I came here to help us win and make a postseason run, and feels like I let an entire country down, really.
Well, I mean, I wouldn't go that far, but the addition of Justin Turner to the Mariners still ostensibly, according to reports, are still looking to add another bat as well. I mean, I know there's a fantasy world out there that has Vladimir Guerrero Jr. going to the Mariners. I like looking at other teams' social media accounts just to remind myself that, every fan base has its share of idiots. Justin Turner, what is he now? For what is he going to do for the Seattle Mariners?
Yeah, look, I think when the lights are the brightest, everybody else around him may be struggling and not getting it done. I think he can control that, slow it down a little bit. He's went through his slump already. Like, you get the feel of what you were doing wrong, how you can correct it a little bit quicker. You can self-correct when you take a bad swing now. He's not as jumpy with his front foot. I mean, he is one of them dudes, Jeff, who kicks it almost to his chin. Like when you kick your front leg to almost your chin because you're a collision guy and you're trying to create loft, basically a uppercut with your finish, a lot of that is timing. And when you're not getting it started or something's up and you're not trying, you can't figure it out as quickly, it goes awry and it's as bad as he said it was. So I think he's figured that out. And, you know, he can be a tough out against a tough pitcher. This is what Seattle's going to get now, right? I mean, you know, they're trying to make the playoffs. Their best player has been slumping basically all season. They're just trying to add veterans, guys who know how to have a professional at bat. We've seen the 10 pitch at bats. We've seen those at bats where, you know, he can take an 0-0 slider like he did today and hammer that thing to center. They're looking for him to drive in runs. I think right now, you know, he's capable of doing that because he's already went through the slump. You know, again, I just think it's funny when you hear dudes say that I've had the longest slump of my career as a Blue Jay. I've been saying this, Jeff, to you forever. That part of it is just, it will continue to be mind-boggling of how long these dudes' slumps last.
And I
Something
don't know if
the
you
organization
noticed,
needs to address quick.
Danny Jansen got a couple of knocks too.
Sure he did.
The Red Sox. So
Like,
of course, you know what's going to happen.
Yeah.
Justin Turner's going to show up and go off. 11-5. The Blue Jays have lost to the Baltimore Orioles. Second game of this doubleheader. First pitch of the second game will go at 6:50. We will take a break, come back, give you the lineups, get you set for the second game, and we're going to talk about some positivity here. We're going to talk about an offense that, I mean, I don't know if I'd say they've seemed to discover an identity, but they seem to be scoring some runs. We'll talk about that next. It's Blue Jays Talk on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Timber Mart is Canada's building center, a solid neighbor to call upon when you've got a job to do. Your dependable home improvement store that offers the added value of Air Miles reward miles with every purchase of $15 or more. Visit timbermart.ca.
George Springer takes his love for hockey seriously. It's even starting to show in his post-game press conferences.
All right, first.
Hey, George, big catch by Dalton there in the 8th.
You know, Varshy's a grinder.
Really felt like a team effort tonight.
26 guys. Takes all 26 guys. Yeah, bud. This one was a barn burner. Just tried to get the barrel on it, eh? Yeah, that was a beauty, eh? Those guys were chirping. They wanted to drop the mitts. Next.
Get down to Rogers Center on August 7th and get your George Springer replica hockey jersey presented by TD. For tickets, visit BlueJays.com.
We're two men in a truck, the movers who care. You never know when cardiac arrest can happen. That's why each and every one of our trucks carries a life-saving Mikey defibrillator as part of our Mikey on Board program. Whether we're on the highway or in front of your house, we're prepared to help anyone whose heart may skip a beat. The Mikey Network has saved many lives, making Mikeys accessible to the public. And now they're on board our trucks. We're two men in a truck.
Two men and a truck, the movers who care.
This summer, catch the excitement of Blue Jays baseball on Sportsnet. From pregame to postgame, Blue Jays Central breaks down what went down and why. When the action heats up on the field, Sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet app take you deeper inside the game. Headlines, scores, highlights, and more.
It is way out of here.
Watch or stream on Sportsnet or listen to every game on Sportsnet 590 The Fan. All summer, only one source brings you closer to the action. Sportsnet, home of the Blue Jays.
Hi, I'm Buck Martinez, live from the showdown between Pizza and inflation. First to the plate, Pizza's big hitter, fixed rate pizza. An extra large 4-topping pizza for a fixed price of $17.99 until the end of 2024. I dare say, folks, inflation stands no chance against this all-star. Here's the delivery. And inflation strikes out. That's a swing and a drive for fixed rate pizza. Lock in yours today.
At Crown Rust Control, protection runs deep because every Crown Rust Control Center is owned by a local family who cares beyond business. Your Crown Rust Control is 100% committed to their product, to you, to their community, which is your community. Protecting you and what matters to you is equally important as protecting your vehicle.
Did you know your vehicle rusts faster in warm weather? Protect your vehicle today. For a special summer offer, find your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center at crown.com.
Timber Mart always has plans to help you with your plans. Your home, your cottage, your garage, whatever needs your attention first, check the most visited spot on our website for ready-to-order plans to get the job done with Canada's Building Center. Visit timbermart.ca.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
Double's gone! Two-run shot, Kevin Kiermaier.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
It was fantastic from start to finish. The people are amazing. The genuine niceness of the people of Toronto didn't go unseen, and it's a first-class organization. The facilities and everything they did to the Rogers Center, as well as PDC down in Dunedin, are off the charts, first class in every level. And but most of all, the relationships with the people, I think, I'll remember the most.
There you go. That is Justin Turner, who was traded in-game from the Blue Jays to the Seattle Mariners. The Jays losing 11-5 in the first game of this doubleheader. The second game now, first pitch may be delayed a bit because apparently there is inclement weather coming into the area. Stay hot.
Well, it's 110 degrees, so
doubleheader in Baltimore and rain. Yeah, that is the two places that I think are the most humid I've ever been in my life. Well, three. One was in Beijing during the Olympics. That was god awful. Two is Florida anytime in the summer, and three is Baltimore in the summer. Baltimore in the summer is just it's like
I played summer league there when I was 15. I'm pretty sure I died twice. Came back to life because it's so hot.
It is something else. The Jays lineup for tonight's game, when it is played, is as follows. George Springer leading off and DHing. Spencer Horwitz at second base. Vladdy is at first. Davis Schneider in the cleanup spot in left field. Ernie Clement at third. Leo Jimenez, the shortstop. Brian Servin, who was just called up, will be behind the plate. Kevin Kiermaier in center field. Good news at the trade deadline. Kevin Kiermaier suffering a right hip contusion yesterday, so it's good. One, it's good to see Kevin healthy again. Two, if you're looking to acquire him in a trade or if you're looking to trade him, it's good to see him healthy. And Stuart Baroa gets the start in right field for the Blue Jays. The Orioles lineup is Cowser, Rushman, Santander, Mountcastle, who I'm sure will get at least a home run tonight, O'Hearn, Westberg, Kierstad, Urias, and Norby. That is the lineup. Bowden Francis on the mound for the Blue Jays. Cade Povich for the Baltimore Orioles. So, Kevin, I do want to talk about the offense we've seen out of the Jays. We saw them score, I believe, 24 runs in the win over Texas in the series sweep of the Texas Rangers. They could not come out of that early hole that Yariel Rodriguez dug for them, but they did manage 5 runs tonight. Zach Eflin making his first start for the Orioles. Vladdy gets his 20th home run of the year, his 150th home run of his career. Addison Barger absolutely demolishes a 426-foot home run as well, a 3-run homer. And Kevin, again, I'm not a big believer in offensive identity necessarily. I think that's kind of bad hockey logic. But Spencer Horwitz gets on base a couple of times. They score a couple of runs. Vladdy continues to rake. You know, Addison Barger gets a home run. I think Addison Barger is one of the guys I'm really going to be interested in down the stretch here. I want to see what he is. You've mentioned it. This organization has a difficult time finding left-handed bats. And I'm just going to ask you. Dalton Varsho also came off a really good weekend. Didn't have great at bats tonight. But I want to start with Dalton Varsho because you noticed something a little different that Dalton Varsho was doing in that Texas series. And as is often the case, we kind of wondered, why wasn't that tried a couple of weeks ago?
Well, actually, I think I've been saying this for months now of why you have a guy who has trouble catching up to velocity and different quadrants versus the fastball. Doesn't even have to be a fastball up. It just has to be a little bit of velocity because the start, stop, start again is very hard to do. So, yeah, it's tough.
I don't know if this is just a paper move. We need to see this, but Yariel Rodriguez has been optioned to AAA Buffalo by the Blue Jays. Yari Rodriguez has been optioned to AAA Buffalo. Jose Quas has been recalled from AAA. Buffalo, of course, Bowden Francis has been recalled and will start tonight's game. So that could very well just be a paper move. Again, we've talked about this with Yariel Rodriguez because of the uniqueness of his contract situation. This is the only year in which the Blue Jays can option him out to AAA without requiring waivers. So let's not read too much into that until we hear a little more from John Schneider. But that is the news out of the Blue Jays camp, and it could just very well be as a precautionary move, with an eye towards the very real possibility, let's face it, that Bowden Francis does not pitch a complete game, tonight. Kevin, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, but you talked about Dalton Varsho, and I ask you a lot, what do you think Dalton Varsho is? What does he have to do to maintain this approach?
Yeah, look, I think when you look at Vladdy and how he's sort of simplified the hand movement, how he has, been better with the timing of the stretch during the stride phase, right? That is a big deal, right? The hands go one way, the foot goes the other. It's the timing of when you get it down, because what's the deal, Jeff? You want to maximize torque, balance, and bat speed. Does Dalton do any of those things? Absolutely not. Up until the last couple of games, right? Everybody's saying, well, how'd Dalton go the other way with a home run? Well, I can tell you how. Because the fluidity of the lower half, when you lift it, because he's a collision guy, he's not the greatest of hitters. He ain't going to hit 300. He could surprise us and hit 260, 270, but he's trying to collide with baseballs. And you're not going to do that consistently because guys can throw velocity and tunnel secondary stuff to different quadrants. And when you are with your barrel going uphill a lot because of what your lower half does, means start, stop, start again, and basically your hands look like a windmill. What's your barrel going to do when your hands look like a windmill? They're going to follow that. They're going to go up, right? And he's going to be working uphill more times than not. So I just like now he lifts it, he picks it up, he sets it down, he goes. Like there's no, I'm going to start it, I'm going to stop it, I'm going to start it again. It's just a lot to ask, because what's your goal, Jeff? Maximize torque, balance, and bat speed. He couldn't do it consistently the other way he was doing it. That gets back to that mind-boggling thing of why does it take him so long? What if they'd have changed that 2 months ago? And just said, consistently do one move. It's just too hard to watch you physically try and do 3 moves. That's the part of it. So hopefully he takes off. He gains more confidence. He gets momentum going into the offseason. That'd be a huge deal. So fingers crossed if you're a Jays fan going forward.
Now, Addison Barger got his first home run today. It was a long one. It was on a hanging breaking pitch from Zach Eflin. We talked about this a little bit. He is a guy that I think is going to get an extended run here. Again, depending on what happens at the trade deadline, whether or not he's involved in the deal, one never knows. But if he isn't, he's a guy that's going to get an extended run here. What do you see from him?
Well, I think he needs to play every day. That's the first thing. All right, let's see. Let's see if he can get away from the big daddy hacks and be better, shorter, quicker, and longer through it. That's what it is, right? Dudes that take big daddy hack every single time he swings, a lot of the times is in and out of the strike zone. That's why when you're watching his plate appearances, you see a pitch he should be hammering and he doesn't, because his barrel's in the zone, it's out of the zone too quickly. That's why sometimes I think when they send him down, they say, just try and quieten that up a little bit. So, I'm not sure he can do that. I'm not sure they want him to do that. I'm not sure they're capable of telling him to do that. But I think if he wants to have success at this level, that will be part of it. But it would help, Jeff, if they just put him in the lineup, leave him there. Figure out if that's him going forward, if he's a part of the future or not, because they are begging, pleading, crying for a left-hander who has power. They found their dude who can go the entire field and hit 300 with Horowitz, who's left-handed. Now you graduate and try to find the lefty with power. So hopefully they play him a little bit more. He quietens it down, adds a little bit more length, and starts hitting the ball to big part of the field. Left center, right center with backspin.
And we've got to talk about Vladdy as well. Continuing to be in a roll. His 150th career home run, 20th of the year. 2 hits, 3 runs tonight. This afternoon, I should say, also reached on an error. by the shortstop. Look, I mean, I'm sure management already knows this, but roughly 24 hours after the trade deadline expires, the story in Toronto is going to be, will the organization make a serious attempt to sign Vladdy Jr.? I mean, it just is. I'm sure they're aware of it, but that's where we are right now, I think. And I think it's something this organization is going to be pressed on by a lot of people.
Yeah, I know the thing that I was talking about in the offseason and why I was saying bring in another really, really, really good bat to surround him. It takes the pressure off him. You see early in the year, pressure, squeeze the bat tighter, I chase everything. I get out the same exact way all the time. The last month and a half, there's no pressure. It's free and easy. You're more direct to the ball. It's like I said, talking about Dalton Varsho with maximizing torque, balance, and bat speed. Vladdy has those till no win. When the front foot is on time, he does it better than anybody. The 2-strike home run that he hit to right field, that's no cheap one. That's Big Daddy land. If you're right-handed, you go over there with 2-strike with ease because of the barrel being as flat as it is and the bat speed as maximum as it is. Man, I just don't know. I think if you're a Jays fan, you're looking for positive, right? You're looking for things to go to the field and cheer for. You got 56 games left. He's got 20 big ones. He hit 6 homers in July. Can he hit 10 more? I mean, would it make it easier to go to the field if you're a Jays fan, watch him do consistently what he's been doing and root for him to hit 10 more? It's just better to say that I hit 30 and drove in whatever that number would be. I mean, 26, 27, I mean, a lot of people can do that. But if it's 30, especially the way your season started. So I think if you're a Jays fan, you got a little something to look forward to. Fingers crossed, go up, root for him every single time, and pray that he continues just to be easy. And you notice something, Jeff. The way he got out his first at-bat, he eliminated that because that's how Eflin wants to get him out, right? Sinkers in, sliders away. He chased the 2 sinkers in. He didn't do that again. The other at-bats. That's sort of the graduation effect with Vladdy. You do it early in the season. You make some little minor tweaks. You be more on time in an athletic position, allows you to see the ball longer, and then you just ooze talent, and the ball goes where most humans can't hit them.
Yeah, and for those who care about such things, it did appear as if Vladdy declined the home run jacket after hitting his home run with the team down by as much as they were. First pitch has been set back because of rain or inclement weather, the threat of rain in Baltimore. So we are going to open the phone lines. 416-870-0590, star 591, 888-666-0590. Again, 416-870-0590, star 590, 1-888-666-0590. You want to talk about Vladdy being on a heater? You want to talk about what you've seen from the Blue Jays so far at the trade deadline, what your expectations are, what you think of the return. Again, the trade deadline is tomorrow afternoon. The Jays will be in Baltimore tomorrow. Ross Atkins is scheduled to do his media availability during the game tomorrow. And quite frankly, I think a lot of folks expect a very busy day from the Blue Jays. They've already made a deal today. Justin Turner going to the Seattle Mariners for R.J. Schreck, an outfielder. And he has been, according to MLB Pipeline, added to the Blue Jays' top 30 rankings. Again, rankings are only worth so much, but it is an indication of the approximate value, I think, of or how the industry views a player. And he has gone into the 27th spot in the Blue Jays' top 30. They've added 6 to their top 30 prospect rankings so far, according to MLB Pipeline. Jonathan Clase, acquired from the Seattle Mariners in the Jimmy Garcia deal. He goes in as the Blue Jays' 7th-ranked prospect. And as we've been saying for the past week or so, a cautionary tale about minor leaguers. Anybody who tells you what these guys will be in a year is lying to you. They have no clue. Now, they may have an inkling about what these guys could turn into, But anybody who can forecast what these players are going to be is shoveling an inordinate amount of manure into your direction. Keep in mind that when the Blue Jays traded for Teoscar Hernandez, at no point did anybody write, hint, or say that this looks like a guy who's going to hit 150 home runs over 6 years. So I'm just throwing that out there as a reminder. The Blue Jays so far have added depth to their minor league system, hoping that they hit on a couple of those guys and that they end up contributing at the major league level. And who knows? Maybe Jonathan Clase comes up, and if he's not exactly Teoscar Hernandez, becomes an everyday outfielder for the organization next year. So I'm just cautioning people not to go overboard, not to look at what the Jays got and say, well, if so-and-so got this for this guy, why did we only get this for this guy? The answer is simple, because the other organizations may not like your guy as much as you think they do. It's always something you have to say at the trade deadline, just to kind of remind people. Clifton in Etobicoke, my friend, you're on Blue Jays Talk.
Yes, okay, Jeff, listen. Now, I know John Farrell, I guess, is persona non grata around these parts. But I got to tell you, man, I think we have to give this guy some credit. Remember John Farrell, Jeff, saying that this Blue Jays organization doesn't know how to develop pitchers?
Yes, he did, as a matter of fact.
When I saw Nate Pearson, who was supposed to be a can't miss, just like Aaron Sanchez before him, I'm beginning to wonder if there is something to, what Farrell said. And even though this was back before this current management team was running the organization, like, what's going on, buddy? Like, I mean, not even as bullpen relievers, we can't find, guys who have come through the organization. Something is going on. And let me just say this quickly about Vladdy Guerrero, because I've taken a lot of grief over the past year about Vladdy Guerrero, Jeff. And, I know Barker was always saying, Vladdy has all the tools, man. Like, what this guy does is like human beings weren't supposed to do these kind of things. And, Barker hung in for as long as he could, and then he started, to have his doubt a little bit. But it sounds like Barker is, fully back on board. But, Jeff, we've seen all these young kids, who have come up to the major leagues. Most of these guys, they never go all the way. Like, they always, hit a bump. A lot of them end up back down, in the minors. And some of them never even make it back to the major leagues. And I've been saying all along, man, I think Vladdy is just finding himself now. Vladdy, when he came up in 2019, 2020 into 21, and he was doing great, he was like really feeling himself. And then he started to get ahead of himself a little bit. Like we say, he started to smell himself a little bit, making all these big talks, like this was the trailer for the real movie next year and stuff like that. So it kind of knocked him down a few steps. So from feeling himself to smelling himself, I think this guy is just finding himself now, Jeff.
Yeah.
And I think there are big things ahead for this guy.
Clifton,
give
I'm
him
with
the
you.
money.
I was going to say, you would give him the money.
Give him the money, Jeff. I was arguing with my son. Well, I've been arguing with him about this for the longest time. Berkshire Hathaway has built a fortune on buying distressed assets. When Vladdy was struggling last year, and I know you've been saying this, Jeff, they got to lock up one of these guys. At least one of them. I think both, but at least one. And I thought that they should have made the move on Vladdy. And, if they wait much longer, it's going to cost them more.
Yeah, I appreciate the call, Clifton. Always good to hear from you. Yeah, look, I think those of us who may have been holding back a bit in Vladdy. I mean, there's a couple of things at work here. One, I like the way he's dragged himself out of what he was in this year. I know that my friend Mr. Barker will point out that he's doing it in a team that's no longer in contention. It's one thing to do it in a team that's fighting for a playoff spot and another team that isn't in contention. But beyond that, I don't see anybody in this organ. They haven't been able to replace Teoscar in 2 years. They're not going to be able to replace Vladdy. I don't have enough faith in this front office to replace Vladdy. And I think you're at the point now where you can commit to this guy. And I'm going to be very blunt about this. I don't understand why this front office would be scared to do that. Because here's a dirty little truth. Mark Shapiro's under contract for 1 more year. Ross Atkins is under contract for 2 more years. With all due respect to those two gentlemen, if giving Vladdy a contract explodes in their face, they're not going to be around to pick it up anyhow. So I don't understand the reluctance, these kind of, well, there's got to be an element of shared risk here. Yeah, no, there doesn't. You have no choice. Screw your shared risk. Seriously, you've got no choice. Get this guy signed. Now, as in terms of the pitching, and Kevin, I want to bring you in on this. The Jays have done a good job bringing in free agent pitching. We've thought about it. They've done a good job spending money in free agent pitching. But the caller's right. Clifton's right. First thing they got to do is figure out a way to keep their pitchers healthy in the minor leagues more than anything else, because that's the biggest. Not every team is good at developing pitchers, but you got to be able to keep your guys healthy first and foremost. And either they're drafting guys with flaws who are getting hurt, or they are doing something at the minor league level that is resulting in their elite pitchers getting hurt. Because I'm sorry, I don't think it's just an accident.
Yeah, I was always under the impression when I was a player that it was up to the player to keep themselves healthy. I don't see how that's any different. Now, it may be usage of pitches, and they called it. They did everything, wrap him in bubble wrap, and they stuck him in the Florida State League and that Tiedemann at that complex, and basically didn't let him pitch for half a year because they were trying to save his arm and keep him healthy. I mean, that's. Look, for me, I think that part of it is up to the player to keep themselves healthy. I do got to take up for myself a little bit with Clifton when he said that I went away from Vladdy. The conversation was with you when you asked me this, I think, at the beginning of the season. Did I think Vladdy was a top 15 or 20 hitter since the MVP season? And I said, no. Numbers will tell you no. He's a top. We talk about him now like a top 50 hitter, not a top 20 or top 25 hitter. I'm still sticking to that. I'm not saying that he's not oozing talent, because you see the balls he's hitting now. But when push comes to shove, and when they really need Vladdy to carry them for long periods of time, has he been able to do it? The answer to that's no. So I got to take up myself for a little bit. That's all I wanted to say. That the healthy part of it, and the development of pitching, I would think a lot of organizations have big issues with that because of what they're asking these pitchers to do. Right? I don't think they care whether they get hurt or not. They want to see them throw as hard as they could possibly throw for as long as they can throw it. Well, if they get hurt along the way, so what? They'll just roll another hard thrower in there. So I think that we got to remember that part of it too. So yeah, there's some heavy lifting to do here.
The problem though is this organization doesn't have any hard throwers to roll in there. That's the biggest issue.
Yeah,
and further to Clifton's point, they have missed. I mean, am I the only one who watches Jason Adam pitch and think he was a Blue Jay? They let him go. Did they waive him? Brian Baker with the Orioles, another guy. They let him go. Mm-hmm. And this gets to the point where, the other part of this is I just think I think this organization needs to do a real rethink into how it builds its bullpens. And how it goes about, or and the pitchers it puts its faith in, and that it kind of gets back to what Clifton said. This organization, Alek Manoah was a star, but this organization has a difficult time producing pitchers, and I find that odd because a lot of this organization came from Cleveland, and they seem to have been able to do a pretty good job finding and developing pitchers. So,
there's no question they got some heavy lifting to do when it just comes to retooling, refiguring how they go about developing and what the final product is supposed to look like. I think that's the gist of it, right? Whoever's looking at the actual person before they actually try and dig into it and develop it, I think that's where it needs to start.
Let's go to Will in Toronto. Will.
Hey, Blair, Jeff. First of all, I want to say that I love your show. I love the chemistry between you two guys, and you two taking shots at each other. That always makes me laugh. It's the best. I have a question. So what happens if, the Blue Jays don't sign Vladdy this offseason, and say the first half of next year is, another bad season, and then he ends up getting traded? At that point, how do the Blue Jays get fans into the seats? Do you think that's something that they're planning for? Because it could happen. I mean, who are we going to go and watch?
Yeah, listen, I really do believe that in his heart of hearts, Mark Shapiro thinks that fans go to watch winning teams more than they go to watch superstar players. And I'm kind of with him on that, as long as you have the winning team in the field. What you don't want to do is find yourself in a situation where you've got a team that is boring, isn't winning, and doesn't have a superstar player. That's what you have to guard against. And the answer to your question, I'm hoping we're not going into another year where Vladdy is unsigned and that we've got to be talking about this the whole time. With Bo, again, I think that ship has kind of sailed. But it's a valid point. And I'll say this: I don't know if it's not so much who will fans come and watch the team without Vladdy. I think if fans are subjected to another year of this type of baseball without having Vladdy, I think, or without having some clarity as far as Vladdy goes, I also think that's going to be a difficult sell. And as I've said all along, the one thing that gives me hope is that ownership is willing to spend money, or I should say ownership is willing to make money available for its front office to spend and put together a winning team.
Yeah, and you got to remember, too, the Red Sox just signed their manager, so they're going to be better going into next year. They feel like they have to do things, and, their roster, I'm sure, is going to be better, and they're going to have that winning attitude going into the offseason, and, but they may make the playoffs this year. The Rays, they have the underground city, and then you got the two behemoths. So, yeah, I just don't know, without Vladdy, how you'd watch the lineup. Like, who would you come and cheer for? Is the Davis Schneider ship, that's not sailed way into the ocean? No, I don't. If you get rid of Vladdy, I mean, is there anything like Soto would come here without Vladdy, right? I mean, the only way you'd ever think about bringing Soto, which I'm sure they'd make a run at it and they're going to be thrown into the conversation, but I would think it would be, okay, I'll come there if Vladdy's going to be there. It's sort of a package kind of deal. They got some serious heavy lifting to do, Jeff.
The tarp is going on the field in Baltimore, so first pitch is going to be delayed. The Jays will end up playing one position player short tonight, according to John Schneider. Justin Turner has left for Boston. He'll join the Mariners at Fenway Park. I wonder if he squeezes into the lineup. That would be kind of fun.
That'd be cool.
Yesterday, John Schneider said they'd have a couple of contingencies in place, but that wasn't the case. So tonight they'll go with a 3-player bench. one of which is Alejandro Kirk. They'll be going with the three. Well, I'm just putting that out there because that means you've got to have a pinch runner available to get some base. I know, but I'm just saying, as a bench player, you're going to have somebody available to pinch run.
Why didn't you mention the other two?
Oh. Anyhow, so they'll be going with a 3-player bench tonight. And again, Justin Turner, if you've missed it, acquired by the Seattle Mariners for R.J. Schreck. Still, Blue Jays, Chad Green, Trevor Richards, Kevin Kiermaier, Yusei Kikuchi, guys who are reported to be or rumored to be on the trade market. The trade deadline is tomorrow, and a reminder that Sportsnet 590 The Fan, sportsnet.ca, and Sportsnet will have you covered stem to stern, or whatever the hell it is, during the trade deadline. Bottom line is, if it happens, you'll hear it, read it, and see it here first. Let's wrap up the phone calls. Terry in St. Catharines.
Oh, hey guys. Bit of a change of topic, I guess. But I saw as soon as Jansen got traded, the first thing I thought was, "Oh my God! All of the intel on all of our pitchers has gone to a division rival," and just wondering your opinion on how Jansen would get into that situation or handle that situation, and how forthcoming he would be with information when there's a possibility he's coming back to the Jays in the summertime. And B, like, is he cornered first time he's in the clubhouse, like, by all the hitters trying to figure out Bassett or Brios?
I'll pass that over to Kevin. I will say this. I don't think there are any secrets with Bassett or Brios. The one thing that I would imagine would happen is I imagine the Blue Jays will be changing signs.
Absolutely. Yeah, look, yeah. I mean, Danny Jansen would be crazy on a new team. Like, you want to fit in. Everyday guy comes and asks you, what's Brandon Little look like? Oh yeah, the ball moves this far. He starts it here. Don't swing at it if it starts here. Like, he's to be a good teammate going over to a new team, wanting to fit in. Absolutely. I got traded in spring training to San Diego from Milwaukee. I was ratting people out like crazy.
Yeah, well, that does not surprise me. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me.
That's part of it. So absolutely. Yeah.
And if you're from Danny Jansen's point of view, I mean, I would think the chances of him re-signing here are really slim. We know that they talked about a contract in season. They didn't come even close. We're led to believe Danny's ask was, it wasn't to the organization's liking. So yeah, I suppose he could come back here, but my sense is that Danny Jansen will end up someplace else next year. I think somebody may pay more for it. And again, let's wait and see what happens. If Danny Jansen goes off and starts crushing the ball in Boston and the Red Sox go on to win the World Series and he becomes their number one catcher, there's a pretty good chance the Red Sox will re-sign him, because we've talked about this. There are 3 places I'd love to see Danny Jansen play every day: Boston, Houston, and Wrigley Field. I see that bat in those 3 ballparks. So, but an interesting point. I will say this. I mean, the catcher runs a lot of the defense, so know that the Jays are going to be feverishly changing signs. But I think teams do that anyhow when guys move at the deadline, because all your hitters know the signs, right? So
yeah, you got to remember too, they push the button, right? They don't put the fingers down. It ain't like a sign after 2, or like they don't have to worry about changing any of that stuff. It's just how it looks when you're running on the bases, that kind of things. Yeah, it's competitive. Yeah.
So 11-5, the Blue Jays have lost the first game of this doubleheader to the Baltimore Orioles. Stand by for Game 2. First pitch has been delayed because of inclement weather in Baltimore. Surprise, inclement weather in Baltimore in July. Who would have thought that? So thank you for listening to Game 1 of Blue Jays baseball, brought to you by the local family-owned Crown Rust Control Centers in Metcalfe and Winchester, Ontario. Protect your vehicle from rust today. Find your local family-owned Crown at crown.com. Canada's #1 rust protection. We'll talk to you after Game 2.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
He rocks the ball to left field. The Blue Jays have gone back to back.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
All right, welcome back inside Baseball Control, everyone. Joe Alley with you here in our downtown Toronto studios. Thanks to Jeff and Kevin. Giving them a little bit of a blow. I guess we could have asked them to just go forever, but who knows? Who knows how long the rain delay is going to be? So Jeff and Kevin will be back for more Blue Jays talk after the conclusion of Game 2. Of course, right now, we are not sure when Game 2 will begin. I have the feeds up here in Baseball Control of Baltimore, Camden Yards. Very pretty ballpark. So I can see right now on the scoreboard, actually, in Oriole Park, I'm going to read you what it says. It says, due to the threat of inclement weather, we are not able to announce a start time for Game 2 at this time. We will provide an update when we have more information. So it's not raining. Let's put it that way. It's not raining in Baltimore right now. There are plenty of fans in their seats. That's kind of like the usual barometer. You know, we've done a lot of these rain delays this year. The usual barometer is anyone scurrying for cover wherever it is, because of course there's no dome in these places. So it doesn't look like anyone is right now. The flags out there, you can see the Canadian flag, the American flag for Major League Baseball, because of the teams there. They're out there in kind of left center. They're not billowing too much. So it doesn't look like weather is too crazy right now, but it is 7 p.m. Eastern, 4 p.m. Pacific. And as far as I can tell, the radar, and I say this often, but while I'm not a meteorologist, I only play one on the radio. The radar does show a slight storm, including, I think, thunder and lightning, moving into the Baltimore-Camden area. And as Blair was talking about, it gets pretty humid out there. So we'll see about start time of Game 2. But right now, again, due to the threat of inclement weather, this from the Orioles, they are not able to announce a start time for Game 2 at this time. They'll provide an update when we have more information. So there you go. Blue Jays do lose 11-5 in Game 1. Some updates for you from the Blue Jays themselves. Following the game, there were some moves made, and the roster moves made immediately following the game. Bowden Francis, we kind of knew he was starting. John Schneider made this clear yesterday, but he had not been activated yet. So Bowden Francis recalled from Buffalo. He will start. Jose Cuas also recalled. He is active. The two corresponding roster moves, both Yariel and Yariel Rodriguez optioned to AAA Buffalo to join the Bisons. So kind of a tough day if your name is Y Rodriguez, but there you go. So that's where we are right now. No Rodriguez on either side for Yariel or Yari. Bowden Francis will start tonight's game. Hopefully, Bowden Francis can go a little bit longer than Yariel did. Last I checked, the pitch count for Bowden Francis, and he has pitched well for the Bisons in the last couple of weeks. So you expect at least a decent outing from him today, you hope. I mean, I say this all the time. When it comes to the fifth starter, if you're getting like 5 innings, even 4 innings and 3 earned runs or less out of your number 5 starter, you kind of take that and run. So I think that's what I'm kind of hoping for. You're kind of hoping for at least 5 innings today after Yariel Rodriguez was only able to go 2/3 of the bottom of the first inning. So I do truly believe Bowden Francis is going to be all right, but again, you do need at least a decent outing from him. And again, the pitch count was around 80 pitches, I think, is what had been forecast via John Schneider and the Blue Jays beat. So we'll see how far 80 pitches gets you in Baltimore tonight. But again, probably the right move with thunder and lightning coming into the area. Probably the right move for this to be delayed. As we usually do on these rain delays, you are certainly free to text me, 590-590, name and location. That's the People's Text line. It is always open. Standard data and messaging rates may apply. I do see a couple of texts here already, so wait for a couple more to come in. While we do that, though, on this Blue Jays rain delay program, I wanted to play a bit of a preview. Certainly this covers the game that already happened, but certainly the game that is yet to come as well. Kevin Brown, Orioles play-by-play announcer, joined Blake Murphy on Jays Talk Plus earlier this morning. Let's get the preview on the Orioles side of things from Camden Yards.
Lots of trade stuff, lots of trade slop. Trades have happened. There will be more trades to happen between now and 6 p.m. tomorrow. There will also be 2 Blue Jays baseball games. They got a doubleheader against the Orioles today as part of a 4-game set. But they'll play 4 games in like 48 hours. 3 o'clock today, then the nightcap, then a 6:35 one tomorrow, then a 12:35 one on Wednesday. Busy couple days for our next guest, the busiest guy in baseball. He's doing Sunday Night Baseball alternate broadcast last night. It's the voice of the Orioles, also part of the Sunday Night Baseball StatCast broadcast. It's Kevin Brown. Kevin, good morning, man. Thank you for doing this. How we doing?
We have a doubleheader today? Oh, my gosh.
Yeah. Before we talk about that, man, how was so you are, for anyone who doesn't know, ESPN2 does a Sunday Night Baseball alternate broadcast, the StatCast broadcast. You guys did the second of, I think, 6 last night. You, Mike Petriello, and Trevor May. How are you enjoying those?
It's been a blast. This is, like you said, the second of it. It's a new thing this year. There was an alternate StatCast broadcast for 3 or 4 years, and then the last couple of years, Michael Kay and Alex Rodriguez did this alternate show called the K-Rod Show, which is more of a casual conversation show with a lot of guests. And now we're back in the StatCast world. It's really fun. I love this kind of stuff. I use a lot of it on my broadcasts. The coolest thing we have on screen is we have this thing which has been developed by a company called True Media. It's the Pitch Predictor. And on the top right side of the screen, based on the count, based on the handedness of the batter, you have the top 3 most likely pitches in that count. So it'll say, okay, Carlos Rodon versus Jarren Duran, 65% fastball, 30% slider, 5% curveball. And then we have the heat maps of where Rodon throws a curveball and where Duran does damage on the curveball. So then if Rodon throws it into his heat map and gets a strikeout, we look like geniuses. And if he throws it into Duran's damage map and Duran hits a home run, we look like geniuses. And if he throws it into Duran's damage map and he pops it up, we can say, well, he got away with it. But it's great conversation, and Trevor May is a super, super smart and interesting guy, and Trevor's been out of the big leagues for not even a year. He pitched for 9 seasons. He pitched with Oakland. He pitched well last year. Mike Petriello, I think, has been on your show before, he said, and you all know him. And
yeah,
Mike is just a brilliant baseball mind and able to break down seemingly scary concepts into really simple, digestible information. So we've had such a great time.
Yeah, and yeah, Mike's a friend of the show and a regular. Trevor's been on the show as well. So this is the Jays Talk Plus altcast as well. It's very much up my alley with the 3 of you. You said though that's your favorite visual. I disagree. I would put my favorite visual at. I now know there's someone else in the industry whose notebook looks more like they're the Zodiac killer than mine, and that's Trevor Mays that you guys blew up on screen. What's going on with that thing?
Yeah, Trevor brought in his actual handwritten scouting report from the Red Sox last year, and I think we've solved a few cold case murders in the 1970s in San Francisco as well.
Yeah.
He's got all these handwritten notes about how he attacks certain hitters, when to throw pitches, at what times in the count, damage zones versus zones where he has success. It's really neat. I think we're going to do more of that in the weeks to come, and if he wasn't planning on doing it, I just said we're going to do more of it, so tough for him.
Well, that's great. Okay, let's pivot over to the games you're calling today. We got an Orioles-Jays doubleheader. Orioles have been busy. We're going to see Zach Eflin on the mound in one of these. Orioles picked him up without having to touch kind of the top 10 consensus in their farm system. We saw the Orioles be pretty aggressive in the offseason with the Corbin Burns edition. It's the first time that in a little while here we've seen them as pure deadline buyers. What do you like about the Eflin edition for them?
I like everything about the Eflin edition. I mean, we'll see what the prospects in the trade end up being. Obviously, when you trade with Tampa Bay, you always cross your fingers and hope you didn't just trade the next 3 MVPs and Cy Young winners. But Zach Eflin fills a huge need. Kyle Bradish has been out for the season for a while. So has Tyler Wells. So has John Means. The Orioles have really been stitching together the back of the rotation for a while now. Dean Kramer came back from injury last month. They've been relying on a couple of rookies. They've been relying on Albert Suarez, who's 34 years old and hadn't pitched in the big leagues in 7 years. These guys have filled the void admirably. But they could not go into a postseason series with the current rotation. Now they feel like they can. They have Corbin Burns, they have Grayson Rodriguez, and now they have Zach Eflin, who was 6th in American League Cy Young voting last year. Is not quite the same this year, but I think the underlying metrics are really good. He has a 4.09 ERA. His expected ERA is 3.38 based on quality of contact. He's 2nd in all of Major League Baseball in walk rate. Does not allow a ton of hard hit contact. Has pitched really well against the Orioles in the past too. So I think our hitters were all really excited to see him on our side. You get, I think, dependability, consistency, innings, and a guy who just hates to walk people. And he's under contract for next year, too. And to your point, Zach Eflin's owed $18 million for next year. And, the Orioles have not been a true buyer for a while, and it's been a long time since they would consider something like that, like absorbing a salary for $18 million for next year as well. So I think this stabilizes the rotation this year and next. I think it gives the Orioles a third pitcher that could genuinely pitch in a postseason series. I don't know that they're done. I don't think they are. I expect them to make multiple more moves in the next however many hours before the deadline, 30 and a half or so. But it filled their most glaring need.
If they add again, as you're suggesting, and I think, that's certainly the read on it from over here too, is that, hey, if you're going to go in for Zach Eflin and you've got one of the best farm systems in baseball, like, get after it, keep going. Where do you think they might look to address? Obviously, there have been some, rumors out there about every team needs bullpen help, and, maybe Mullins and Mountcastle are available as outbound pieces. Where do you think the Orioles would be looking to continue to fortify?
Yeah, 3 spots. Number one, they need another starter. Maybe don't need it as much now that they got Zach Eflin, but I think they'll probably go try to get at least a rental starting pitcher. I do think they need a 4th starter in case of injury, and they could still upgrade in the back of the rotation. Number 2 is the bullpen. I mean, literally every contending team needs a reliever, maybe except the Phillies now because they got one in Carlos Estevez, but they're competing with the Yankees and the Dodgers and every other team that wants to make the playoffs. The Red Sox are in desperate need a reliever. So I think the Orioles will get a reliever. I don't know that they want to overpay, but they'll get a reliever. And then number 3, they could use a right-handed bat. Now, the lineup is, second in the majors in runs scored, and they just traded a right-handed bat in Austin Hayes, but they felt like that was the right deal to get Sir Anthony Dominguez, who's a really talented right-handed reliever. I think they need another right-handed bat. They've really struggled against lefties of late. I think they could use a right-handed veteran outfielder. I think they'll maybe try to do that, dipping into, again, the back end of the prospect pool. So 3 needs, and will they get all 3 done before 6 o'clock tomorrow? I'm not sure. I think they'll probably focus pitching first, and then a right-handed bat would be a little bit more of a luxury after that.
Well, on the rental pitching front, maybe Yusei Kikuchi just changes clubhouses over the next 2 days or something like that. Kevin, outside of the trade stuff, this is a Baltimore team that hasn't been playing its best ball lately. Obviously, they are one of the best and most dangerous offenses in baseball, but 5-10 over their last 15. A couple guys that have cooled off at the plate. What have you seen in how the Orioles are playing during this rough couple weeks here?
Yeah, I think it's a team that's dealing with some young player problems.
Yeah.
And what I mean by that is it's an incredibly talented group. It is a pretty inexperienced group. These things happen, right? The Phillies, I think, have won one of their last 6 series. The Yankees have gone 12-23 over the last 35. So, the whole league is a reminder that you don't just play great baseball for 162, but specifically to the Orioles, this is a younger team. And when things are going well, there's energy, there's vigor, there's incredible talent, and that's still there. But you see a team that's pressing. I mean, Gunnar Henderson has made an error in 4 consecutive games, and Gunnar Henderson is one of the best shortstops in baseball. And he'll be fine, and he'll get out of it. But he's pressing, and Brandon Hyde has said that and noted. He thinks this team is just pressing as a whole. Adley Rutschman has had trouble identifying the right pitches to swing at, the right pitches to take in the past month, which is unusual for him. They could use... And it's funny for me to say this because, as you noted, I'm on the StatCast show. But they could use a veteran guy, right? They could use a clubhouse guy. It's a good clubhouse, good high-character people. They're loose. They're fun. That's not the issue. It's not a clubhouse of jerks at all, but they could use a veteran guy. Maybe they'll get one in the next couple of days that just brings a certain gravitas experience to the clubhouse, somebody who can stand up at a team meeting, somebody who can keep spirits high when things are going wrong. And Zach Eflin is incredibly well regarded, so I think he'll help in that respect. Last year's team had guys like Kyle Gibson and Adam Frazier, who, again, weren't the statistical darlings of the team, but were great at keeping the train on tracks. And for the most part, the train has been on the tracks here. The Orioles are still at first. People are stressed about the team here in some ways because the stakes are now high, but they're not that far removed from having the number 1 pick a couple of times in 300 lost seasons. They're a first-place team going for back-to-back titles in the American League East. So perspective is necessary, and on the whole, it's been a great season. But I do think they'll shake out of this, and I wonder if the deadline moves in the next couple of days have an eye towards that, bringing in the right guy to inject a little extra veteran energy into this group.
And hey, man, look, this is a analytics forward show. You're on the StatCast broadcast, but that stuff's real, man. It's they're not. I don't think anyway they're mutually exclusive. We have all these expected stats, and then what actually happens. And I do think things like, hey, having a guy in the clubhouse, good leadership, things like that, someone who can calm the nerves or bring the collective level down. Those are things that help us explain that difference between actual and expected and stuff like that. So I'm with you, especially for a young team like the Orioles. Kevin, we got a doubleheader today. Joe Siddle was on our broadcast yesterday afternoon. So it's Ben Schulman on the call because Dan Schulman's at the Olympics calling a Canadian women's basketball game right as we speak right now. And Joe was kind of filling Ben in on, some of the tips for a doubleheader, what you want to do, how to stay hydrated, things like that. What is your game plan on a doubleheader day?
Yeah, I have placed orders for an acai bowl and for a Cuban sandwich from 2 local eateries. So once I get off this call, I'm going to go pick up the acai bowl and the Cuban sandwich. I'm going to get the acai bowl for a pregame meal. I'm going to have the Cuban sandwich in reserve for an in-between games meal. I don't have much more than that. I just need to stay hydrated and stay well fed. Game 2 ends up being a little bit more of a bare bones broadcast from a pre-made graphics perspective, just because you'll be more reacting to what happens game 1. But I would say hydration is always important. It's not new for me though, because I take this giant gallon level water bottle jug thing that I crush every day. So I'm just an overhydrator in the first place. I don't drink anything but water during the day. That's literally it. I haven't had anything but water during the day for years. So hydrate. Make sure you have some pre-made food, because you don't want to be scrambling in between games. Maybe the press room will be open. Maybe there'll be some pizza. Don't leave it a chance. Have some food. Have some pre-made food. Take some time. If you don't get the lineups in right away, it's okay. Walk around, stand up. You don't want to be sitting down for 18 innings. It's very American of us, just be sitting in a chair for 6 hours. So take extra stretches, right? There's not just the 7th inning stretch today. There should be the 3rd inning stretch and the 5th inning stretch and the 8th inning stretch. We got to stay loose. It's not just the vocal cords. It's the body. And now I feel like I'm sounding like some kind of a yoga teacher.
No, it's great. The breath comes from the diaphragm, et cetera, et cetera. You got to be ready to go. It's not an easy job
breathe
physically.
Breathe in, breathe out, et cetera, et cetera. But yeah, pre-arranged food is the most important thing.
Okay, the last one for you here. The other thing you have to prep for on a doubleheader day is there are 27 players to prep for instead of 26.
What?
Cade Povich is going to be the 27th for the Orioles. We've seen him.
I can't believe this.
Pardon me?
I can't believe this. 27 players. I can't do that. I mean, that's way too much work.
Yeah, it's a lot. But so we've seen Cade Povich up a couple of times. And we saw he made his major league debut against Toronto. Obviously, he's been up and down a little bit. What are you looking for from Cade Povich in this one after a couple starts down in AAA?
Yeah, strikes. I mean, what I'm always looking for is strikes, and more strikes. He's walked 4, then 0, then 5, then 1, then 0, then 3, then 5. So it's just inconsistency of command. I think the stuff is good enough to pitch here. It doesn't throw hard, but the curveball's really good. The fastball's sneaky. It's just been command with him. 2 starts ago against Oakland, they gave up 8 runs. It was command out of the strike zone early and then command within the strike zone. I thought he was better against the Yankees his last time. He only gave up 3. He struck out 6 and 5 1/3, but again, 5 walks. That the Yankees will do that to you. And obviously the Blue Jays to a lesser extent than the Yankees. But they will do that to you. They walked 4 times against Povich in his debut in Toronto. It is really, really, really simple and obvious, but it is all about command with him. And the starts he's won this year, the Orioles have won 2 starts of no walks. And then the start against the Yankees, that was a weird one. 5 walks, only 1 hit, 4 2/3. Yankees were scuffling there, some weak contact. He's got to throw strikes. It's big league start number 8. I think as he gets more and more experience, he will. The tough thing is, this is kind of the Orioles' dilemma now, and it goes back to what I said. It's getting experience for young players in the middle of a pennant race. Kate Povich is going to be a lot better in 5 years for what he's going through now. Same with Chase McDermott if he comes back up again. Same with Connor Norby and Jordan Westberg and Gunnar Henderson and all these players. But they are all developing now. So it's the talent that needs to play. And in some cases, obviously, you're talking about every players like Gunnar Henderson. But the experience of this level, the experience of really struggling in the majors for the first time in your life, and doing that all while you're a game ahead of the Yankees, that's what can make it fun. That's also what makes it really difficult. And I hope Kate Povich will learn from that first Toronto start and be a little more consistent throwing strikes. Look, the Orioles yesterday got 4 2/3 out of Albert Suarez, so they won, but they had to use 4 relievers, which is not what you want going into a doubleheader. So hopefully Zach Eflin has a nice long start in Game 1, and then hopefully Povich can give the Orioles some innings and some quick innings in Game 2. Because as you mentioned, 4 games in about 48 hours here with the noon game Wednesday. This is not going to be a series for the faint of heart in the bullpen.
Yeah, it's going to be, it's a very short 4-game series, but it could be a very long 4-game series with pitching changes and things like that. With that said, Kevin, I should probably let you go here, man. Thank you so much for taking the time out.
Blake, always a pleasure. Thank you for having me. And if you ever want me to come back again, just ask Mike or Trevor.
All right, will do, man. Kevin Brown, Orioles play-by-play, as well as the Sunday Night Baseball alternate StatCast broadcast on ESPN2 select Sundays throughout the season.
That is Blake chatting with Kevin Brown. Like you said, Sunday Night Baseball, Orioles play-by-play. Appreciate Kevin stopping by Jays Talk Plus earlier this morning. You're listening to the Blue Jays rain delay program right now on the Sportsnet Radio Network. Show Ali here with you at Baseball Control in our downtown Toronto studios. You know, it's funny, right before we played Kevin chatting with Blake, I said, you couldn't really see a lot in Baltimore. It was, you could see the blue sky. There were some fluffy white clouds, but that the schedule, the forecast was calling for a very severe thunderstorm or lightning and so on to move into the area right above Oriole Park at Camden Yards very shortly, pretty much right away. The skies got almost completely black with thunderclouds. And actually, as I say that, you can see some lightning flash over Camden Yards. So I mentioned before, the barometer usually is, can you see the rain, 1, and 2, what are people in the stands doing? And right now we do have the visuals of Camden Yards, and no one's in the stands. It's pretty simple. No one's in the stands. Actually, they changed the message on the scoreboard. This is what it says. Ladies and gentlemen, the National Weather Service forecasts show a continued threat of lightning strikes in the ballpark area. In order to keep everyone safe, we are asking all of those who are currently sitting in open areas of the seating bowl to please seek shelter in covered areas of the ballpark. We thank you for your cooperation. Another lightning strike arcing through the skies of Baltimore. So there you go. So no update as of right now as to when first pitch of Game 2 of this doubleheader will be. This is the last trip for the Blue Jays, I believe, to Baltimore of the season. So they pretty much have to get this game in. Now, there's tomorrow's game, which goes at 6:35 p.m. Eastern, 3:35 p.m. Pacific. So I suppose they could always play tomorrow. And again, the Wednesday game is at 12:30 p.m. Eastern. So again, they could always play 2 on either of these 2 days. But I do wonder, when it comes to going forward, the Jays are off on Thursday. The Orioles are not. I believe the Orioles are playing the Guardians last I checked. So it's not like they can push it to the off day on Thursday. They kind of have to play the rest of these 3 games at some point between today and the end of the day on Wednesday. And as I recall checking, the forecast does not look ideal for the next couple of days. So, bear with me. We might be in for a lot of this. Anyway, so I'm Show Ali. I'm at Baseball Control. 590-590, name and location is the People's Text Line. It is always open. You want to shoot me a text for some rain delay conversations, you are certainly welcome to. Standard data and message rates may apply, of course. So let's see. I see Nate texts in, is it time to start being concerned about Trey Yesavage, or Yesavage is what I was told from Jeff Ponce of Baseball America. Trey Yesavage. Any idea as to why he hasn't signed yet? As far as I know, I think they're just negotiating for the over slot money, essentially. I think that was the idea when he was drafted, that he would probably, as a more ready arm, be asking for a teensy more than what those slots are. You know how the MLB draft works, right? Like, it's every slot, like from pick 1 in the first round all the way to the last pick of the 20th round. Every slot has an expected signing value, and sometimes it comes right on the number, like right on the button. Sometimes it's a little under, sometimes it's a little over. As far as I am aware, I think it's just a part of the negotiating process, and it might be on the Blue Jays side too. Shai Davidi did say earlier today to JD Bunkus, I believe, that Trey Yesavage is likely to sign. It's not something to be worried about. But again, it hasn't happened. But there you go. That was the last I had heard, Nate. Brian in Toronto. Brian, always nice to hear from you. He texted in to say, not sure what people were expecting for a guy like Turner. Jays actually did well here, like his OPB. For the guy RJ Schreck, still expect Bassett, Green, IKF, Kiermaier, and Kikuchi not to be on this roster tomorrow once the deadline passes. Vlad, he'll sign a contract in the 8-year, $200 million range. Here's the thing. As far as I'm aware, Brian, you kind of hear it. You hear that? That's the sound of the rain. That's how heavily it's raining right now in Camden Yards. So there you go. It does not look like it's going to ease up like in the next couple of minutes. So we'll keep you up to date on that. Vladdy, Brian, I had read from Passan, and he talked to Blair and a number of other insiders. And this is these are like conversations they've had over a long period of time. But I remember hearing that Vladdy's camp is looking for a contract that starts with a 3. Essentially. And so now that sounds wild, right? Because if you say, he's getting a contract that's $300 million, you're kind of like, that's a lot of money. Is it worth paying any player $300 million, especially a first baseman? And while I know people would say no, if that's the cost of doing business for Vladdy, like if it ends up being 12 years, well over $300 million, 325 or 330 million or whatever it is over 12 years, I'm not really sure it even matters. You know what I mean? Like we're kind of talking about the here and now. Like 12 years from now, whoever Ross Atkins' replacement is, he might not be on the team. You know what I mean? Like that's how long of a timeline we're talking about here. So I think it happens. As to your prognostication as to who might not be on the team next year, or pardon me, tomorrow, Bassett, Green, IKF, Kiermaier, Kikuchi. I think Bassett is here. I know people are talking about IKF. I bet IKF stays. Unless something's happened in the last couple of minutes, I bet IKF stays. But I think Green gets traded. Almost makes too much sense for a team like the Yankees because they know him very well. It's one thing that everyone does their due diligence. It's one thing to trade Chad Green to like a team that's never seen him before or has to do their due diligence via like screens and so on. But I kind of wonder if it just makes too much sense for the Yankees. They have no choice. If the Yankees have to go out and make trades for guys, they just traded for Jazz Chisholm Jr. the other day. They gave up a pretty good prospect in Augustin Ramirez. So I think it happens, but Kiermaier and Kikuchi almost feel like it's a done deal, right? Like I know there's no report as to what's going to happen with the two of them, but Kiermaier, I think they're going to happen in very different ways. I bet Kiermaier doesn't get traded for prospects, or if it does, it's a very low-level prospect for Kiermaier. But I mean, after they did the whole waivers thing a couple weeks ago and he wasn't claimed, I kind of wonder if honestly, like he just gets released. They do a solid by him for a guy who said he's retiring after this season, and then he signs for a veteran minimum deal with some contender, and the Jays are on the hook for the difference, essentially, right? I kind of wonder if that happens. Kikuchi, like I said, I'd be shocked if he doesn't get traded. Like, that'd be pretty crazy if he doesn't get traded, but basically everyone else we've talked about in the last little while, Danny Jansen, Jimmy Garcia, Justin Turner, were all guys that you expected to get traded. Nate Pearson certainly less so, but that's where this team is right now. I see a text here on the text line from Grant in Cambridge. Grant says, do you think the Jays could take a run at Juan Soto in the offseason? Trade Bichette for prospects, use that money, plus the money coming off the books for Kikuchi and Kiermaier. Oh, I see. So $45 million per year for 10 to 12 years for Soto, extend Vladdy for the same term, build a team around those two for the next decade. Look, I would love to see Juan Soto as a Blue Jay. Honestly, I really, really, really would. I almost bet every team in Major League Baseball outside of like the Rockies and the Athletics, and maybe like a handful of, maybe the Pirates, because they don't spend a lot of money, but I'm willing to bet basically every team is going to have a phone call with Juan Soto's representation. Now, I mean, how long those phone calls are probably going to be dependent on how much money you're willing to offer. Like, I bet if someone calls up Juan Soto's rep and says, "Hey, we like Juan Soto to sign here, and we're willing to offer him a contract that starts with a 4," they're just going to be like, "Nah, no thanks." Click. They hang up the phone. I honestly think it's really going to end up being only a handful of teams that are able to pay him. Now, Rogers has more than enough money to pay Juan Soto. And I mean, would I love to see it? For sure. I'll say this. If Vladdy is not a Blue Jay long term, I mean, he and Juan Soto are pals. We know this. So I'd be stunned if, like, he leaves and Juan Soto comes in. I almost feel like you're either going to get both of them or neither of them. Or at the very least, you get Vladdy and Juan Soto signs elsewhere because of Vladdy's connection to the organization. But I certainly think it's possible. Certainly think it's possible. I just feel like it's pretty unlikely, especially because the Yankees, let's face it, like, the Yankees usually get the guy they want. Whether or not that's good for the Yankees going forward, that's a separate conversation, right? We have that conversation, I feel like, all the time about the Giancarlo Stanton contract, right? But that's neither here nor there. But when it comes to signing Juan Soto long term, I kind of wonder, honestly, my prediction is that he signs with the Mets. Mainly because that'll upset a lot of Yankees fans, and he won't be in the AL, and also he'll stay in New York, right? Also, both the Steinbrenners and the Cohens have more money than anyone knows what to do with. So if he signs with either team, would it be really a huge surprise? No, but let's put it this way: as long as Juan Soto doesn't end up as a Dodger, how about that? That's no more deferred money. No one wants to talk about that going forward. Let's before we go back to the text line 590-590, name and location. You are certainly continually welcome to send me a text. We'll go back to the text line. Standard messaging and data rates do apply. Let's play a little bit more of some of our own insiders. You heard Kevin Brown giving you the Orioles scoopage on what to expect from this team for the rest of the season. Now, Zach Eflin's certainly an Orioles pitcher we saw earlier today. But Shai Davidi joined our very own JD Bunkus on the JD Bunkus podcast earlier. They did talk about all things trade deadline. Of course, this came down before the Justin Turner trade mid-game today, but always fun hearing from Shai. Let's hear him again with JD. Shai Davidi, MLB and baseball insider columnist for Sportsnet.ca.
Shai Davidi, senior columnist for Sportsnet. He joins me now. What's up, brother? How are we doing?
I'm all right. How are you?
I'm good. Yeah, actually, you're around this team a ton. Can you speak to how respected, revered, valued, liked Danny Jansen was?
Yeah, look, I think we've been hearing it all weekend. It's very significant, not just in the clubhouse, but throughout all levels of the organization. There was like an outpouring of people from everywhere around the team on Saturday after the trade, trying to come by and just say goodbye to him and tell him how much he appreciated him. Yesterday, unsolicited, I had a couple people come up to me and tell me how much they missed him or were upset by this. One person said to him he was my favorite. To some degree, it can be a little bit demoralizing as well when you lose somebody who is such a significant part of the organization. I think a lot of people sort of understood this was a possibility, and especially if the season went the way that this one has gone. But understanding something is possible or knowing that something's going to happen then versus when it actually happens are two different things. And so it definitely hit a lot of people really hard, deservedly so, because Danny Jansen made a major impact on this team. But it is really the grim reality of where this team is right now.
Yeah. I can only speak from my perspective with Danny Jansen, and I've interviewed him a few times. Every single time he's been candid. I've enjoyed speaking with him, and I can't say that about all athletes I interview, especially when it's just over the phone. You're not doing a face-to-face, and it can be difficult for them too, right? But this guy was just an enjoyable person to speak with. And then the other thing I have is whenever I would get on like a lot of pitchers during the offseason, right? And, getting ready for spring. And especially when you get to talk to the guys that are coming in as free agents. Like I remember when Ross Stripling came. And normally when I would ask the question of who they've connected with and who they've started to, hang out with, Danny Jansen was like routinely the most common answer of this is the guy that reached out. This is the guy I'm hanging out with. This is the guy I enjoy. So, yeah, I think that there is going to be a pretty big impact on losing him. And here's the other part of it. Why do you think the Jays, if they do want to compete in 2025, given what the catching market is and what they have internally, especially when it comes to the farm system, they've raided Buffalo and they don't have any type of catching prospect that's coming up. Again, the price of the deal looks to be fine. They got a guy who was a second-round pick, I think, a year ago, and a pitcher who I read did very well in Boston's farm system in terms of just kind of like being a riser over the course of the last season. So the price is fine. It does seem to be a seller's market, but why not try to retain someone when you're that weak at that position? He means that much to your organization, and there's limited options moving forward.
Well, I mean, the sides did talk about an extension during the offseason at some point, and obviously they didn't get there. And so if you're the Blue Jays, you have to make sure that the asset doesn't go to zero, right? And that's what has happened with a lot of assets in the organization in recent years. Guys walk away, you don't get anything for them. Obviously Matt Chapman turned into a compensatory pick this year. That was important, but others have left, and you just can't afford to do that at this point in time with where the team is. And so it's different if you've got a real shot at the postseason and have a chance to make the playoffs, or you do make the playoffs, versus to let him essentially hit the market without getting any sort of return, no guarantee to extend him after this kind of season. I mean, that would be malpractice. And so there was some interest. You also saw the Texas Rangers acquire Carson Kelly yesterday. I imagine that Texas was in the mix in some degree for Danny Jansen as well. And so the Blue Jays had a bit of a market, and they got a couple of interesting guys. I do think Cutter Coffey is the primary focus for them in that deal. It's a 20-year-old with 14 homers in 61 games in high A, a level where he's 2.5 years below the average age. So that's a pretty good sign there. And when you're in the situation where the Blue Jays are in, you have to accumulate assets right now. You have to, just because the farm system has been so barren and so stripped down.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. It's just hard to, when they're doing the two sides of their mouth thing, going, yeah, we need to get prospects back. And every one of us is saying, we agree. But then they're going, well, we want to compete in 2025. And then I'm like, okay, well, Danny Jansen probably helps with that. And you can maybe replace relief pitchers or find ways to get those guys back. You're probably not bringing in Yusei Kikuchi again. But yeah, Danny Jansen's your homegrown guy. It didn't seem like I know you just said that they spoke about a contract, but when I had Jansen on, I think it was August, he made it pretty clear that, or it was August, no, it wasn't August. I can't remember when it was, but he made it pretty clear to me that the contract extension talks hadn't been very meaningful with the Jays, which I found was kind of surprising that he was open about it. But yeah, I don't know. It just seems like that one was a weird dividing line between the two. Okay, so how aggressive do you see them getting? Because, yeah, it does seem like they're sticking with this. We're only dealing the rental strategy outside of maybe Chad Green?
Yeah, well, I think they're listening on other people, right? But the Chad Green market to me is super interesting, or the possibility. Like, obviously, we've seen the deals that have been made for relievers and how well teams have done, or at least appear to have done, right? I mean, we won't know for sure for 4 or 5 years, but there seems to be some good value returns. But Chad Green's a little bit different in that there's a big dollar figure attached to him, right? He's $10.5 million next year. And so some of the other guys don't have quite that dollar figure attached to them. And so how does that change the market for Green? As soon as options off the table come off the table, then obviously that puts a bit more leverage into the Blue Jays' hands there. But I think that's a factor that differentiates him from a couple of the other relievers that have moved. Now, the bigger question in terms of how deep they go is what you raised earlier. How does this team have a pathway to competing in 2025? And I think the big question right now is, right now they're managing against circumstance, which is what they have to do, right? The season has gone completely off the rails, and you've got to try to make sure that it's not a total loss. But what is the strategic goal right now? Like, is there a real opportunity in 25? Does it need to be a wider reset because there's just not a critical mass of talent? Are there realistic possibilities in the offseason market that can lead to a team that produces a better outcome on the field than this one? Those are the real questions that are unanswered right now. And I'm not sure right now the Blue Jays are managing towards that yet. Right now, they're just managing against circumstance. But at some point, you're going to have to start managing towards a bigger picture or a more direct goal. And that is that to me is really unclear, because I do see I'm not sure how you're getting to a competitive point. I'm not sure how you're getting to that critical mass of talent. Like, there's one near-term player that they've acquired so far, and they should acquire one or two more for Yusei Kikuchi. But is that going to be a realistic base that you've got to rebuild a bullpen? You mentioned catcher. You've got to augment the lineup. You need to bolster the rotation. I mean, can you do all that in one season in a meaningful enough way that you're catching so many teams ahead of you? It's a tough situation.
Yeah, this is what I've been talking about for quite some time, and yet it has seemed as though like there has been, I would say probably 2 months of this front office kind of putting it out there that they were only dealing the rentals, that they didn't want to go into the core guys. Our Ben Nicholson-Smith reported, I think just last week, that they weren't going to move off of Gossman, they weren't going to move off Barrios, they weren't going to move off of Bassett, and obviously the other main two guys. But I think that's been always my major issue with it, is the two sides of their mouth. We want to compete in 2025. We want to be competitive, but we also need to restock the farms. To me, there's too many holes. I get it. But do you feel as though, like, talking to you right now, you're much closer with knowing where this front office is at. Do you think that they've been more malleable as of late? Like, there actually has been a stronger understanding of where they're at, where the division's at, and how many holes, and the realistic possibility of competing in 2025? Like, maybe they do get a little bit more aggressive over the next couple of days.
Well, I'll put it this way. There's no delusions about where they're at, right? I mean, reality is kick them in the face this year. Like, there's no pretending that this is all like sunshine and lollipops. Like, they understand, and they're behaving in a way that demonstrates that they understand that. The thing is, they're in that murky gray where there's still enough talent that you're like, okay, if all these things break right, we make the right moves, could we still do this? And so right now, this is one juncture that the Blue Jays are at. Their path forward is very, very clear and defined, right? You're selling, and like Vladimir Guerrero Jr. isn't going to move, and I don't think it's likely any of the starters move. But if there's an offer that comes around that twists their arm, that's on the realm of possibility. But I don't think it's something that they're aggressively. They haven't changed that posture or put that forward to clubs. Like, hey, like, yeah, come tell us what you're going to do for Chris Bassett. But if someone comes and says, okay, here, this is what we'll give you for Bassett, they'll listen.
Yeah.
The next juncture is the off season, right? So at that point, you assess. You've gotten all these assets at the deadline. You'll have an idea of what you could potentially do in the off season, or at least start having a vision. And then you're going to start thinking, okay, what is the most likely path forward, or what is the most advantageous path forward? And then there's a third juncture that's coming up, and that's next year's trade deadline. And that could be, mid-season, deciding you're in or you're out, and then you can embark on a wider reset or a deeper push, depending on how that plays out. That's my sense of how the front office is right now looking at the situation.
You mentioned Vladdy. I'm guessing that a lot of his name coming up is, of course, teams are going to inquire. He's red hot right now. I think, his last 30 days, he's top 3 in OPS, top 3 in home runs. Like, he's just been average. He's been incredible. How much of that do you think the Blue Jays would seriously entertain? I know you said it's very unlikely, but do you think there actually is a trade package out there that would get them to move him?
I'm sure there's a trade package out there that could move him, or get them to move him. But I don't think there's necessarily a team out there that's going to offer that, right? Mm-hmm. Like everybody's got their price. Like I don't want to sell my house, but someone came to me and said, "Here's $5 million for it." I'm like, "All right, congratulations." So I think that's the reality. So. If you trade Vladimir Guerrero Jr., you're making the definitive choice on which way you're going. Mm-hmm. And I don't know the Blue Jays want to make that choice just yet. And so I think that my guess is that if you're keeping Vladimir Guerrero Jr. right now, you're going to try to take a shot at extending him in the offseason. And if you get Vladimir Guerrero Jr. extended, well, now you're actually building something. And when you go to talk to free agents, you can say, look, this is what we're building around Vlad. He's going to be here long term. We've got these young pieces coming. Our farm system, which was, bottom third, is probably now going to be middle of the pack and trending upwards. And suddenly you've got a different picture that you're selling the teams. I can at least see that why as a team you'd want to keep that possibility open. Mm-hmm. But as soon as you trade Vladimir Guerrero Jr., it's like, all right, it's full teardown time, and I don't think the Blue Jays are ready to go there right now. Now, again, everybody's got a price, right? Wayne Gretzky got traded. Anybody can get traded. Sure. But I don't think that's something that the Blue Jays are spending a lot of time on right now, or that other teams are spending a lot of time on trying to convince them.
So is there any part of this when it comes to the Blue Jays not being ready for the teardown or the rebuild? Is there any part of it in your eyes that is through the lens of, well, this front office is not allowed to have another rebuild because what does that say about what they've built and what they've been doing here the last 8 years?
Maybe. I mean, that's possible. And you just look at the contractual situations, right? Yeah. Like Mark Shapiro's contract is up at the end of 2025. There's Ross Atkins, who's up at the end of 2026. And if you're going down that road, who's leading you down it? And that's not a now decision, right? Yeah. I know people want that to be now decision, but the now decision is the deadline. Yeah. Right. The next decisions after that are like, okay, what are we doing? And what do we have now? With some of that will play out on the field in August and September, and then it's like, where are we going? And then as part of the where are we going, it's are you the people to lead us there? Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's what makes this such a weird deadline, though, right? Is you keep looking at it and thinking, well, maybe the best thing for the franchise is some of those major moves. Like if you do end up trading Vladimir Guerrero Jr., it's hard for me to believe that you're going to get more for him during the offseason than you could get right now. If you are going to trade Kevin Gausman, it's hard for me to believe that you're going to get more in the offseason than you would right now, things like that. And so whenever you do have those things weighing it, it's hard not to just attribute them to what is happening right now at this moment in time. Okay, so moving with this market. Kikuchi is going to get dealt. But how much of this is waiting on teams, like the other teams, and who's going to decide to sell?
I'm not sure it's so much who's going to decide to sell, but I guess a little bit, right? But I wonder if some of the pitchers with some control, the Garrett Crochet, Tarek Skubal, Eric Fetties, is that the domino that maybe you wait to fall, and then because teams would rather get the guys with 1+?
Yeah, of course.
And then once those guys move, then it's like, okay, now we're on to the rental bodies. And so, I'd been talking to some people, and some people felt that there was a chance that the Kikuchi deal was going to get done over the weekend. It makes sense to agree. His next turn is Wednesday. You don't want to deal him on Tuesday because that costs the team the opportunity to get him in the rotation faster. You obviously want to have him come and acclimate to your new club, get to know your new catcher, stuff like that. Mm-hmm. So I wonder if maybe today is the day to create the runway for that. But, for the Blue Jays, they have to time that market just right. And so the more teams that you can pull into play, and the more teams who maybe don't get what they want elsewhere, and that suddenly bolsters or adds a couple players to your market for Kikuchi, you're going to want to do that because this is their assuming that they're going to go on the rental-only plan, this is their last major chance for an impact ad at this deadline.
Yeah.
So, again, Green could potentially be that. Maybe Isaiah Kiner-Falefa. A team jumps in on him, and you should be able to do okay for him as well. But Kikuchi's the last piece that you can get to leverage. So you're going to try to pull in as many teams as possible, and have them, have a team that's saying, if we don't get, Fetty or Crochet or Skubal, then we're circling back to you for Yusei.
Is your gut feeling that it's going to be a little bit of a disappointing return for him, though?
I don't think it's going to be a disappointing return.
Okay.
I think they're going to do okay. I mean, you just look at what the market is offering in terms of starting pitchers. And look, he hasn't had a great last 8 starts. The numbers certainly aren't pretty there, but there's a lot of runs that have been tacked on that from base runners left on that the bullpen didn't get him out of, and things like that maybe skew the numbers a little bit. But in terms of stuff, you're not going to find a lot of rental starters with his pure stuff. Like that is start a playoff game stuff.
Yeah.
And there's not a lot of that out there.
I guess that's where, I don't think Skubal's going to get traded. It feels like the Vladdy thing where it's, teams are calling and teams are trying to make something happen, but you have to get such a huge trade return for that to transpire that, maybe it doesn't happen over the course of the deadline. But I look at it, it's like Crochet. Now Blake Snell is pitching extremely well. So that's 2 left-handed pitchers that I'd probably put ahead of him. I don't know what your feelings are on Tyler Anderson, but it's like there's another. And then, you've got sort of I guess maybe the number 4 lefty. There's Jack Flaherty still out there. Who else? I think that might be the list of guys that I wrote down. But there's a bunch of guys in front of him, and I just wonder how many are looking at Kikuchi as their guy. Does he have the stuff? Absolutely. I think a lot of teams are looking at it and saying, we want you to be the number 3 pitcher for us in the playoffs. I've just been less convinced of that part specifically. Anyway, let's keep it moving. Justin Turner. Oh, sorry, you want to weigh in on that?
So one piece I'll throw in on that is that you also have to remember that not everybody can accommodate every one of those players.
Yeah,
right?
for sure. Yeah.
There's only a couple teams that have the asset base to go get Skubal or Crochet, right? Yeah. And not everybody can take on the potential that Blake Snell doesn't opt out, and you're on the hook for $30 million next year. So you have to remember that as much as it's a function of, sure, some guys, you might prefer certain guys, but not everybody has enough chips at the table to get at every guys. And so Yusei Kikuchi, almost every contending team can handle him. And that creates a market and deepens the market.
It's a great point. And again, it goes to my dumb guy brain that you've reminded me twice already. One with the Chad Green point where you're like, not everyone wants to pay Chad Green $10.5 million next year. That's not an attractive. My dumb brain always goes to, there's term, you're under control. Then why wouldn't a team want more of you if they like you now? It's like, because that's not how it works. Dumb idiot. So I'm like, all right. And then same thing with the Kikuchi stuff is you're right. Not everybody wants to handle all those other guys. And there's another year of Blake Snell and health and regression. Some of this year, 3 starts maybe doesn't convince everyone of just automatically dropping $30 million on him next year. Let's keep it moving. Trey Savage hasn't signed. This isn't a deadline thing, but what's your understanding of that? Because doesn't it have to get done in the next couple of days?
Yeah, I think that's trending towards getting done. The Blue Jays have gotten pretty much everyone done in their bonus pool and a couple other guys, and they're just figuring out the final numbers. They're seeing where it lands. From what I've been told, that's on track to get done. The Blue Jays had their 19th pick in the 19th round, Demarion Terrell, really interesting guy, but he was going to be like an over slot sign. I don't think they're going to have the room in their bonus pool to get that done. I think Savage is going to get. I think that's coming. I'm not sure exactly when, but that's coming.
Okay, so fears can dissipate about a guy that I asked Jeff Ponce the other day, is he the number 1 prospect already within the organization? You see what Ricky Tiedemann's heading to Tommy John surgery. You saw obviously what happened with the Relvis Martinez this year and where the farm system's at. It's like, I asked him if there was a case that he's already the number one prospect, and he's like, yeah, maybe. So to have him not signed would be pretty devastating.
Yeah, I mean, look, this was a hugely important draft for the Blue Jays for a number of different reasons, right? Mm-hmm. But if this draft doesn't pan out, then this team's in trouble in an even deeper hole than it is right now. Just that critical mass is just so much further away.
Yeah. I forgot to ask about these guys. Does Justin Turner have a market? I know Kiermaier left the game hurt yesterday. Did they move him and eat some money? Like, what is your thought on the older position players?
I think that we'll see how serious the Kiermaier injury is, and that would be a shame for him. But also, that's the way he plays and the way he's sacrificing his body. It's been incredible to watch. But I think both those guys are probably late Tuesday kind of ads where the Blue Jays are eating a good amount of money. Like, to me, Turner makes a lot of sense for a contending club that is looking for like a team like the Rangers, right, where you're sort of in contention, but you're not sure that how deep you want to go on it. Like, they could definitely use a bat like everybody. I looked at them what they were doing this weekend. They were like, Justin Turner would really work in that lineup, and or someone who just wants who needs someone to hit some left-handed pitching or come off the bench. I can see Justin Turner making sense for someone, but I can also see teams maybe looking at different options first and then circling back to that once it gets late to the deadline. And similar with Kiermaier, a team might be saying, I wonder if the Jays are going to release him. They're going to want to get Jonathan Clase up. They're going to want him to get playing. We can just get him for the minimum after the deadline. So maybe no team feels like they need to jump there. So I think that's how it'll play out probably late Tuesday if those deals happen.
Yeah, I think if you're a playoff team, who wouldn't really want to have Justin Turner as an option coming off of your bench in a playoff game? But yeah, even the prorated $13 million seems like a bit of a steep price. Last thing on the deadline, I'll let you go. You've been generous with the time. Do you have any sense in terms of, like, they get the Class A kid, and he slots in right away as their 7th rated prospect in the system by, I think, MLB Pipeline, and maybe that's even a little low, again, considering some of the injuries and suspensions for the Blue Jays right now and kind of how those things end up shaking up. But is your sense that when they're selling right now and when they're making these deals, that there are sort of stipulations on these prospects, like that they're not looking for what is potentially the best available, or they're not looking for higher upside guys, even though this dude is a project, right? That is how he's described. Is he's got a wild approach, and even though he started in the big leagues this year, got his opportunity in the big leagues this year, that there's a lot of work to do there. But do you think that they are looking at this deadline through the eye of, we need guys who are closer to the big leagues rather than lottery tickets? Like, is there a philosophy here?
I'm not sure you always have that choice.
Yeah.
Right? Like I think what you do is you gather up all the different possibilities for you, and you try to assess what's the best set of possibilities for us, right? And so, look, with all these players, the likelihood is that the likelihood is far higher that they don't make it than they do.
Yeah.
And so you're just looking for what are the probabilities and what are the opportunities for value. And so, as they're going through, say, the Jimmy Garcia deal, and Jonathan Clase was on the table, they're like, okay, they didn't need to play that out any further. They're like,
we want
this is good. Yeah, this is with some of the other guys. That, like, if that same circumstance existed around Yusei Kikuchi, like the preferred guy that they want, they would go get him. And I think ultimately you're just making choices based on what's available to you. So if there's a player who's a little bit more near term and it's similar to an A-ball player who's a bit more down the road, look, anyone who's in AAA, you have a far higher probability of making the right call on than someone who's in A-ball. There's just so much can go wrong along the way. So that's a function of what's presented to them as opposed to what is their stated philosophy. But part of that is your assessments. Is this going to be better than that? And so it's not singular in the way that you're describing it. It's a measure of all factors, but the lean would always be to get someone closer when possible because the probability is going to be higher.
Shai, thanks for the time, buddy. I hope it's busy today.
Yeah, it should. It's going to be fun. It's going to be busy regardless with the doubleheader.
Yeah.
So we'll see where it goes.
Yeah, if that's the busy of the day, then people are going to be pissed. But anyways, thanks, buddy. Talk to you later.
Take care, man. See ya.
Little did JD and Shai know just how busy it would be. Shai Davidi, that's, of course, from Sportsnet.ca, joining our very own JD Bunkus on the JD Bunkus podcast earlier this morning. You're listening to the Blue Jays Rain Delay program here on the Sportsnet Radio Network. So a whole plethora of updates for you since we last spoke. I'm at Baseball Control. So, look, first update is on our actual game tonight. We are going to get a game. I mentioned before the view of Camden Yards here at Baseball Control. It has looks like it's largely stopped raining. Kind of looks like members of the ground crew are kind of loitering around the tarp right now. Still lots of water on the field, so they haven't yet pulled up the tarp. So we'll see if this ends up being the start time. But on the board, on the video board at Camden Yards, it says tonight's game will approximately begin at 8:30 p.m. Eastern, 5:30 p.m. Pacific, of course, on the network. So we'll see if that ends up being the start time. That's about 28 minutes from now. But still, that's where we are right now. We are going to get a ball game in just less than half an hour. The other half of the big-time news, as JD and Shai were talking about just a few moments ago, we talked earlier about the Justin Turner trade to the Mariners. Maybe Turner will actually slot into the lineup for the for the Mariners later in Boston, but or maybe if he gets there in time, maybe a mid-game pinch hit situation. But Yusei Kikuchi apparently now a Houston Astro. Jim Bowden, who of course is a frequent guest on this network, that with Blair and Barker, certainly with Blake Murphy on Jays Talk Plus, have traded for Kikuchi, Houston Astros. The return I'm seeing here is from Bowden is Jake Bloss, one of their young pitchers. And to help us discuss this, and certainly the Justin Turner and a whole whack of other things going on today, is Blake Murphy himself. Blake, how are you?
I'm good. I'm very fired up for an 8:30 start time for Game 2. I'm very fired up about Jake Bloss. I think pretty clearly the best prospect the Jays have brought back in this kind of whirlwind couple of days of selling.
So Jake Bloss, Blake, I'm seeing here on the Baseball America refresh, a right-handed pitcher out of Houston, Houston's farm system. He is their second-ranked prospect behind Jacob Melton. And on Fangraphs mid-year refresh, he is the 92nd ranked prospect in the top 100 across all teams. And they also have him ranked as the number 2 prospect in the Astros organization. Now, this is something you and I have talked about before, but I think it's certainly rankings, or you take them with a grain of salt, certainly, right? But when you look at a guy who is ranked second for another team, and as I understand the Astros farm system, not the strongest, but that has got to make you feel pretty good considering Kikuchi had been struggling as of late.
It definitely does. And, yes, you're right that you can't look at what's going on in another organization and transpose that perfectly smoothly. Like the number 2 prospect from the Mariners is different than the number 2 prospect from the Astros. But guess who, according to those Fangraphs ranking, would now rank as the number 1 prospect in the Toronto Blue Jays system, just ahead of Aurelvis Martinez and Ricky Tiedemann. And this is based on Eric Longenhagen's rankings at Fangraphs. Right. So, Baseball America may feel differently or whatever. But Jake Bloss very much in the mix now as the top prospect in the Jays system, at least until Tiedemann can get healthy, Aurelvis gets back from the suspension, and Trey Savage gets signed. He'll be right there in the mix as one of the top guys in this system if he's not on the major league roster.
So again, just in case you're joining us right now, the news of the night, I guess right after Justin Turner getting traded to the Mariners, the Astros finalizing a deal to acquire Yusei Kikuchi from the Blue Jays. Jake Bloss, right-handed pitcher who was scratched from his start tonight, is expected to be part of the return to Toronto. Jim Bowden, Jeff Passan, Ken Rosenthal, Mark Feinsand, all of these guys confirming it. So it feels like it's a done deal, Blake. It's kind of tough. Trade deadline season is always so fun because it's exciting. There's a bit of the unknown in there, but it's kind of also tough. Like I got to admit, I don't know about you, but I kind of got used to watching Kikuchi start. So he's been a lot of fun to watch, and I wish him the best of luck in Houston. I think he's going to work out great for them because their starting rotation, gosh, ravaged by injuries, and then the Mariners go out and make a whole plethora of moves, including getting Jimmy Garcia and Justin Turner in the last couple of days. But I think he'll fit in well in Houston. Having said that, it's tough to see a guy who's been kind of a fan favorite go in this trade deadline season.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, this whole last week or two, it has been an exercise in separating, the emotion from understanding the business side of things. I don't think anyone wanted to see Danny Jansen go after over a decade in the organization. Certainly going to miss watching Yusei Kikuchi pitch, the intensity he brings, the strikeouts, the just the quality of stuff. But I mean, you have to kind of turn the page and be like, hey, we might get to see Yusei Kikuchi pitch in the playoffs here, which he wasn't going to get to do in Toronto. And yeah, I mean, unfortunately, this is the reality of, when you have a bad season and things don't go up to expectation, it's not only that you don't get to play in the playoffs, you get to trade all these guys away. You don't get to watch them as much anymore. Certainly it's, I think with Kikuchi and Jansen, there's that small window of, maybe this isn't the end of the relationship with both of them being free agents in the offseason. But yeah, definitely going to be weird to see Kikuchi in a different uniform after the last 3 years and struggles the last couple outings aside. Really think he can, the porch in Houston, we'll see the Crawford boxes, but hope he can contribute there for them and give them something for this playoff stretch.
I'm chatting with Blake Murphy, host of Jays Talk Plus across the Sportsnet Radio Network. Show Ali here with you on the Blue Jays rain delay program. Tonight's game 2 of the doubleheader, will begin approximately 8:30 p.m. Eastern, 5:30 p.m. Pacific. So less than half an hour until first pitch of game 2. Looks like the rain has stopped in Baltimore. A bunch of players from both teams out in the outfield throwing the ball around. So looks like we will get a game in short order. So Jake Bloss, I'm not going to ask you, Blake, to be a prospect expert immediately, because I know you got to do your research, but according to Ben Nicholson-Smith, this is what he tweeted out, would definitely be the best prospect, a 23-year-old right-handed pitcher that the Blue Jays have gotten so far, according to one scout. Mid-rotation start.
With liking Jake Bloss, it seems most of the people that I've talked to in the lead up to the deadline see him as at least, like maybe a number 3. And if Jays fans got tired this year of that kind of, hey, this guy has a good but not elite fastball by velocity, but because of the release point and the release angle and the extension down the mound and stuff like that, the fastball, quote unquote, plays up. That's the Jake Bloss special. He's a guy, he has touched 97 on the gun, but it's the first thing every scouting report will bring up. Long down the mound and a sort of plane on that fastball that gives it that kind of rising feel. And then, a couple of secondary pitches that are interesting. Curveball with big vertical break. He throws 2 different types of a slider. It looks like from some of the StatCast data, limited sample, but it looks like 2 sliders in there. And then a changeup he's still figuring out. So a lot to work with there if you're the Blue Jays player development staff and if he makes the major leagues, if you're Pete Walker.
I was thinking about this the other day over the weekend, Blake, about pitching prospects in general, and I guess like what the recent news. Certainly, Alek Manoah is a part of this conversation, but Ricky Tiedemann going for surgery, and Nate Pearson being traded to the Cubs in the last couple of days. I guess it had me thinking. I guess there is really no such thing as a can't-miss pitching prospect. And, you look at, I like to think Paul Skeens is that. You never know. But I don't know about you, I definitely thought that of Steven Strasburg when he was first called up. And he looked nasty when he was first called up. And we know now what we know about his career and injuries and so on. So, again, like there's no such thing. But I think it's so fun to have pitching prospects to discuss, right? I mean, don't get me wrong. Like, these guys are making their arms move in ways human arms were probably never meant to move. But having said that, I think it's still like an interesting, as much of an unknown as Bloss is at the major league level, it's still an interesting aspect to see them go out and try and stockpile some arms that might be closer to the majors, even if they're not that close.
Yeah, exactly. And look, if you want a little bit of additional evidence that this is not a bad trade, Astros fans online are pretty mad about it. Giving a guy with, no Jays fan wants to hear during a sell-off about years of control, but a guy who could be here for 5-6 years for a rental starting pitcher. We got to see where, the price on Jack Flaherty and guys like that come down. But yeah, on the surface, given what else has been out there, on trade deadline day here, the catcher the Yankees gave up for Jazz Chisholm, I think will probably grade out as like the best prospect dealt so far. But Jake Bloss is going to be right in the mix there as, one of the top names to move at the deadline here. So I think Jays fans can be excited, even if you don't like if you don't love what's got them here to being sellers. Bloss is an interesting guy. And again, like, of the 9 guys they've picked up over these 5 trades, like, I think a pretty clear top guy.
Yeah, I think when you're talking about the variety of prospects they've picked up over these number of trades, probably Bloss and then Jonathan Clase, most likely?
Yeah, I think so. And Clase is just, there's so much projectability from the fact that he's already gotten to the major leagues and has produced at AAA. Questions about whether he's an everyday guy or a 4th/5th outfielder type. But when you're that close, and like, I think Yohendrick Pinango is interesting as well as a big riser this year, but it's also, he started the year his 4th year in a row at high A. So any guy you're picking up for a Nate Pearson or for a relief pitcher rental or whatever, they're going to have question marks. So, I think, I'd probably have it Bloss, Clase, and then, take your pick between Pinango and Polino. I think there's some disagreement between the prospect ranking people on those two. But, yeah, that's kind of the top of the list. Cutter Coffee, interesting for the power projection. And then, a couple lower end guys. Like, RJ Schreck, right? Probably not a guy who is, really moving the needle. That was probably more about getting out of some of Justin Turner's money. We'll see what else happens here. There are going to be some guys who are just, backfill for the Vancouver Canadians or whatever at some point.
You heard some cheers there. It's because the grounds crew at Camden Yards just peeling off the tarp. Looks like people are starting to return to their seats at Camden Yards as well. So we are that much closer to first pitch in Baltimore. They say approximately 8:30 p.m. Eastern, 5:30 Pacific. It's 8:14 right now. So maybe a little past 8:30 because they still have to drain all the water out there in right field. They have to get the mound ready, the box ready. So maybe a little past 8:30, but we'll keep you abreast of any developments in Camden Yards. I'm chatting with Blake Murphy here on the Blue Jays Rain Delay program as, again, the news of the evening is that Yusei Kikuchi, acquired by the Houston Astros, right-handed pitcher Jake Bloss, who was scratched from his start tonight, is expected to be part of the return to Toronto. So we find out anything else on if there are any other pieces involved or cash considerations. Perhaps we will certainly give you that information as soon as we find it. Blake, you mentioned Justin Turner. That was the other big news of the day. And RJ Schreck, like you said, a Double-A outfielder. We'll see what he becomes and what his future is as a major leaguer. But I think you're right. The news also coming out, and I saw you tweet about this as well, it certainly feels as though a big part of this was to get the Blue Jays under the competitive balance tax threshold, which, if I remember correctly, is about $237 million. Now, the CBT numbers are, and as you have noted many times, are not exact, right? Like, it's hard to know exactly what contracts look like and how that works into exactly down to the dollar what the Blue Jays have to play with. But you got to think that certainly moving Kikuchi, who is set to earn a fair amount, and now Justin Turner earlier, that will go a long way to make sure the Blue Jays are not going to be over that threshold.
Certainly. And, like you said, there are a couple unknowns in how the CBT gets calculated, players, how many guys you end up adding to the 40-man and their prorations and things like that, player benefits, that kind of stuff. And then we don't know the amount of cash, they're sending in a Justin Turner trade that they sent out in the Kevin Biggio trade and things like that. However, they're getting pretty close, and that's important for a couple reasons. I know some people roll their eyes when we talk about getting below the tax, but there are real important factors with that, like if you lose now the Jays have traded away all their pending free agents, so this doesn't matter, but you get a better compensation pick back if you lose a free agent who you gave a qualifying offer to. You don't have to pay as much in draft compensation if you sign someone else's free agent who got a qualifying offer. You're not at risk of losing international slot money if you sign a player who had a qualifying offer. And then on top of that, because they won't be a repeater next year, their tax rate goes from 50% down to 20%. So if you're saying, hey, the Jays are going to spend $250 million next year, no matter what, that goes further if you're not a repeater tax team. So as much as people roll their eyes at saving a buck here and there, it is relevant for 2025 roster building if this team intends to be competitive again.
I think that's a good point, because when you talk about all the conversations we've had about the 2025 roster have been, especially when you have indications from all sorts of insiders as to what the Blue Jays will do. Obviously, the deadline, and it kind of feels like all the big deadline moves have kind of already been made at this point. We'll see what happens tomorrow. You have 3 hours tomorrow, so I guess you'll be talking about this a lot. Oh, 4 hours. Oh, man. Good luck. Good luck, Blake. If you want me to pop on with you to kill some time, I'm more than happy to. But I have faith that you'll be able to.
I will make that ask if I need to, but I'm also aware that you are doing 4 games in a 48-hour span here. So try to be mindful of your innings as well.
Well, here's hoping that the deadline, at least outside of Blue Jays land, is pretty exciting. I mean, there was a 3-team trade today, which is kind of fun. I saw the Lane Thomas got traded to the Guardians, so there's still hopefully a lot to come. But at least as far as the Blue Jays go, we might be talking about a lot of the major moves right now. But when you talk about the 2025 retooling, whether or not they can or will be competitive next year, I think it's a good point to bring up that the money, in theory, goes further, because it was a conversation. I remember Shai talking about this right before the season started this year, about how they didn't want to go over the luxury tax threshold, the CBT threshold, because of this exact reason. So I guess that is a good thing, because I think a lot of fans, Blake, if they hear, oh, the team is selling Justin Turner for a lower level prospect because they don't want to spend money, well, I think a lot of people hear that and say, oh, the team is trying to cheap out or trying to lower payroll. But I don't think that's necessarily the exact explanation here.
Yeah, I mean, it certainly doesn't hurt that they're paying a little bit less money. Like, I'm sure our bosses are not complaining about that. Sure. But no, this is about that 50% tax level next year versus a 20% tax level. And, if you do go out and sign a free agent who signed a qualifying offer, you don't have to worry quite as much about the draft pick compensation you're losing and potential international slot money that you're losing there. So, much as it sounds like penny pinching, and that is, the money's real, it is real, but it's more about, I think, the roster building capability for 2025, assuming that they're going to, as they've said, everything they've said so far is that they're going to try to compete again in 2025. And if that's the case, there is a benefit to dipping below as far as how you're building your roster in 2025.
Blake, I want to ask you about Justin Turner's fit on the Mariners, too. Now, Justin Turner, the only reason I bring it up is because Turner's certainly a veteran bat, a guy who probably would help a variety of teams. He might not... Look, my initial read on it is he might not have to do as much in Seattle, but then again, Seattle is a team that has had some real offensive struggles for much of the season. I mean, we saw not that long ago when the Blue Jays were in Seattle, they struck out a ton. All they do is strike out, and I think they tried to remedy this, certainly by getting Randy Arozarena a couple of days ago from the Rays. Definitely a step in the right direction, and the Mariners hoping that Arozarena is the guy he has been since June 1st and not the guy he was from the beginning of the season to June 1st, because those are two very different players. But what do you view the role for Justin Turner in the Mariners clubhouse? Because it does kind of remind me to a certain extent of when Carlos Santana was acquired by the Mariners, because we've heard a lot of Mariners analysts and fans certainly talk about the importance of having veteran leadership on what is, generally speaking, a young team. But you can't really quantify that, of course. But when you saw the Justin Turner trade, I'm wondering what you thought vis-a-vis the fit for him in Seattle.
Yeah, my initial reaction was a little bit of curiosity that they had just DFA'd and then traded Ty France, right, and then turned around and added Justin Turner, who, plays the same spot, is also a righty. Now, Turner obviously brings a lot more experience than Ty France, but maybe there's a benefit to, Ty France has been there 4 or 5 years as well. So that's a bit of a curious flip there. I just think if you are I think there's value in having guys who have been through it before, and Justin Turner has certainly been that. It probably doesn't hurt either that he's gotten a little hot of late, and you look at his season numbers, especially against lefties, had been hitting a little better than Ty France. So they see it as an upgrade, and really the prospect cost here was very minimal for them. We'll see how much money they ended up having to eat on him and Ty France, but RJ Schreck is not a guy that I think they're going to be looking at, and they have one of the best systems in baseball. Right. So I don't know that they're going to be looking at him and be sweating it too much if Justin Turner is hey, he's going to start against lefties and play against the occasional righty at first base. And then I think this is probably a little bit of looking ahead to if they can make the playoffs. The value in that room of having a guy who's been through it before, given that, I know the Mariners had a cup of coffee in the playoffs the other year, but this is still, a relatively young team as far as playoff experience goes. I think that's probably a factor here.
Before I let you go, Blake, and I appreciate you doing this for me on the shortest possible of notices, so thank you again so much. I love you, man. But I got to ask you about Danny Jansen. Jano, the other trade coming down the pipeline over the weekend, coming down in like the 7th or 8th inning of the game while Eric and Chris and I were at the Rogers Center. I remember I broke the news to them on the air after seeing the Rosenthal and Passan tweets, and all three of us sitting in the radio booth just immediately looked down at the Blue Jays dugout and thought, boy, Danny Jansen does not look like a guy who knows he was traded. And then, of course, later, I think it was in between the 7th and 8th innings, he went back out and caught for Gausman as he was warming up. And then after the game, it was made official, and he spoke to the media and so on. I think, generally speaking, when you look at all three of those prospects, you mentioned one of them in Paulino, but Cutter Coffey certainly was the big name we found out first, and then the other two guys kind of trickled out a little bit later on that evening. But when you look at that trade, certainly when you're getting rid of a guy who's an unrestricted or a free agent, UFAs are only in hockey, I suppose, but when you get rid of a guy who is going to be a rental for a team like Boston, it might have been a bit of cleaning up on the Boston end, because I know some of the prospects that came back to Toronto have to be added to the 40-man by a certain time to avoid being exposed to the Rule 5 draft. But what did you think of the trade and the return? It certainly feels like people are pretty high on Coffey and Pinango.
Yeah, I mean, Coffey is also, there's name value there where he was a number 41 overall pick with a big signing bonus in 2022. So a name maybe people heard around draft time. And then he had that stretch earlier this season where he hit 7 home runs over a 6-game stretch. I had even talked about him on my show when the Jays were playing the Red Sox. So I was like, what the heck's going on here? So there's some name value there. And I think, he's a guy that you can look at and squint and be like, hey, if you can help him with some of the plate discipline stuff, some of the swing decision stuff, there's obvious power there, especially for an infield position. And some people seem to think he can stick at shortstop. Some seem to think, third base is probably where he ends up. You're right on Paulino. He's got to be added to the 40-man this offseason. And he had, a nice 2022 breakout and then cooled off a little bit last year. But he's another guy that, there's real power potential there to the pull side. Maybe a guy who could play his way into a major league utility role because he is a left-handed bat. He does have some power, and he's played, I think, every position on the diamond except first and catcher over his minor league career, and we know the Jays value that as well. So that the return, absolutely solid for a rental catcher. They certainly did better, I think, than the Tigers did with Carson Kelly. And Carson Kelly probably not quite as good as Danny Jansen, but I think you're okay with that return. And then in terms of the fit, I mean, Danny Jansen is tailor-made for the Green Monster. Like, he's a dead pull right-handed hitter who hits lefties really well. We saw him yesterday kind of use the whole field and getting a couple hits in that Red Sox debut. So that was a little unexpected, but I think, his games at Fenway, he's going to play ping pong with that monster. That really suits his swing and his profile. Should be a lot of fun to watch Danny down the stretch.
Lots of trades coming down the pipeline across Major League Baseball, but certainly a ton here in Toronto. Of course, Danny Jansen to Boston, Justin Turner to Seattle, Jimmy Garcia to Seattle, and earlier, just about 25 minutes ago, Yusei Kikuchi to the Houston Astros. To help us break it down, it's Blake Murphy, host of Jays Talk Plus. Blake, thanks for doing this, man. We're getting close to first pitch. I'm going to let you run. Have a great rest of your evening, I guess, watching the rest of this game and prepping for your 4-hour show tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm deep in the I've pulled a bunch just in case I have air to fill of Blue Jays trade deadline history trivia going back to 1992. That's nice. As far back as I've made it right now. So wish me luck on that one, man.
Yeah, good luck. I absolutely do. I'll be watching and listening, and thanks for doing this.
Yeah, have a good one, man.
There he goes. Blake Murphy, host of Jays Talk Plus. Again, like you heard him say, a 4-hour trade deadline edition across the Sportsnet Radio Network and on Sportsnet tomorrow. So be sure to tune in for that. But yeah, again, the news of the evening. You heard Blair talk about the Justin Turner trade mid-game to the Seattle Mariners. Yusei Kikuchi has been traded to the Houston Astros. Part of the return is right-handed pitching prospect Jake Bloss, a 23-year-old. In the minors this year, 1.64 ERA, 66 innings pitched, 31 hits, 21 walks, 63 strikeouts. So I guess the ultimate tally, I suppose, for the 4 players who are dealt, along with Nate Pearson, for the 4 rentals, I suppose, and Nate Pearson, because all of Justin Turner, Jimmy Garcia, Yusei Kikuchi, and who am I forgetting here? Anyways, they're all rentals. 9 prospects, a bunch of money off the books. You're now, in theory, below the competitive balance tax and some interesting lottery tickets. So that's where we stand right now. If any more information comes down for you, we will keep you apprised. Let's take a very quick break, and when we come back, we will get close to first pitch of Game 2 of this doubleheader down in Baltimore. You're listening to the Blue Jays Rain Delay program, which is about to be over on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Timber Mart is Canada's building center, a solid neighbor to call upon when you've got a job to do. Your dependable home improvement store that offers the added value of air miles rewards.
What's up, insiders? Thanks for hanging out with us for the Blue Jays trip to Baltimore, starting with the doubleheader today. Appreciate all of you being in here and making this chat go wild like you do every single game. Please make sure you've hit that like button. Share this link out to your friends to make sure that they get into the chat. You got to remind people, it's a Monday at 2 o'clock Central, 3 o'clock Eastern. It's a doubleheader. We've got Blue Jays baseball all day. Thanks for hanging out with us. We'll see you in the chat. Go Jays, go.
Live from the showdown between pizza and inflation. First to the plate, with over 2 million sold, it's Fixed Rate Pizza, a hot and fresh extra-large 4-topping pizza for a fixed price of $17.99 until the end of 2024. Here's the delivery. And inflation strikes out. That's a swing and a drive for Fixed Rate Pizza. Lock in yours today.
Order pizza.ca.
Timber Mart always has plans to help you with your plans. Your home, your cottage, your garage, whatever needs your attention first, check the most visited spot on our website for ready-to-order plans to get the job done with Canada's Building Center. Visit timbermart.ca.
The biggest names in NASCAR talk are now with SiriusXM.
Hey, this is Denny Hamlin, host of Actions Detrimental, driver of the number 11 Toyota for Joe Gibbs Racing, and co-owner of 2311 Racing. Join me and my co-host Jared Allen every Monday for a recap of each NASCAR race from the driver's seat. We'll break down how my race went and hopefully ending in victory lane.
Hear Actions Detrimental plus every incredible podcast from Dirty Mo Media right now on the SiriusXM app.
Blue Jays fans, no matter where you are, you won't miss a pitch with the SiriusXM app. Hear every game all season long. Download the SiriusXM app and search Blue Jays. That radio network.
Welcome back to Baseball Control, everyone. Show Ali with you in our downtown Toronto studios as we're getting set for first pitch of Game 2 between the Blue Jays and Orioles at Camden Yards in Baltimore. The second half of our doubleheader about to get going. Before we get you over to first pitch with Eric Smith and Chris LaRue, let's get to the Bet365 standings update. At Bet365, you can watch thousands of live games, build your own bet, and you can even make a bet while the game is still being played. 19 plus, play responsibly. Ontario only. Let's check out the AL East. Entering play tonight, this actually includes our Game 1, the results of that. So the Orioles, they are 63-43. The Yankees are 62-45. The Red Sox are 55-49. The Rays are 54-52. And after Game 1, the Blue Jays are 49-57. The Blue Jays lineup from John Schneider. George Springer is DHing, batting leadoff. Spencer Horwitz is batting second at second base. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. is batting third at first base. Davis Schneider is batting cleanup. He's in left field. Batting fifth is Ernie Clement. He is at third base. Leo Jimenez is batting sixth. He's at shortstop. Brian Servin's batting seventh. He is catching today. Kevin Kiermaier is in center field, batting eighth. And batting ninth is Stuart Baroa in right field. Bowden Francis pitches for the Blue Jays. Cade Povich pitches as perhaps the opener for this team, the Baltimore Orioles. And George Springer about to step into the box in a couple of minutes here. So to get you set for Game 2 of our doubleheader, hydrated, fueled up, is Eric Smith and Chris LaRue.
All right, thanks very much, Show. You sure you don't want to stay on for a couple more minutes here, Show? You did a fantastic job in the rain delay programming. So thanks for tuning in, folks, right here on the Sportsnet Radio Network as we get set for Game 2. We thought we would be about halfway through Game 2 already, but we are getting set for the first pitch coming off Game 1 of the doubleheader when the Blue Jays lost 11-5, and certainly hoping for the bounce back here in Game 2 as Toronto will start things off with George Springer, as Show was just mentioning. Spencer Horwitz to bat second, Vladimir Guerrero third, Davis Schneider fourth, Ernie Clement fifth, Leo Jimenez batting in the sixth spot. It's Brian Servin 7, Kevin Kiermaier 8, and Stuart Baroa in right field batting ninth. First pitch underway, and George Springer swinging at the first pitch sends it deep. Not really, about midway into center field. And underneath it, to make the grab and record the out, is Colton Cowser in center for the second game. There's one away.
And Colton Cowser actually didn't see that baseball off the bat. You could see him putting his palms up in the air. And then all of a sudden finds it. You could see the relief on his face for out number one.
So Spencer Horwitz comes up now, playing at second base in game number 2. First pitch. And it's a ball just outside. The 1-0 count to Horwitz. Batting .295 as this second game begins. The pitch outside from Cade Povich. He's now down in the count, 2-0. The lefty-lefty battle right here with the left-hander Povich and the left-handed hitting Spencer Horwitz. The 2-0 delivery. It's down Main Street, good for a strike. Now 2-1.
Cade Povich, not great numbers in the big leagues this season. 7 games started, 33 innings, a 6.27 ERA.
And now 2-2 in the count as Horwitz fouls off that next one. Got a piece of that sweeper as Povich battles back to pull even. The 2-2 delivery, and Horwitz sends it out to short. It's scooped up there by Jordan Westberg, and over to first. He makes the toss to Ryan O'Hearn to record the out, and there's 2 away.
And I'm pretty sure that Cade Povich has a sneaky fastball. It's not really alarming when you see it on the radar gun, 92, 93 miles an hour, but you can see that swing right there from Spencer Horwitz. Really got on him. It's almost like it has another gear through the zone.
Vladimir Guerrero steps in now. And Vladdy showing off the pink in this second game. He's got the hot pink, bright pink, or bubblegum pink, whatever you want to call it. Elbow pad.
It's like Bret the Hitman Hart.
Oh, yeah. Best there is, best there was, best there ever will be. Vladimir Guerrero Jr.
Nice.
The shin pad, the toe pad, the elbow pad, the batting gloves. And it really stands out against the baby blues that the Blue Jays are wearing here in Game 2 after wearing the grays in Game 1. Got that Jordan logo flashed all over that pink padding too. The 1-1 delivery from Povich, and Vladdy rips it into left field, and it's going to make it to the wall. That'll be 2 for Vladdy. It's bobbled briefly in center field by Cowser. Wouldn't have made a difference because Vlad was getting to second anyway. And Toronto will try to put together a 2-out rally here in the first.
Well, they tried to come inside with a little cutter, but it leaked out over the middle of the plate, and like he's done so many times over the last couple months, he just rips that ball into the gap in left center for a double. Man, he's good.
And that brings up Davis Schneider batting in the cleanup spot in this second game. First pitch outside, no good. And a 1-0 count to Schneider with 10 home runs, 36 runs batted in on the season. He was 1 for 4 in Game 1, batting .221 entering action here.
Did you notice anything about Davis Schneider's helmet?
There's no logo on it.
There is no logo on the front of his helmet.
Why is that?
Good question. I have no idea. Maybe he threw a helmet, cracked it, and he had to get a new one without putting a logo on it. I have no idea.
That is weird.
There's one on Vlad's. He's standing at second base.
Yeah, I have no idea. I don't have an answer, folks. Schneider down 1-2. We're going to blame the logoless helmet if he strikes out. Here's the 1-2 pitch down in the dirt. Nice block there by Adley Rutschman, who's the catcher for Game 2. We didn't see him in Game 1. There are a number of players on both sides that are taking part in the double dip, but there are also a number of fresh faces, too. For Toronto, it includes Kevin Kiermaier and Brian Servin, as well as Stuart Baroa, who did enter action during Game 1, but is starting in right field for the Jays, with George Springer playing DH. We already saw Springer as the leadoff batter in this inning, who flew out before Spencer Horwitz grounded out, and now Vladdy at second after his double. The 3-2 pitch to Schneider, and he pops it up and over the netting behind the plate. We'll do it again at 3-2. On the other side for Baltimore, we're going to get a look at Heston Kjerstad, Connor Norby, and I just mentioned Adley Rutschman. Again with the 3-2 pitch. And it was down in the dirt. They had checked down at first. And are they saying that he went or not? No. They held back, or he held back, I should say, Davis Schneider as they checked down at first, and Schneider gets the free pass. So Davis on first, Vladdy at second, which brings up Ernie Clement.
Well, we just saw a slow motion replay. That was very close. Could have gone either way. When it initially happened, I thought that he definitely swung, but watching that replay, it was very, very close. What'd you think?
I don't think he went. What do I say? Take it and run if you're a Blue Jay fan. First pitch swinging. Ernie Clement sends it down the right field line, and it misses by about 7 feet or so. It actually ricocheted off that side wall out in right field. So a long foul ball for Ernie Clement, batting .262 through 84 games. Toronto would love to strike first here after falling behind 4-0 at the end of one in Game 1. Clement pops one up and over the backstop. In fact, it kind of shifts its way over the Baltimore dugout. Either way, it's a foul ball and an 0-2 count to Clement. We are just underway in Game 2 of the doubleheader, a game that was delayed about an hour and 40 minutes. And Clement just ripped one down the left field line. It drops down. Vladdy's going to come around to score. Toronto strikes first. They get on the board. Sliding into second base is Clement. And over to third is Davis Schneider. And the 2-out rally is on for the Blue Jays.
Well, you said it. They do it again with 2 outs. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. started this rally with the double. And Ernie Clement comes through with the big hit right there. Hanging breaking ball. He drills it down the left field line for an RBI. And a 1-0 Blue Jays lead.
First inning is brought to you by Armstrong Bird Food. Bring nature to your backyard with Armstrong, feeding Blue Jays since 1986. Visit ArmstrongBirdFood.com. 1-0 Toronto. Second and third with 2 down as Leo Jimenez will come to the plate.
Is this your first doubleheader?
Calling?
Yeah.
Yes.
How do you feel?
Outstanding.
How are the pipes?
I'm all jacked up on Coke.
How are the pipes?
Coca-Cola, excuse me. Let's be clear about that. Let's be really clear about that. The pipes are great. I'll tell you, I'm trained for this to some degree because I also, for about the last 7 years have called National Bank Open tennis, and those can be like 10-hour days.
Oh, okay.
Where you're calling like 5 or 6 tennis matches.
But you're not talking as much,
I was
though.
just going to say, the only difference is you talk a whole lot less. So you're on the air for a longer stretch, but you're not saying as many words. The 0-1 pitch to Jimenez, outside, way outside, and now 1-1. You feeling okay?
I feel great.
You're all full on pizza?
Full of pizza, full of Coca-Cola. And I get to sit next to you, so that jacks me up, man.
You just stay on that side. Jimenez gets underneath one. Sends it out to right field, camping underneath it to make the grab. Anthony Santander, and that will do it for the Jays. They strand 2, but not before they score 1. So they lead 1-0 as we go to the bottom of the first. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center in Metcalfe and Winchester, Ontario. Protect your vehicle from rust today. Find your local family-owned Crown at crown.com. Canada's #1 rust protection. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
At Crown Rust Control Center, protection runs deep because every Crown Rust Control Center is owned by a local family who cares beyond business. Your Crown Rust Control Center is 100% committed to their product, to you, to their community, which is your community. Protecting you and what matters to you is equally important as protecting your vehicle. Did you know your vehicle rusts faster in warm weather? Protect your vehicle today. For a special summer offer, find your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center at crown.com.
We're 2menintruck.ca. We've got lots of men and lots of trucks, so get ready to be moved.
Think 2menintruck, 2menintruck.ca. So when you gotta move, I'll move them day. Think 2menintruck, 2menintruck.ca. Cause all of us movers are not the same. So that's our company name, 2menintruck.ca. We're lots of men with lots of trucks, so give us a call today.
At Bet365, we don't do ordinary. That's why we introduced in-game betting. Because when the game starts, the action doesn't stop. With in-game betting, you can wager on game props, player props, totals, and the money line. And remember, in-game, you can track your same-day parlay with the option to cash out. Check out in-game betting and find out why. It's never ordinary at Bet365.
Must be 19 years or older. Ontario only. Please play responsibly. If you or someone you know has concerns about gambling, visit connexontario.ca.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
Swing and a miss, strike 3. How about 99 right down the middle, beats Manzardo.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Bowden Francis to start things off for the Blue Jays, with Toronto spotting him a 1-0 lead. And Colton Cowser will lead things off for the Orioles. Batting .236 to start Game 2. We saw him in Game 1. Played in left field, and he's playing here in center field for Game 2. Count even at 1-1 as he just fouled off the second pitch. Francis missed with a four-seamer on the first one, and then back with the strike on the second pitch with another four-seamer. And I believe this game is going to be tied. Yes, indeed it is. That ball left in a hurry, and it's a solo shot for Colton Cowser to tie the game at 1.
Well, this Orioles lineup has a ton of pop, and Colton Cowser shows it right there with his 15th home run of the season. A fastball up and in, and he just gets the barrel to it and hits it onto Utah Street. That was a nice swing right there for Colton Cowser.
Well, understatement, no doubt, but certainly not the way that Bowden Francis wanted to start this ball game. Especially as I had just mentioned, he was spotted a 1-0 lead, and on the third pitch of the game, the Orioles tie it all up. Maybe wipe the slate clean and just pretend like you're hitting the reset button.
That was a moonshot.
That was. Adley Rutschman looks at a ball in the first pitch, and then a pretty good looking splitter right there from Francis to even up the count at 1-1. Speaking of power all through the lineup, how about 17 home runs and 61 runs batted in for Rutschman, who didn't even play in Game 1, and he just swung through a fastball. He trails in the count 1-2. Francis gets the sign, the pitch, and the strikeout. That's a great response from Bowden Francis. Gets the K, and there's one away.
Well, Adley Rutschman continues to struggle. He's hitting just 132 in July. A guy that was on fire earlier on in the season.
Anthony Santander comes up now for the Orioles, the number 3 hitter in the lineup. The switch hitter, batting from the left side against the righty Francis. Santander playing in right field for this game, too. And the first pitch in for a strike, painting the outside edge with a fastball at 96.
96 miles an hour. We really didn't see many of those early on from Bowden Francis. He's hitting another gear here in late July.
And Santander knocks a base hit into right field. Scooping it up, tossing it in is Stuart Baroa. And Baltimore will try to get something going here with one away and one on.
Anthony Santander goes down and gets that split finger from Bowden Francis. Actually, not a bad pitch. Santander is just seeing the ball so well right now.
This brings up Ryan Mountcastle, the DH for game 2, batting from the right side. Batting .276 on the season. He played well in game 1. Orioles with the white pants and the black shirts here for game 2 against the Jays in baby blue. First pitch got away from Servin, but he quickly tracks it down and thus is able to hold Santander at first. One out here in the bottom of the first with the game tied 1-1.
Do you want to guess what the crowd is?
Not yet.
We'll let them trickle in.
This is probably like a worst case scenario for Baltimore. I'll explain why in a second. The 1-0 pitch, big swing and a miss from Mountcastle. It's 1-1. I mean, it was already one of those rare doubleheaders that we don't see a whole lot in baseball these days. Normally teams like to just cash in as much as they can. Get a full crowd in for game 1, push them out the door, wait for a couple of hours, and then bring in a whole new set of people for game 2. Mm-hmm. But this was actually one of those double dip tickets where you could come to both. Chopped to third, picked up by Clement, flip it over to second for 1, over to first in time. The double play turned by the Blue Jays. What a great job on that one as Clement got it over to Horwitz, who flipped it quick for the 5-4-3 double play. And I'll give you my theory when we come back. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
SiriusXM NFL Radio's training camp tour is on the road, getting you ready for the season. Here our experts break down every team and interview the coaches and star players.
Quarterback for the New York Jets, Aaron Rodgers.
I expect to play at a high level. Nobody brings you closer to your team than NFL Radio Channel 88.
This is Chiefs quarterback Patrick Mahomes.
This is the Baltimore Ravens quarterback Lamar Jackson.
Catch all of our NFL Radio training camp tour shows and exclusive video on the all-new SiriusXM app.
It's fantasy football season, because we say it is.
Travis Kelce, touchdown!
From fantasy football strategies to players you need to draft or avoid.
Christian McCaffrey is one of the riskiest #1 overall picks in fantasy football history.
Fantasy Sports Radio is your home to win.
There is no bigger value today than Dak Prescott.
If you're not preparing for the 2024 fantasy football season, you're already losing. Channel 87 and on the all-new SiriusXM app.
Wake up! Wake up, everybody! This is Steve Phillips from the leadoff spot on MLB Network Radio. Join me and former Major League Baseball players Eduardo Perez and Xavier Scruggs as we react to all the latest news and scores across baseball and have plenty of fun along the way.
Steve, you were so right about that.
I don't know if anybody else thinks we're funny, but I think we're funny.
Why are you putting us or we into this?
The leadoff spot, weekdays at 7 a.m. Eastern on MLB Network Radio, Channel 89, and on the SiriusXM app.
24/7, 365 coverage of all things NASCAR. All things NASCAR happens exclusively on SiriusXM NASCAR Radio, Channel 90.
Sportsnet Radio Network.
Welcome back, Eric Smith and Chris LaRue with you from the Timber Mart broadcast booth as we get set to start the Second inning, tied 1-1. As Brian Servin steps in, and the first pitch to Servin is low and inside, a 1-0 count. Servin called up, of course, after the trade of Danny Jansen to the Boston Red Sox. Batting .091 on the season. And he gets underneath the second pitch and skies one out towards shallow left. Back for it, calling for it, is the third baseman, Ramon Urias, who makes the grab, and there's one away.
Brian Servin's from Palm Desert, California. Have you ever been there?
I have not.
I was just there during the All-Star break. It was 51 degrees.
I'll never go.
It's a warm place.
51.
51, man.
One out now as Kevin Kiermaier steps up for the Blue Jays. And the first pitch to Kiermaier is in for a strike on the sweeper from Povich. And now Kiermaier slaps one into right field, and it's going to be 2 for Kiermaier. He makes the turn at first base and slides on in head first to second. The double for Kevin Kiermaier with one away here in the second.
Another hanging breaking ball from Povich. Kiermaier just rips that thing down the line, and he gets on his horse, barely beating that throw in from Santander in right field. But that's a good swing from Kevin Kiermaier.
And there's been a lot of speculation swirling about Kevin Kiermaier in terms of whether he could be potentially dealt before tomorrow's deadline and then potentially even released by the Jays. We shall see. Here he is getting the start in Game 2 of the doubleheader and responding right away with a double in his first at-bat. Stuart Baroa, the number 9 hitter for the Blue Jays, up right now with Kiermaier in scoring position. The 0-1 pitch, Baroa sends it out to short, and it eats up Westberg. He can't make the grab. Turning the corner quickly from third. He was going on contact. Kiermaier ends up coming around to score, and the Blue Jays lead 2-1.
Well, Stuart Baroa just got his second big league hit. Rips an RBI single through that hole on the left side. Kevin Kiermaier comes racing around third base. That's definitely a base hit, I would think.
I would think so, too.
Yeah.
That was a hot shot, no doubt. And Baroa immediately signaling to the bench, pumping himself up, and hopefully his teammates, too. He is a ball of energy. Whereas John Schneider called him a couple of days ago a human cup of coffee.
Stuart Baroa just got his first RBI as well. We're going to get that baseball.
George Springer down in the count, 0-1. The second pitch to Springer is low inside, and it's now 1-1. Number of boos in Baltimore, and I believe it's Baltimore Orioles fans trying to drown out Blue Jay fans that were trying to start a chant for Toronto in Baltimore here in this second inning. Now, we didn't notice the Jays fans being very loud in Game 1, but two things. A, there weren't a ton of fans in the stands for Game 1, and two, the Jays were getting hammered in Game 1. So there weren't a lot of reasons to cheer as Toronto was down by 7 on 3 separate occasions in that first game.
Yeah, it was 4-0 even before the first inning ended. So you can understand their frustration.
3-1 count now to George Springer with Baroa at first. Springer swings and fouls one off up and into the stands over the first base dugout. It's now a 3-2 count. Blue Jays leading 2-1 here in the top of the second. And Springer got underneath one and skies a foul ball up and over the third base dugout. And the count stays full. Springer batting .227. And again, he's the DH in this second game of the doubleheader. And now Povich throws over to first to keep Baroa in check. Certainly a ton of speed there with Stuart Baroa.
I could see Baroa taking off right here, although Povich is left-handed, so you have to be extra careful in this situation.
The 3-2 pitch from Springer, no. It's a pickoff move. Baroa takes off for second. He's in safely. The throw gets away, and Baroa immediately runs to third. He didn't even hesitate. He was on to third base all in one motion. And what a sequence for Toronto.
And right on cue, Baroa tries to steal. Povich picks him off. But the thing that made that play so interesting is that Stuart Baroa never tried to slide. So that throw from Ryan O'Hearn to Jordan Westberg at second base was almost impossible because he was trying to throw over, instead of a sliding Stuart Baroa, which would have been a lot easier, he was trying to throw over a standing Stuart Baroa, who might have been outside of that baseline watching that slow replay there. That was a very smart play from Stuart Baroa.
You just hush up over there. Baroa now at third with only one down, and Springer continues to battle in this 3-2 count. Here's the pitch from Povich. Outside. The pitch was outside. Rutschman tried to frame it and pull it back. But it's a ball and a free pass for George Springer.
And now the Blue Jays have runners on first and third with one out. And you have Spencer Horwitz coming up, and then Vladimir Guerrero Jr. coming up behind him.
How quickly do you want to see George moving to try and get out of the double play?
I would, if I was George Springer, if I was John Schneider, I would say probably as soon as possible. But again, with that left-handed pitcher on the mound, it's tough to steal that base. Or at least a little bit harder.
Horwitz fouls off the first pitch from Povich. Down in the count, 0-1. And it's down in the dirt on the second pitch, missing with the sweeper. It's 1-1. Second inning presented by Bet365. At Bet365, you can watch thousands of live games, build your own bet, and you can even make a bet while the game is still being played. 19 plus. Play responsibly. Ontario only. The 1-1 pitch fouled off by Horwitz. It's now 1-2. Povich checks the sign. Looks over at first. Here's the pitch. And Spencer fouls one off. Staying alive at 1-2.
Fouled off that tough fastball up and away, 93 miles an hour. Pretty hard fastball from Povich, but Spencer Horwitz always puts up a fight. Very rarely does he go down swinging.
Jays leading 2-1 here in the top of the second inning. Again, a long stare over at Springer at first. And the 1-2 pitch, yet again, fouled off. We'll do it again at 1-2. Down in the dirt. And Horwitz holds off on that one. Now 2-2.
Cade Povich has already thrown 40 pitches now through an inning and a third. for the Baltimore Orioles. You can see Brandon Hyde over there in that Baltimore Orioles dugout, concerned about the number of pitches his starter has thrown. 42 pitches.
The 2-2 pitch outside. Povich misses, and nice patience on back-to-back pitches for Spencer Horwitz to now force the count to full, trying to load the bases for Vladimir Guerrero Jr.
And that's probably the last thing that Cade Povich wants.
Fouled off again by Spencer Horwitz. The battle continues. The delivery, and Horwitz dribbles one out to second. It won't be two, and it will score one as Baroa trots in. The Blue Jays take a 3-1 lead. And now Vladimir Guerrero Jr. will come up with a runner in scoring position out at second base. Springer at second. Again, Baroa coming in to score. And we'll see if Vladdy can do some damage right here.
And they're going to go out and have a chat with Cade Povich. Probably, I would imagine, want to pitch around him. Maybe not in this situation, this early in a ball game. But Vladimir Guerrero Jr. has been seeing the ball very well. Adley Rutschman out there having a chat with his young pitcher. Probably a pretty scary situation for Cade Povich with that. With Vlad stepping into the box, you don't really know where the ball is going. You're very erratic with most of your pitches today already. Vlad already ripping a double in the first inning. Tough situation for a young pitcher.
It's 3-1 Toronto here in the top of the second inning. A great response thus far from the Blue Jays after getting blown out in Game 1 11-5. Baltimore in complete control of that first game, but early on at least, Toronto is showing some moxie and punching back and trying to split this doubleheader. We've still got a lot of baseball to go, but this is definitely a great start for T.O. Outside the first pitch from Povich. And a 1-0 count to Vladdy. And after that ball, Baltimore has now signaled that they're going to issue the free pass and send Guerrero down to first.
Yeah, usually I wouldn't just give the free pass, especially this early in a ball game. I would probably... If you're thinking that way, I would probably just pitch around him, maybe throw some changeups down, some sliders down. And if Vlad chooses to get himself out, he will. But I guess Brandon Hyde and Freddie Gonzalez over there in that Orioles dugout chose to just give him the free pass.
It brings up Davis Schneider, who walked in the first inning in his first at-bat. Batting .221 on the season. And he does have a little juice in that bat. We haven't seen it in a while, but he's got 10 home runs on the season. Certainly would be loving to get a hold of one right now. And apparently he either got a new helmet or he went up to the concession stands or something and bought a sticker out of the bubblegum machine or something, because he's got that Jays logo now on his helmet.
It's kind of crooked, too, so someone didn't put it on right.
It actually looks like it also is like 3D or something, like it's sticking out more than the sticker normally does. I'm not sure what's happening. We'll see if we can get on that story. Helmet gate. Davis ahead 2-0 in the count, and it's now 2-1 as Povich just dropped in a nice changeup. Try and fight back in this count. First and second for the Blue Jays with two away. The 2-1 pitch right down Main Street, and Davis knew that he let that one go.
That is a very hittable pitch. 91 right down the middle, a four-seam fastball, and I think you said it right. You let that go.
The 2-2 pitch coming. Povich gets the sign. Rutschman directing some traffic, and now Povich, as a result, steps off the rubber and wants to reset. Schneider steps out of the box. He digs back in. And we're set to go again. Again, 2-2 is the count. The delivery. Swing and a miss. Schneider, sits down. Strikes out to end the inning. And that will do it for Toronto. But they get 2 more here in the second and now lead 3-1 going to the bottom of the second. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center. Streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
At Crown Rust Control, protection runs deep because every Crown Rust Control Center is owned by a local family who cares beyond business. Your Crown Rust Control is 100% committed to their product, to you, to their community, which is your community. Protecting you and what matters to you is equally important as protecting your vehicle.
Did you know your vehicle rusts faster in warm weather? Protect your vehicle today. For a special summer offer, find your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center at crown.com.
Hey, Jays fans, ready to hit a home run with your next roofing project? Step up to the plate with GAF Timberline HDZ shingles, the official roofing shingle of the Toronto Blue Jays. Just like our Jays, GAF Timberline HDZ shingles deliver top performance with unmatched durability and protection. So, when it's time to cover your bases, choose the winning team. Visit your local Home Depot or shop online at homedepot.ca for all your roofing shingles and accessories. GAF. We protect what matters most.
If you're looking for a fun day, did you know the day before Monday? Junior J Sunday. You can paint your face, come and meet Ace and run base to base. On Junior J Sunday. So many things to do. You can bring your crew and even mom and dad too. Junior J Sunday.
Sundays are for Junior Jays. Get to the ballpark early to enjoy outdoor activities before continuing the fun inside while you cheer on the Blue Jays.
If you're feeling the song, grab your dad or mom, visit BlueJays.com. Junior J Sunday.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
Fielded at second, Horwitz steps on the bag, throws to first, double play.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Welcome back. Bottom of the second inning. Blue Jays leading 3-1. And the first pitch catches the bottom part of the zone to Ryan O'Hearn, the first baseman here in Game 2. The left-handed bat of O'Hearn, 12 home runs on the season, 41 runs batted in, batting .277. And the 0-1 pitch is sent opposite field by O'Hearn. It's fair, bounces off the track, off the wall, bobbled around by Schneider. He finally picks it up as O'Hearn is chugging to third. That should have been a double, but it's going to turn into 3 bases for Ryan O'Hearn.
Yeah, I think that'll be a double and an error. Davis Schneider tried to pick that ball up down there in the left field corner, had some trouble with it, bobbled it around. You could see Ryan O'Hearn probably stopping at second, and then when he noticed Davis Schneider bobble that thing around, he got on his horse and ended up at third base. But that's a double with an error, but still a nice piece of hitting, sending that ball down the left field line for Ryan O'Hearn.
Well, for now, they're calling it a triple. I don't know about that. And with one swing of the bat, this game is tied. It's a 2-run shot for Jordan Westberg. And I didn't have a chance to say it, but I was about to say to you, Chris LaRue, that Colton Cowser started the game with a home run. And then Baltimore starts the second inning with a triple. Not the kind of way you want to start innings if you're Bowden Francis, but obviously a triple followed by a homer is even worse. And we are back to even yet again with Baltimore tying this game at 3.
Yeah, this Baltimore Orioles lineup is incredibly powerful. They've shown it the last couple of games, but that was just a hanging breaking ball from Bowden Francis at 73 miles an hour. Jordan Westberg drills it into the Baltimore Orioles bullpen out in left center. Can't just hang pitches against this lineup. This lineup's one of the best. A ton of power, 1 through 9.
Heston Kjerstad steps in now, batting .277 on the season. The left-handed bat from the left fielder slaps one out to first on a couple of bounces, picked up by Vladdy, who keeps it himself, steps on the bag, and there's one away.
I guess we'll start fresh again.
Let's start fresh again. I said in the top half of the second inning that the Blue Jays were off to a great start. We still have a lot of baseball to go, but certainly a 3-1 lead was showing some moxie. But again, we are all even at 3 apiece.
I think we forgot to mention, too, that on July 14th, the Blue Jays optioned Bowden Francis to Buffalo, and today he was recalled for the first time from the Buffalo Bisons.
I think we did forget to mention it, but I think it's because we've been talking for a couple of days about the fact that Francis was going to start this game. We knew it. It was essentially like the worst-kept secret. So even though the roster move was made officially official today, we knew it was coming. Diving stab at third base. What a play and what a throw. Talk about a highlight reel on that one. The Blue Jays get the second out, and that was all Ernie Clement.
Yeah, I've been singing his praises all day long. Ernie Clement with another great play, taking a single away from Ramon Urias on the left side of that infield. He gets up quickly, throws a strike to Vlad at first base. What a play.
So 2 down now here in the bottom of the second, with the Blue Jays and Orioles tied at 3-3. The number 9 hitter is Connor Norby, the right-handed hitting second baseman for the Orioles. None on, 2 down. First pitch from Francis is sent deep into left center, into that weird corner, and on the track to make the grab is center fielder Kevin Kiermaier, who ends the inning for Baltimore. But again, they score 2 on a 2-run homer from Jordan Westberg. We go to the third with the game tied at 3s. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Hi, I'm Buck Martinez, live from the showdown between Pizza and inflation. First to the plate, Pizza's big hitter, fixed rate pizza. An extra large 4-topping pizza for a fixed price of $17.99 until the end of 2024. I dare say, folks, inflation stands no chance against this all-star. Here's the delivery. And inflation strikes out. That's a swing and a drive for fixed rate pizza. Lock in yours today.
Order pizza.ca.
George Springer takes his love for hockey seriously. It's even starting to show in his post-game press conferences.
All right, first.
Hey, George, big catch by Dalton there in the 8th.
You know, Varshy's a grinder.
Really felt like a team effort tonight.
26 guys. Takes all 26 guys. Yeah, bud. This one was a barn burner. Just tried to get the barrel on it, eh? Yeah, that was a beauty, eh? Those guys were chirping. They wanted to drop the mitts. Next.
Get down to Rogers Center on August 7th and get your George Springer replica hockey jersey presented by TD. For tickets, visit BlueJays.com.
At Bet365, we don't do ordinary. That's why we introduced in-game betting. Because when the game starts, the action doesn't stop. With in-game betting, you can wager on game props, player props, totals, and the money line. And remember, in-game, you can track your same-day parlay with the option to cash out. Check out in-game betting and find out why. It's never ordinary at Bet365.
Must be 19 years or older. Ontario only. Please play responsibly. If you or someone you know has concerns about gambling, visit connexontario.ca.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
In time! What a play, Bo Bichette!
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Welcome back. Eric Smith and Chris LaRue with you, getting set to start the third inning, which is brought to you by the local family-owned Crown Rust Control Centers in Metcalfe and Winchester, Ontario. Protect your vehicle from rust today. Find your local family-owned Crown at crown.com, Canada's #1 rust protection. First pitch to Ernie Clement is high and outside on the sinker and a 1-0 count. Next one in there for a strike. The changeup is good. It's 1-1. The sirens raining down in the background in Baltimore as Clement fouls off pitch number 3 into the stands, and it's 1-2. I think I was going to make a point earlier about the crowd and the doubleheader. This was one of those rare modern-day doubleheaders where they actually gave the fans an opportunity to come to both games and didn't get greedy and try and sell tickets for both. But I don't know if it was because it was a Monday. It is Monday, right? I've lost track of the days. A Monday doubleheader where people couldn't get out of work, but it was not a well-attended first game. And then in between games, when you would think that people are either sticking around or maybe just showing up for that second game, a rain delay of about an hour and 40 minutes as Clement sends one deep to center field. Back just before the track, though, to make the grab is Colton Cowser. There's one away. So people were probably turned off by the rain. turned off by not knowing when the game was starting, and now they're starting to filter in a little bit more. And as they do filter in, there are more Blue Jay fans, perhaps than Oriole fans total, but certainly more so than we saw in Game 1.
Also turned off by the heat and how muggy it is. 34 degrees to start the day today. I'm assuming muggy in Baltimore because it's always muggy in the middle of the summer in Baltimore.
Leo Jimenez missing on the, well, he didn't miss. He held off. As Povich missed, it's 1-0. Jimenez flew out in the first inning. The 1-0 pitch is high, and now 2-0. Who am I to really criticize Adley Rutschman? I think he needs to work on his framing a little bit. Like, it's so obvious how he tries to pull his glove down or in on a lot of these pitches.
I've noticed that a lot.
It's not exactly smooth.
But I think that we have
the vantage point.
Well, that and we also get to see Alejandro Kirk every single day almost, and he's one of the best at framing and not making it so obvious. That's kind of the art of framing, to move your glove closer to the strike zone, maybe 1 or 2 inches, and not make it look like you're actually doing that.
Jimenez gave a decent ride out to center field as well, but tracking it down yet again was Colton Cowser, a few feet in front of the track. So 2 long flyouts here in this 3rd inning for the Blue Jays, and there's 2 away.
And to kind of emphasize your point, it is incredibly irritating to me as a pitcher, as a former catcher, to see that and think, man, that is obvious. And if I can see it, the umpire can see it. And the umpire is probably becoming more and more frustrated with how brutal he is at it.
Speaking of catchers, Brian Serven steps in for his second at-bat of the ball game. He flew out, a little pop out to third in his first at-bat in the last inning. The 1-0 pitch fouled straight back into the netting. It's 1-1. Let me ask you this. With no commentary intended, but I think you probably know where my commentary lies. Just a few years ago, there were a lot of Blue Jay fans that were thinking, wow, okay, there's Gabe Moreno, there's Danny Jansen, there's Alejandro Kirk. With no disrespect, we're not even talking about Brian Serven. There's those 3 guys. Chances are, when the dust settles, if we were ranking them in some sort of order, Kirk would probably be 3rd. And now, a couple of years later, the dust has settled. Moreno's gone. And now Jansen's gone. And the only one left is Alejandro Kirk.
And I think the biggest question is, can Alejandro Kirk handle a full workload? That's what I've always questioned with him. He's not a bad everyday catcher. He's hitting 240, 2 homers, 25 RBIs. That's probably middle of the road.
He certainly had a great Game 1. Not playing here in Game 2, at least not starting in Game 2. We'll see if we see him at any point over the course of the next hour or 2.
I mean, if you look at his career, 264, 33 home runs, 158 RBIs, that's almost above average for a catcher. I think there's just a question if he can play every day.
Well, Brian Serven trying to do his job behind the plate and at the plate as he just showed some patience to earn the free pass and get on here with 2 down. It brings up Kevin Kiermaier, the number 8 hitter in the lineup, the left-handed bat. Kiermaier with a double in the 2nd inning, and he eventually came around to score. Toronto was up 3-1, but they gave back 2 in the 2nd as Baltimore pulled even at 3-3. First pitch to Kiermaier is a strike, and he's down on the count 0-1. Swing and a miss on that fastball, clocked at 92. From Cade Povich. The lefty comes set. Here's the delivery. Down, not quite in the dirt, but just above it. That one well low below the zone. It's now 1-1. Povich stares in at Rutschman, gets the sign. Quick look over at first at Serven. The 1-1 pitch, high inside, but swinging and missing was Kiermaier, who kind of chased after that one, and he's now down on the count 1-2. The out-of-town scoreboard brought to you by the St. Louis Bar and Grill. New York leading Philadelphia. The Yankees, that is, 12-4 in the top of the ninth. Aaron Judge with 2 home runs in that ball game. Kiermaier just let one go outside the ball, pulls the count even at 2-2. The 2-2 pitch. Kiermaier slaps at it, sends it foul down the third base side, hits the netting, and a nice grab there by the ball girl, who's going to hand it off to some fan. Kiermaier might have heard a crack in the bat, so he goes to get some fresh lumber, and we'll do it again at 2-2.
Speaking of that Phillies-Yankees game, there are a ton of Yankees fans at that game. That must be a fun game to be at.
People forget about how close New York City is to Philadelphia and how easily accessible it is, whether you're driving or especially taking the train.
And also how good those two teams are.
Kiermaier digs in again with the 2-2 pitch. And he knocks one up and over Povich, but snagging it before it goes into center field was Jordan Westberg at short, who quickly trots over, steps on second base to record the out to get there before Brian Servin, and that will do it for the Blue Jays. So we go to the bottom of the third. We are tied at 3. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
I'm John Paul Morosi, host of the SiriusXM original podcast, The Road to Cooperstown. Each week, I talk with a Baseball Hall of Famer about the challenges they overcame to become an all-time great.
It is a hard game, and mentally it's hard.
My legs started shaking.
They pretty much knew I was going to have lung surgery after the season. I wasn't for sure. Would I ever play baseball again?
The Road to Cooperstown is the official podcast of the National Baseball Hall of Fame and Museum. Episodes are available now on the all-new SiriusXM app or wherever you get your podcasts.
It's fantasy football season, because we say it is.
Travis Kelce, touchdown!
From fantasy football strategies to players you need to draft or avoid.
Christian McCaffrey is one of the riskiest #1 overall picks in fantasy football history.
Fantasy Sports Radio is your home to win.
There is no bigger value today than Dak Prescott.
If you're not preparing for the 2024 fantasy football season, you're already losing. Channel 87 and on the all-new SiriusXM app.
Nothing matches the passion, the excitement, the history-making moments of college sports. And nobody takes you inside the greatest campuses and stadiums across the country like SiriusXM College Sports Radio. Listen to all of the play-by-play action, expert analysis, and in-depth interviews with your favorite team. No matter the season, we have something for you. Your home for all things college sports is on SiriusXM College Sports Radio, Channel 84.
24/7, 365. Coverage of all things NASCAR. All things NASCAR happens exclusively on SiriusXM NASCAR Radio, Channel 90.
Sportsnet Radio Network.
Welcome back. Bottom of the third inning. Blue Jays and Orioles tied at 3, and we will start it off here in the third with the top of the order, Colton Cowser, who started the game for Baltimore in the bottom half of the first with a solo shot. As Toronto had gone up 1-0, Baltimore quickly tied at 1-1. Toronto came back and got 2 in the second. Baltimore quickly came back, tied the game 3-3. Toronto just got skunked in the third, so now they will try to shut down Baltimore here. Obviously, the Blue Jays would prefer to not fall behind after blowing 2 leads already in this game. The 2-0 pitch. A pretty funky looking curveball right there from Francis comes across the strike zone in for a strike. It's now 2-1.
Well, Colton Cowser hit a fastball that was up and in for that first inning home run, and Bowden Francis threw 3 straight breaking balls to start this at bat. Throws a fastball right there.
A fastball in for a strike, and it's now 2-2. Adley Rutschman on deck, the number 2 hitter. The lefty Cowser chops one out to second, picked up by Horowitz, quickly over to first to Vladdy to get the out, and there's one away. Eric Smith and Chris LaRue in the Timber Mart broadcast booth. Don't strike out on your next home improvement project. Your team at Timber Mart has the great advice and the products you need, so you'll get the job done right. Knock it out of the park and win the day with Timber Mart, Canada's building center.
And look who's in the dugout with his eye swollen shut. James McCann.
I don't get it. I really don't. Adley Rutschman steps in the first pitch from Francis, well outside, and the count sits at 1-0. If you missed it, McCann took a 95-mile-an-hour fastball to the face in Game 1 in the first inning and stayed in, finished the game, played the entire game at catcher, and now still hasn't gone to the hospital, gone for treatment, gone to get checked out. He's in the dugout just as a spectator watching Game 2. It makes no sense to me.
And he doesn't look great.
It's horrible.
His nose is swollen. His eye is swollen.
Rutschman even the count now 1-1 after fouling off that pitch moments ago and splitting his barrel right down the middle. So he goes to get some fresh lumber and digs back in. 265 on the season, his average, with 17 homers and 61 runs batted in. Francis steps onto the rubber. Digs in that big blue cleat. Here's the pitch. Fouled off. Deflects into the glove of Servin. Fresh baseball and a 1-2 count.
That's a good sign right there for Bowden Francis. A fastball at 97 miles an hour. We have not seen that much this season from him.
Francis gets the sign from Servin. The leg kick and the delivery. And a nice-looking curveball right there, but Rutschman got a piece of it. Dribbled it back to the backstop. We'll do it again at 1-2. Coming up to 9:30 Eastern Time. This game was scheduled to start just before 7 o'clock, around 6:50 Eastern, but it didn't actually begin until right around 8:40. Right? Or was it 8:30?
I don't even know where we are right now.
I don't want to give the address. 8:31 was the first pitch. See, I'm already making this game 10 minutes later in the start time, and it wasn't. But it does mean we're already coming up to an hour, and we still sit in the bottom of the third inning. The 1-2 pitch coming to Rutschman. Looked like Servin wanted it high and outside and sort of came low inside, so either Francis missed or the two weren't reading the same mail. It's now 2-2.
Again, though, that fastball was 97 from Bowden Francis. That's two good heaters from him in this at-bat.
Rutschman with that open stance now steps in and slaps at one and sends it foul down the third base line. It actually stayed in play, but Clement playing off the bag couldn't get to it in time. So some life in the lungs still for Rutschman.
Bowden's just eating him up with fastballs right now. If I'm Bowden Francis, I stay hard. I see those swings. I see how awkward they are. Maybe something up and in at the hands. Either tie him up. Hopefully maybe he swings through that. But I'm not going soft here. I'm not speeding his bat up.
The 2-2 pitch. Outside. Missing with the splitter. Nice patience there from Rutschman as he forces the count to full with Anthony Santander standing on deck. The 3-2 delivery. Down Main Street, fouled off, and we'll do it again.
And you could see how far behind he was on that fastball. That fastball was incredibly hittable. 96 right down the middle. But Adley Rutschman was late on it. If that fastball is up at the top of that strike zone, there's no way he comes in contact with it.
This will be the 10th pitch of the at-bat right here. The 3-2 delivery. Down Main Street, fouled off again. Another fastball clocked at 97.
He's got some juice today.
One out. Bottom of the third. 3-3. Nobody on. Francis to Rutschman. And a line drive into the glove of Vladdy. who jumps up to make the grab. And there's 2 away. And LaRue, like Guerrero, is pointing to the glove, showing off the gold glove insignia on that black and red mitt.
I think that's his new move. Every time he makes a nice play, he points at that gold Rawlings on his glove.
I'll tell you what, man. He has become one heck of a defender.
Yeah, he's got a
both
gold glove.
Corners.
He's got a gold glove.
I know. That's what we're talking about. But I'm saying we've seen it at third. We've seen it at first. For a guy that came up just simply known for his power and his bat, he has developed into such an all-round player. And then this season alone, playing well defensively, but struggling at the plate, and then flipping the script and flipping the season for him individually on its head with the way that he has performed. And a lot of it, by the way, fluke or otherwise, can be pretty closely connected to when he cut his hair. I'm serious. There are numbers out there from like Stat Geeks, Blue Jay fandom that are saying, like, ever since he cut the hair, the numbers are off the charts. I'm sure Show Ali can Google that one and make it part of one of his updates or something when we go back to baseball controls. There's Vladdy with the long hair, and then Vladdy since the haircut.
I mean, he's batting .306 now. Pretty wild to think about where he came from and how he's been hitting with that shorter hair. I think he looks better with the shorter hair.
So do I.
Yeah. All right.
Anthony Santander fouls off the 2-1 pitch, now even in the count at 2-2. Santander, speaking of great seasons, has been putting up monster numbers, and he was a beast in Game 1, helping the Orioles to their 11-5 victory, showing some patience on that one. He held off on the fastball from Francis, and the count now full at 3-2 with 2 away, none on here in the bottom of the third for Baltimore. Francis gets the sign. Here's the pitch. And it's fouled off. But it might stay in fair territory, and I think it will. Yes, indeed. Over, close to the wall, to the right of third base, making the grab is Ernie Clement, and that sits down the Orioles. So Francis takes care of business, and we head to the 4th inning with Toronto and Baltimore tied 3-3. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
You're drafting your fantasy football teams this month, and Fantasy Sports Radio is here to help.
Right side of the end zone, touchdown, CeeDee Lamb.
From winning strategies to expert drafts you can model your teams after, to up-to-the-minute news, your championship run starts right now.
If you are sitting at the 12th pick and you are like, well, there's 10 receivers already gone, what do I take? The second best running back.
Fantasy Sports Radio, Channel 87, and on the all-new Sirius XM app. It's fantasy football season, because we say it is.
Travis Kelce, touchdown!
From fantasy football strategies to players you need to draft or avoid.
Christian McCaffrey is one of the riskiest #1 overall picks in fantasy football history.
Fantasy Sports Radio is your home to win.
There is no bigger value today than Dak Prescott.
If you're not preparing for the 2024 fantasy football season, you're already losing. Channel 87 and on the all-new Sirius XM app.
Nothing matches the passion, the excitement, the history-making moments of college sports. And nobody takes you inside the greatest campuses and stadiums across the country like Sirius XM College Sports Radio. Listen to all of the play-by-play action, expert analysis, and in-depth interviews with your favorite team. No matter the season, we have something for you. Your home for all things college sports is on Sirius XM College Sports Radio, Channel 84.
24/7, 365. Coverage of all things NASCAR. All things NASCAR happens exclusively on Sirius XM NASCAR Radio, Channel 90.
What's next?
4th inning presented by Bet365. At Bet365, you can bet live in-game on game props, totals, and the money line. Download the app and find out why it's never ordinary at Bet365. 19 plus. Play responsibly. Ontario only. Stuart Baroa leading things off here in the 4th inning for the Blue Jays. Fouls off the first pitch. Got a piece of that sinker and sent it up and over the dugout on the first base side. 0-1 count. And the second one is ripped out to short, scooped up, and the throw way high an airmail job over to first, and Baroa will be safe at first. Jordan Westberg at short had tons of time, and he sent that thing on a ride way over the head of Ryan O'Hearn.
And that's a play that I bet Jordan Westberg makes 10 out of 10 times, but you have to think maybe the grass is wet, maybe the dirt is wet, maybe he didn't get quite a good handle on that ball, but Jordan Westberg makes that play almost 100% of the time. That's an easy play for a big league shortstop.
So it puts the leadoff man on with speed, and it pays off right away as Baroa takes second with the stolen base, and down in a crouch, he stares down his dugout, mugs for his boys a little bit, and he's in scoring position now with none out and the top of the order with George Springer.
You're a big fan of his, aren't you?
I love Stuart Baroa. I told you, if it weren't for the fact that he might change his number, I'd be going out and getting that 37 jersey.
I wonder if you were his first big league interview.
I'm sure I was.
Well, you never know. Maybe somebody interviewed him when he got called up.
I can think of one person that might have. 2-0 now to George Springer. And it wasn't just me. It was you and me. We did it together. Well, I asked 2 questions. You asked 1. That's the 2 of us together. Just wait till we have our baseball podcast. Now 3-0 to George Springer. The pitch from Povich caught the inside edge. It's now 3-1.
Talk about haircuts and
Hawaiian shirts
and pink elbow guards. All the stuff that people want to talk about.
Oh yeah, we cover it all. 3-2 now to Springer as he fouls one off down the third base line. So Springer trying to move around Baroa out at second base with none out here in the 4th inning. The 3-2 delivery, and it's high and outside, and the Blue Jays now have 2 on with none out here in the 4th. The out-of-town scoreboard is brought to you by St. Louis Bar and Grill. Devilishly good since Toronto raised the trophy first in '92. Join them for wings, ribs, beer, cocktails, and catch every play at your local St. Louis Bar and Grill. Download the app or visit stlouiswings.com for details. Always devilishly good. First pitch swinging. Spencer Horwitz pops it out to short. It's kind of into shallow left field, but backing up to make the grab was the shortstop, Jordan Westberg, who makes the grab. And there's one away. That out-of-town scoreboard, Boston leads Seattle 14-3 in the top of the 8th inning. Houston with a 2-1 lead in the 6th inning over Pittsburgh. Milwaukee leading Atlanta 4-2 in the bottom of the 6th. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. steps in with 2 on and now 1 out after the Horwitz pop-out moments ago. And a big cut from Vladdy on that first pitch. He was swinging for the fences on that cutter at 88. Oh, 1 count. 82 pitches thrown now for Povich. He looks over at first, turns, fires to Vladdy, and he's given the call. Vladdy thought it might have been high, but certainly inside. And he shakes his head right now in disbelief. He's even got that sort of sarcastic grin on his look like, you got to be kidding me.
Well, he immediately looked back at Junior Valentine and started shaking his head, saying, no way, no way. But from our point of view, that's a pretty good pitch. Just caught the inside part of that strike zone.
0-2 to Vladdy now. Povich fires. That one well inside. It's now 1-2. Blue Jays and Orioles tied 3-3 here in the 4th inning. Toronto trying to take its 3rd lead of the game right here. They would love to cash in 1 or more. And Guerrero sends one down the line, and it's fair into the left field corner. Around to score is Baroa. And coming around to third is Springer. Standing at second with the double is Vladimir Guerrero Jr.
Well, another hanging off-speed pitch from Povich right down the middle, and Vlad was just a little bit out in front, but he was able to stay back and get that barrel to it, and he drilled it down the left field line for an RBI. Blue Jays have runners on second and third and still just one out.
And it brings Davis Schneider to the plate. Schneider 0 for 1 with a walk and a strikeout. And the first pitch, a little bit too high, 1-0 count to Schneider, the left fielder for this game too.
Vlad just hit his 24th double of the season.
We were just talking about the gaudy numbers he has put up, especially over the last, 6-8 weeks. And the Blue Jays are going to score another one right here as Schneider sends the sac fly out into center field, and tagging to score is Springer, and the Blue Jays have jumped out now to a 5-3 lead.
Well, David Schneider knew the situation. He knew that he needed to get under something, get some loft under something, and put it out to the outfield so George Springer can score from third base, and he did just that. A deep fly ball to Colton Cowser out in center field.
And it looks like this is going to do it. Yes, indeed, as Ernie Clement steps in and sends a decent fly ball out to center, but plenty of room for Colton Cowser to camp underneath, make the grab, and sit down the Blue Jays, but not before they score two to take a 5-3 lead as we head to the bottom of the fourth. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Timber Mart is Canada's building center, a solid neighbor to call upon when you've got a job to do. Your dependable home improvement store that offers the added value of Air Miles reward miles with every purchase of $15 or more. Visit timbermart.ca.
We're two men and a truck. So, you're moving to a new home, and all that's left to do is to call a mover you know you can trust. Well, naturally, you think two men and a truck, since you know they have lots of men and lots of trucks. They'll wrap, pack, and move everything you own. With a 96% referral rating and the professionalism you can trust, the choice is simple. For a free in-home estimate, call today. We're two men and a truck.
Two men and a truck, the movers who care.
Timber Mart always has plans to help you with your plans. Your home, your cottage, your garage, whatever needs your attention first, check the most visited spot on our website for ready-to-order plans to get the job done with Canada's Building Center. Visit timbermart.ca.
At Bet365, we don't do ordinary. That's why we introduced in-game betting. Because when the game starts, the action doesn't stop. With in-game betting, you can wager on game props, player props, totals, and the money line. And remember, in-game, you can track your same-day parlay with the option to cash out. Check out in-game betting and find out why. It's never ordinary at Bet365.
Must be 19 years or older. Ontario only. Please play responsibly. If you or someone you know has concerns about gambling, visit connexontario.ca.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
He's at the track, at the wall. He leaps, and he made the catch.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Welcome back. Eric Smith and Chris LaRue with you from the Timber Mart broadcast booth. In the bottom of the fourth inning, the Blue Jays lead the Orioles 5-3. And if you missed the news, in between the two games of this doubleheader, Yusei Kikuchi was dealt to the Houston Astros. The Blue Jays getting a package of 3 players from Houston, including a pretty solid pitching prospect. I don't even know if it's fair to call a prospect, just a solid pitcher, period, in Jake Bloss, one of 3 players coming over from Houston. And for what it's worth, one man's opinion, but John Morosi, one of the fabulous writers that covers baseball, of course, he sent a tweet moments ago saying, in his opinion, that the Blue Jays, quote, did very well in this trade with the Houston Astros. The 1-1 pitch to Ryan Mountcastle, missing low and outside. It looked like it caught the bottom part of the zone, but Junior Valentine says no. And the count now sits at 2-1.
Well, the numbers that stood out to me specifically for Jake Bloss In AAA this season, he's thrown 66 innings. And he's only given up 31 hits. That's almost unheard of.
It's like half a hit an inning.
Yeah, less.
Less than half.
And that's a stat that you really don't ever see, regardless of the level. So that's pretty nice for the Toronto Blue Jays.
The 3-1 pitch is outside to Mountcastle, so Francis puts on the leadoff man. Bowden Francis went 1-2-3 against the top of the order for Baltimore in the third inning, but now Mountcastle starts the inning with a walk right here, and you certainly don't want to give it back again. The Jays were up 1-0, gave it back 1-1. Scored 2 to go up 3-1, gave it back. Scored, tied at 3-3, and now Toronto has gone up 5-3. Baltimore will try to tie it up again or maybe even take the lead. Trailing by 2, none out, man on, first pitch, close to the dirt on a splitter, and a 1-0 count to Ryan O'Hearn.
And to kind of put a pin in that Yusei Kikuchi trade talk, they got Jake Bloss, MLB.com's number 9 Houston Astros prospect.
And this one's given a ride to center field. Back on the track at the wall, and backing into the wall gingerly is Kevin Kiermaier to make the grab, and there's one away. It sounded great off the bat. Thought it might go, but Kiermaier had those eyes locked on it the whole way and made the catch right against the padding.
And on top of Jake Bloss, who's the number 9 prospect, they got Will Wagner, who's the number 13 prospect, according to MLB.com. And then they also got one more guy in the deal, Joey Loperfido. So pretty good haul. Give Ross Atkins some credit.
First pitch in for a strike to Jordan Westberg. That fastball painted on the outside edge, and an 0-1 count. A 2-run homer in the second inning for Westberg. He was the one that tied this game at 3, but again, the Blue Jays have since gone up 5-3 to retake the lead for a third time in this game. The 0-1 pitch outside on a fastball. Servin had to kind of slide out to grab that one quickly. It's now 1-1. And we'll find out to the point of the trade of Yusei Kikuchi, and earlier today, Justin Turner. Going back to the last couple of days, Nate Pearson, Danny Jansen, and more. Could there be more coming before tomorrow? There are some candidates. Potentially Trevor Richards, maybe. Potentially Kevin Kiermaier, maybe. Was there not some chatter about Chad Green maybe as well? Like, there's a lot of talk out there.
Yeah, nobody outside of Chad Green is really going to get any sort of return. The other guys are basically just salary dumps at this point.
Which isn't necessarily a bad thing either, as you try to position yourself in the offseason to spend some money and to clear some space for guys, as we've talked about, that might have holes in this lineup in terms of everyday position players, let alone, you would assume, at least one, if not 2 or more holes in the starting rotation. Westberg just held off on a 1-2 pitch. He thought about that curveball, but held back at the last second, and it was clean, so it's now 2-2.
And the way the Blue Jays are trading right now and getting prospects without getting rid of their core guys, I think that shows you that the Blue Jays are willing to compete next year, or trying to compete.
Hot shot, sent out to short, and the Blue Jays turn the double play as Jimenez flips it to Horwitz, over to first to Vladdy, and that will do it. Great job there by Bowden Francis to bounce back and get that double play and keep the 5-3 lead intact. On to the 5th inning we go. Toronto up 5-3. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center. Streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Find your groove with Summer Dance Sounds in the SiriusXM app. The party never stops on new channel Sounds of Ibiza. Summer House throwbacks play on Utopia. Or lounge to poolside vibes from Chill. Find it all on the SiriusXM app. Tap in, turn up, and keep moving. Search Summer.
It's fantasy football season, because we say it is.
Travis Kelce, touchdown!
From fantasy football strategies to players you need to draft or avoid.
Christian McCaffrey is one of the riskiest number 1 overall picks in fantasy football history.
Fantasy Sports Radio is your home to win.
There is no bigger value today than Dak Prescott.
If you're not preparing for the 2024 fantasy football season, you're already losing. Channel 87 and on the all-new Sirius XM app.
Nothing matches the passion, the excitement, the history-making moments of college sports. And nobody takes you inside the greatest campuses and stadiums across the country like Sirius XM College Sports Radio. Listen to all of the play-by-play action, expert analysis, and in-depth interviews with your favorite team. No matter the season, we have something for you. Your home for all things college sports is on Sirius XM College Sports Radio, Channel 84.
24/7, 365. Coverage of all things NASCAR. All things NASCAR happens exclusively on Sirius XM NASCAR Radio, Channel 90.
Sportsnet Radio Network.
The fifth inning is brought to you by Desjardins Financial Group. Desjardins awarded another 150 grants worth $20,000 each to entrepreneurs across Canada. See how Desjardins cheered on small biz at goodsparkgrants.ca.
LaRue 5-0. Mr. Fifth Inning. Goodsparkgrants.ca. Fifth inning starts with Leo Jimenez sending one into the hole at short. A nice snag there by Jordan Westberg, but the throw a little bit late as Jimenez clearly has some speed getting down that baseline. He is safe at first, so the Blue Jays will start the inning with the leadoff man on.
Well, that was almost an impossible play once Jordan Westberg came up with that ball deep in the hole on the left side. No chance for him to throw Leo Jimenez out at first base. Beats it by a couple of steps.
By the way, can I tell you something quickly? I didn't mean to cut you off there.
All right.
Maybe puts the bow on this Yusei Kikuchi trade. You were talking about La Perfido and the Major League experience. As Brian Servin just popped out right behind the backstop and back to make the grab was Adley Rutschman, so there's one away. In that deal, we talked a lot about the acquisition of one of the prospects, but the other prospect that we kind of glazed over a little bit, Will Wagner.
Mm-hmm.
You know who he is? He is the son.
Billy Wagner's kid?
He is the son of Astros all-time saves leader, Billy Wagner. So the Astros just traded away one of their legends' kids to the Toronto Blue Jays.
Well, did you see what position he plays? He plays second base. Do you think he's going to be called up anytime soon there?
I don't know. I get Spencer Horwitz. But I don't know. I shouldn't take shots, and it's honestly not meant to be a shot. We're having fun here, folks. It just plays into the conversation. Things didn't work out so well with another former Astros legend's son at second base. Of course, referring to Kevin Biggio. Kevin Kiermaier, the 1-1 count with one out. Kiermaier, a seeing eye single into left field, opposite field, past the diving third baseman, Ramon Urias. And now the Blue Jays have 2 on with 1 out here in the fifth.
Kevin Kiermaier is starting to swing the bat kind of at the right time. How much time do we have until the trade deadline? 12 hours?
6 plus 4. No, isn't it 6 p.m. tomorrow?
Oh, that's right.
It'll be 20 hours.
Yeah.
If my math is correct.
Yeah.
20 hours until the deadline.
Making some nice plays out there, hitting the ball well.
By the time we hit the air tomorrow with Game 3 of this series, the deadline will have come and gone, and we will know who is or isn't a Blue Jay any longer. Again, the Jays have been extremely active over the last few days, and certainly very active today with the trading of both Justin Turner mid-game in Game 1 of this doubleheader, and then Yusei Kikuchi in between the 2 games. And it looks like Baltimore is going to make a switch right here after throwing 94 pitches. Cade Povich is going to be out of this ball game, and he leaves with his club down 5-3 as we send it back to Baseball Control with Show Ali.
Thank you very much, guys. Welcome back inside Baseball Control. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Centers in Kitchener and Waterloo. Protect your vehicle from rust today. Find your local family-owned Crown at Crown.com. Number one, Canada's number one rust protection. I guess it could be number one everywhere, but specifically, they operate in Canada. All right, don't forget, we do have Jays Talk. Tonight, I will have the second end, as far as I know, of Blue Jays Talk. So if you want to shoot me a text, 590-590, name and location. You can certainly give me a call as well. I'll throw the numbers out for you to call after the final out. All right, let's check the out-of-town scoreboard, brought to you by St. Louis Bar and Grill. Lots of trades to get to. You heard the guys talking about it, but Yusei Kikuchi traded to the Houston Astros. Astros sending back 3 prospects, including right-handed pitcher Jake Bloss, Joey Leporfido, and, of course, Will Wagner, the son of Billy Wagner, as Eric and Chris mentioned. Elsewhere, the Cleveland Guardians acquiring Lane Thomas from the Nationals. 3 prospects headed back to Washington, including left-handed pitcher Alex Clemmie. And for the second straight year, the Dodgers acquiring infielder Ahmed Rosario from the Rays. The return, as of yet, unknown. Let's check in on the Olympics. Summertime in Paris. 17-year-old Summer McIntosh picking up her second medal of these games. A gold medal in the women's 400-meter individual medley. She dominated the competition by finishing an absurd 5.69 seconds ahead of the silver medalist, Katie Grimes from the USA. The first gold of the games came earlier in the day from Krista Deguchi, who won gold in the women's 57-kilogram judo final. She is the first Canadian woman ever to win judo gold. And in women's rugby sevens, Canada booking a spot in the semifinals after beating France today 19-14. They will play tomorrow at 10 a.m. Eastern. Blue Jays Baseball is brought to you by Crown Rust Protection. Let's get you back to the action. Jacob Webb on the mound for the Orioles. Here's Eric Smith and Chris LaRue.
All right, thanks very much, Show. Jacob Webb, as Show just mentioned, comes in 50 games this season, 5.91 ERA. And the first man he will deal with is the switch hitter, Stuart Baroa, who now flips over to the left side after Povich, the lefty, comes out of the ballgame. Baroa 1 for 2, a single, 2 runs scored, an RBI, and 2 stolen bases. And now 2-0, that pitch way inside down at the toes. And Baroa goes running out of the way. I kind of feel like he's the official player of the
Eric
Smith
versions
of this broadcast. I'm sure you and Ben Shulman have another guy, but as far as you and I are concerned, we're in on Stuart Baroa. First and second, 1 out, 5-3 Jays lead. Top 5, 2-0 count. It's now 3-0 as Webb misses well outside on the fastball.
I'm out on Stuart Baroa. I'm in on Will Wagner.
Oh, he's got to get up to the big club first. The 3-0, it was high, and Baroa quickly strips down of all the padding. He gets the oven mitts, and he gets set to go to first as the bases are loaded, heading to the top of the order for George Springer.
Well, I'll bet the house on George Springer getting big right here if he sees a fastball anywhere near the strike zone.
The first pitch to Springer, it's high in the zone but caught an edge of that zone allegedly, and an 0-1 count. Junior Valentine calls the strike. Blue Jays this season batting .303 with the bases loaded with 4 grand slams. The 0-1 to Springer, and he sends one into center field. It's sinking, and it skips right in front of Colton Cowser. It's an RBI single for George Springer as Leo Jimenez scores, and then Kevin Kiermaier slides in ahead of the tag at third. So it's 6-3 Toronto, and the bases are still loaded with just 1 out.
That was some good base running from Kevin Kiermaier. He had to stay close to second base because Colton Cowser almost caught that ball. Little short hop out there in center field, but as soon as he noticed that ball was going to hit the ground, he took off to third base and just beat that throw from Colton Cowser. I think the Orioles are going to take a look at it, but they're not going to replay that play.
First pitch in now to Spencer Horwitz is good for a strike and an 0-1 count. Got him with the fastball, clocked at 94. Bases still loaded with 1 out. Blue Jays would love to rip this thing open right now, already leading by 3. Inside. The changeup no good. It's now 1-1. The 1-1 pitch. And Horwitz went after it high in the zone. It's now 1-2. Horwitz with the average. It has dipped down a little bit over the last couple of games. Still pretty darn solid at .289. He's 0 for 3 in this ball game, though. Already his 4th at-bat in just the 5th inning. The 1-2 delivery, swing and a miss, and an 0 for 4 second half of the doubleheader for Spencer Horwitz.
Pretty good changeup right there from Jacob Webb. Down and away. Looked like a fastball out of the hand and then just dives below the strike zone. Spencer Horwitz, you don't really see that often, but he looked fooled by that pitch way out in front of that changeup. But here comes Vladimir Guerrero Jr. with the bases loaded.
The first pitch to Vladdy, and he sends one opposite field, right field, backtracking and then doing a little hop, skip, and a jump is Anthony Santander to make the grab, take away a hit from Vladdy, and end the inning for the Blue Jays. But they still tack on more and now lead 6-3 as we go to the bottom half of the 5th. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Embrace the chaos of baseball's trade deadline.
This changes the whole landscape.
Tune to MLB Network Radio for up-to-the-minute news and analysis of every trade, every rumor, straight from the experts, leading up to Tuesday's deadline.
It's a seller's market. It's not going to be easy, but the big boys step up. The big boys get it done.
Don't miss live coverage of baseball's trade deadline on MLB Network Radio, Sirius XM 89, and on the all-new Sirius XM app.
It's fantasy football season, because we say it is.
Travis Kelce, touchdown!
From fantasy football strategies to players you need to draft or avoid.
Christian McCaffrey is one of the riskiest #1 overall picks in fantasy football history.
Fantasy Sports Radio is your home to win.
There is no bigger value today than Dak Prescott.
If you're not preparing for the 2024 fantasy football season, you're already losing. Channel 87 and on the all-new Sirius XM app.
Nothing matches the passion, the excitement, the history-making moments of college sports. My goodness! And nobody takes you inside the greatest campuses and stadiums across the country like Sirius XM College Sports Radio. Listen to all of the play-by-play action, expert analysis, and in-depth interviews with your favorite team. No matter the season, we have something for you. Your home for all things college sports is on Sirius XM College Sports Radio, Channel 84.
24/7, 365. Coverage of all things NASCAR. All things NASCAR happens exclusively on Sirius XM NASCAR Radio, Channel 90.
Network.
Welcome back. Eric Smith and Chris LaRue with you from the Timbermart broadcast booth as the Blue Jays lead the Baltimore Orioles 6-3, bottom of the 5th. Holton Kierstad steps in, and Kierstad, first pitch strike on a curveball from Bowden Francis, who seems to have settled in, and I hopefully didn't just lay down the jinx right here, as Kierstad fouls one away, and he immediately yells at himself. He thinks he missed that one on a golden opportunity with that fastball. It's now 0-2.
Well, it wasn't down the middle, but it was a straight fastball on the outer third, 94 miles an hour. I'm sure he could have done some damage with it if he tried to hit that ball the other way, but it's still a pretty good pitch.
Heston Kjerstad slaps at the next pitch, dribbles it out to second. Horwitz has got to go quickly, and he makes the play thanks to a nice stretch from Vladdy at first. He was in a split that almost brought him down to the dirt, reaching out for that one from Spencer Horwitz. And they call out Kjerstad at first. It looks like Baltimore wants to review the play, though.
Well, I think they were thinking about it. Brandon Hyde was looking at Freddie Gonzalez on that phone. But on our side, on our replay, he is clearly out, and I'm sure they saw the same replay, so they're probably not going to want to challenge this. And they don't.
And you were right on top of that. They initially said yes and then said, nope, forget it, we're fine. Don't want to waste it and risk being wrong. It was real close, though. One away here in the bottom of the fifth. As Ramon Urias steps in. And the first pitch, no good on a curveball, 1-0 count. Swing and a miss on pitch number 2, another curveball. It's 1-1. Urias even in the count. Grounded out in the second inning. He's 0 for 1 in the ballgame. He just swung and got a piece of that third pitch. Fouls it off. It's now 1-2.
I think you're right, though. Bowden Francis has started to look really comfortable out there. Fastball looks good. The location looks good. Breaking stuff. Settled in nicely out there after giving up 3 early runs.
Well, he went 3 up, 3 down in both the third and fourth inning. And he's trying to do so again right here, as he just struck out Urias for his second strikeout of the game, Bowden Francis. And this will bring up Connor Norby with 2 away.
This injury report is brought to you by Bergmanis Pereira Personal Injury Lawyers. If life has thrown you a curveball and you're striking out with your insurance company, get ahead of the count and call Bergmanis Pereira Personal Injury Lawyers. You focus on getting better, and Bergmanis Pereira will take care of the rest. Visit bplawyers.ca.
And this one sent into the gap in left center and into that awkward corner out at Camden Yards. It's picked up by Kevin Kiermaier, and it's a 2-out stand-up double for Connor Norby.
No injuries to report, really, but the only thing really after that first game, the Blue Jays sent Yariel Rodriguez and Yariel Rodriguez to Buffalo.
Is that it?
Well, relax, I'm just reading this. Yariel Rodriguez can come back after Yusei Kikuchi is officially traded, which he was. So because that hole in the roster is there, Yariel Rodriguez can be called back up from Buffalo. So I'm assuming it was just a paper move on the Blue Jays' part.
Well, I said to Chris in the commercial break, folks, I'm like, yeah, well, you should tell that story when we come back. And he immediately, it's not a story, it's a fact. I'm like, I know, sorry, let me rephrase
First of all,
it.
I didn't yell at you like that.
Maybe it's bad English. Why don't you tell that fact then when we come back? Because I thought that was a very astute observation in terms of the way things shake down with the sort of jockeying of roster moves and whatnot on a day where trades go down and bodies are coming and going and whatnot. 2 out here in the fifth inning as it's back to the top of the order for the Orioles with a man on second. That's Connor Norby, who hit the double moments ago. Brings up Colton Cowser. 1 for 2 in the ballgame. Had a solo shot to lead things off for Baltimore in the first. He sends this one out to center field, and tracking it down is the defensive stud Kiermaier to end the inning. And on to the 6th we go with the Blue Jays still leading 6-3. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center. Streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
At Crown Rust Control Center, protection runs deep because every Crown Rust Control Center is owned by a local family who cares beyond business. Your Crown Rust Control Center is 100% committed to their product, to you, to their community, which is your community. Protecting you and what matters to you is equally important as protecting your vehicle. Did you know your vehicle rusts faster in warm weather? Protect your vehicle today. For a special summer offer, find your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center at crown.com.
We're 2 men in a truck, the movers who care. You never know when cardiac arrest can happen. That's why each and every one of our trucks carries a life-saving Mikey defibrillator as part of our Mikey on Board program. Whether we're on the highway or in front of your house, we're prepared to help anyone whose heart may skip a beat. The Mikey Network has saved many lives, making Mikeys accessible to the public. And now they're on board our trucks. We're 2 men in a truck.
2 men and a truck, the movers who care. I am by your side. Got a heart so big, on this you can rely. No mountains too tall for the strong boots to climb. I am by your side.
That was Desjardins Insurance, playing insurance with a heart so big it shows. Tune in for your auto and home coverage at desjardins.com/heart.
This This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
He dives, and he made the catch.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Welcome back. Eric Smith and Chris LaRue with you, getting set to start the 6th inning. Blue Jays leading 6-3. And looking to tack on more right here, as they have done a solid job of keeping this offense going in this ballgame. Cole Irvin now into the ballgame to pitch for Baltimore in 20 games, a 4.91 ERA. He takes over for Jacob Webb. Webb exits again with Toronto on top by 3. The Blue Jays with 6 runs on 8 hits. The first pitch to Davis Schneider, no good. It's ball 1, 1-0 count. And in with a strike, the cutter is good. It's now even at 1-1. And now Schneider gets underneath one and pops it up into shallow center. Charging in for it, calling off everybody, and making the grab is Colton Cowser. There's one away. 6th inning is brought to you by Desjardins Financial Group. Desjardins is a big fan of small biz. That's why they awarded another $3 million to small business owners across the country. See how Desjardins cheered on small biz this year at goodsparkgrants.ca. Ernie Clement steps in now with 1 away here in the 6th inning. Clement 1 for 3 in the ballgame. The first pitch is slapped down the right field line, well into the stands. 0-1 count to Clement. It's the second half of a doubleheader. The Blue Jays lost the first one 11-5. And now trying to bounce back here in the second one with a 6-3 lead, a little past the midway point of this second ball game. Approaching 10:15 Eastern time, a game that was supposed to start around 6:50 didn't start until 8:30 after a rain delay of an hour and 40 minutes. Clement standing with a 1-2 count. Here's the pitch, and he chops it down to third. Nice stab on the scoop, but another airmailed throw. It was a tough play for Urias, but it goes sailing over the arm of O'Hearn, over the glove of O'Hearn, and now safe on the miscue is Clement at first.
They might give that a single. That was a really tough play from Urias at third base. He had the bag to deal with over there at third base, and then he makes a high throw on the run, but I don't know. I think I give that a single for Ernie Clement, but they might think differently. I think they did give it a single. It's a good call by the official scorer.
Well, if you're the official scorer, I mean, I know you're supposed to be impartial, but let's be real. I've seen the way it works in the NBA sometimes with the hometown scoring and the hometown cooking. Would you rather have the hometown team with an E on the board or give the road player a hit? You don't want to see those E's pile up.
Mm-hmm.
So Clement now at first. Leo Jimenez steps in. 1 for 3 in the ballgame, and he just chased after a nasty-looking changeup down in the dirt, and he's quickly behind 0-2.
But I've had some pretty in-depth conversations with official scorers over the years, and they seem to be relatively impartial. They're not fans. Yes, they are from a certain city, but I really feel like they're just not fans. They just don't like the sport. Just angry people. No, I'm just joking.
Our own Roger Lajoie actually does some scoring down at Blue Jay games. 1-2 now the count. The changeup no good on the 0-2 from Irvin. Again, Cole Irvin, the lefty, has come into the ballgame here for Baltimore in this 6th inning. And Leo Jimenez fouls off the 1-2 pitch. It will stay at 1-2. We'll do it again.
Did I mention that Roger Lajoie is one of my favorite scorekeepers of all time?
And he's not an angry man.
No, that's not who I didn't mean that. I was just joking around.
It's all right. Send your hate mail to Chris LaRue at fan590.com. I don't know if that exists.
At Hotmail.
Yeah, the 1-2 pitch And Jimenez turns on one, rips it down the left field line, but foul, missed by about 3 feet. The out-of-town scoreboard brought to you by the St. Louis Bar and Grill. Texas, after getting swept by the Blue Jays, leads St. Louis 6-3 in the bottom of the 8th. And Jimenez dances out of the way of that inside pitch. It's now 2-2. And one more to give you on that out-of-town scoreboard. Actually, I'll give you 2. 8-2, Milwaukee leading Atlanta in the bottom of the 8th. And the lowly, struggling White Sox leading Kansas City 5-2 in the bottom of the 7th in Chicago.
I'll give you another update on the St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard.
Sure.
Paul Skeens is doing it again.
And apparently so is Cole Irvin as he just struck out, Leo Jimenez looking, and there's now 2 away here in the 6th. What's Skeens doing?
Well, he's about to get another loss. That's what I meant by that. After dealing, guy goes 6 innings, 1 earned run, striking out 6, but he's losing 2-1 in the top of the 8th inning.
That sounds like an early season, or more than just early season, Blue Jay issue. With a pitcher maybe doing well and performing well, but an offense not scoring. Certainly not the case for the Blue Jays over the last handful of games. I mean, they scored well and put up a decent amount of runs against the Texas Rangers. They did score 5 in the first game of this doubleheader, but gave up 11. And here they are leading 6-3 in the 6th inning of Game 2 of this double dip. Brian Serven steps in, ahead in the count 1-0. The second pitch missing outside. It's now 2-0 to Serven.
Brian Serven hasn't had much success this season, only 1 for 13, but his career numbers aren't that bad. 188, 6 homers, 17 RBIs, and 223 at-bats.
And Serven sends one opposite field, but on the run and making the grab is Anthony Santander, and that sits down the Blue Jays here in the 6th. To the bottom half of the inning we go. Toronto up 6-3. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center. Streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
From Jersey to Ibiza, they say it doesn't get sweeter.
From the bustling streets of Lagos to the favelas of Rio. SiriusXM Tropics is a melting pot of rhythms from Africa, the Caribbean, and beyond. Get away to Tropics, one of more than 200 extra channels available in the SiriusXM app. And all week long, starting Saturday on Channel 105 on most radios.
It's fantasy football season, because we say it is.
Travis Kelce, touchdown!
From fantasy football strategies to players you need to draft or avoid.
Christian McCaffrey is one of the riskiest #1 overall picks in fantasy football history.
Fantasy Sports Radio is your home to win.
There is no bigger value today than Dak Prescott.
If you're not preparing for the 2024 fantasy football season, you're already losing. Channel 87 and on the all-new SiriusXM app.
Nothing matches the passion, the excitement, the history-making moments of college sports. My goodness! And nobody takes you inside the greatest campuses and stadiums across the country like SiriusXM College Sports Radio. Listen to all of the play-by-play action, expert analysis, and in-depth interviews with your favorite team. No matter the season, we have something for you. Your home for all things college sports is on SiriusXM College Sports Radio, Channel 84. In season or out of season, the #1 place for college sports is SiriusXM College Sports Radio, Channel 84.
Welcome back, Eric Smith and Chris LaRue with you from the Timbermart broadcast booth as the Blue Jays lead the Orioles 6-3, getting set to start this bottom half of the 6th inning. Bowden Francis still out there for the Blue Jays, and why not? He has thrown only 63 pitches as he has settled down after the first couple of innings. Faced 3 batters in the 3rd, 3 in the 4th, and only 4 in the 5th. This inning starts with Adley Rutschman, the switch hitting catcher for the Orioles. The 1-0 pitch catches the bottom part of the zone on a curveball. It's 1-1. And that went a little bit too low in the zone. It's now 2-1. Arrive early at the ballpark on Wednesday, August 7th, as the Blue Jays are giving the first 15,000 fans an exclusive George Springer replica hockey jersey presented by TD. Celebrate Springer's passion for hockey and secure your ticket today by visiting bluejays.com/promotions. And how about visiting that slash? A diving grab out in right field for Stuart Baroa. Mr. LaRue and Smith makes a beautiful catch, flashing that blue leather and taking away what could have been an extra base hit for Adley Rutschman, because if that hit the ground, it was going to bounce to the wall.
Well, he had a good laugh afterwards, staying on the ground, throwing that ball in, soaking it in. Bowden Francis with both arms up in the air. What a great play from such a young player. Your buddy.
My guy. We like to call him SB. One out here in the bottom of the 6th. Anthony Santander with a 1-0 count pushes it to 2-0 as he stays off that fastball that was high and outside. Francis has now thrown 69 pitches as he tries to sit down the big bat of Santander. And he's done a solid job against him tonight, Santander. 1 for 2 in the ball game. Just swung and fouled one off. It's now 2-1. A pretty quiet crowd in Baltimore for the most part, as they've been sort of drowned out by the Blue Jay fans in attendance. That said, they also haven't had a lot of reasons to cheer in this one, as Toronto has had 3 separate leads, currently on top 6-3 in the bottom of the 6th. These same teams will go at it tomorrow night before closing out the series on Wednesday afternoon in the 4th of 4 games before Toronto heads off to New York for games on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday against the Yankees. And oh yeah, by the way, after the 7 games on the road, they come home to start a series against this same Baltimore team next week.
Not the easiest road trip in the world. And then, of course, you come home and play another 3 games against this very tough Orioles team. This lineup is probably the most powerful in all of baseball, in my opinion.
And Santander with the power just popped one up along the third base line, and out from behind the plate to make the grab is Brian Serven. And there's 2 away.
Brian Serven is dripping sweat. His whole jersey is dark blue almost because of the sweat. His face is dripping sweat. That tells you just how hot it is there in Baltimore. 34 degrees to start the first game. About 30 degrees right now, but not an easy game to catch 9 innings, that's for sure.
2 away now for Ryan Mountcastle. The right-handed hitting DH steps in and smacks the first pitch, foul down the right field line. 0-1 count. Again, referencing that schedule upcoming for the Blue Jays, closing out this series against Baltimore and then on to New York, then back home for Baltimore. That's 10 straight against the AL East before the Oakland A's then come to town after that home series against Baltimore next week. The 0-1 delivery down in the dirt, missing with the slider. It's now 1-1.
When is that George Springer hockey jersey again?
Wednesday, August 7th. I believe that's the final game against the Orioles.
And you'll get me one, right?
Oh, yeah. Okay, I got you. You can have mine even if I don't get you an
size XL. I think they just come in one size. But.
Pretty sure you're right. And Mountcastle rips one into left field for a base hit. It takes one bounce and then into the glove of Davis Schneider. So Baltimore will try and make something happen here with 2 away in the 6th inning.
Bowden Francis just threw his 76th pitch here in the bottom of the 6th inning with 2 outs. He's been very efficient with those pitches today. That curveball right there was just a little bit hung. Ryan Mountcastle drills it into left field for the single with 2 outs.
And now it looks like the Jays might make a change. I thought they might leave Francis out there, but perhaps with the lefty bat of Ryan O'Hearn coming up, John Schneider doesn't want to take a chance, and he comes out and nods his head in appreciation of Bowden Francis, claps his hands at his pitcher, and takes the ball from Francis. And the Blue Jays will make the change. I believe it's going to be Brendan Little coming into the ball game. We'll make it official in a moment, but first let's go back to baseball control with Show Ali.
Thank you very much, guys. Don't forget, before we check the out-of-town scoreboard, brought to you by St. Louis Bar and Grill, we do have Jays Talk tonight. I have a solo edition of the post-game show after the final out in Baltimore, so I will throw out the numbers for you to call after this game's in the books. And certainly you can text me as well. 590-590, name and location. The People's Text line always open. Standard message and data rates may apply. I wonder what we'll talk about tonight. All the trades going on. Justin Turner, Yuta Kikuchi. Reach me on Jays Talk afterwards. All right, let's check the out-of-town scoreboard brought to you by St. Louis Bar and Grill. Let's do an Olympic update. You heard earlier Summer McIntosh picking up her second medal of the Games, dominating in the women's 400-meter individual medley. Another medal coming from the pool, Rylan Weens and Nathan Zombor-Murray winning a bronze medal in synchronized diving. Another first, Canada's first ever Olympic medal in that event. On the hard court, the women's basketball team got going today, though they did get thumped by France 75-54. They could not overcome a 23-2 second quarter. Point differential does play into things here, but the bottom line, they need a win on Thursday when they take on Australia and Sunday versus Nigeria. On the men's side, they are off today. They'll play Australia at 7:30 a.m. Eastern, 4:30 a.m. Pacific. On Tuesday, that's tomorrow morning. And some results from yesterday. Hamilton native Eleanor Harvey defeating Italy's Alice Volpe in fencing. She wins a bronze medal, the first Canadian ever to win a medal of any color in fencing. So congrats to Eleanor Harvey. Blue Jays Baseball is brought to you by Crown Rust Protection. Back to the action in Baltimore. Brendan Little on the mound. Here's Eric Smith and Chris LaRue.
Thanks very much, Joe. Brendan Little gets set to take over. 24 games, an 0-1 record. 3.91 ERA. And the lefty delivers the first pitch in for a strike to Ryan O'Hearn with 2 out and a man on first for Baltimore, with the Orioles trailing the Blue Jays 6-3. O'Hearn with a double in the second. He scored. He's got 12 home runs, 41 runs batted in on the season. Down in the count, 0-1. Little with the delivery outside. It's now 1-1.
This is pretty high leverage for Brendan Little. Up by 3. A big hitter up at the plate. 278. You said it, 12 homers. Got some good power.
Little the lefty. To the lefty O'Hearn, who chops one toward first. Picked up by Vlad. He scoops it to Little, who is covering and charges and essentially runs parallel with O'Hearn and beats him to the bag to step on the bag and retire the Orioles. On to the 7th inning we go. The Blue Jays still lead 6-3. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Lumos. Witches, wizards, and muggles come down to the core as Roger Center transforms into Hogwarts. Harry Potter-themed entertainment and activities around the ballpark.
Wingardium Leviosa.
Magic moments create core memories. So fly down to Roger Center on Friday, August 9th, and get one of 4 Blue Jays Harry Potter Hogwarts House Raglan shirts. Harry Potter Night. For tickets, visit BlueJays.com.
Hey, Blue Jays fans, are you ready to hit a home run with your next roof? Introducing GAF Timberline HDZ shingles, designed to keep your roof looking and feeling like a winner, rain or shine. GAF is proud to be the official shingle of the Toronto Blue Jays. Visit homedepot.ca and search GAF to learn more about how GAF Timberline HDZ roofing shingles can elevate your home to the next level. GAF, we protect what matters most.
We're 2menintruck.ca. We've got lots of men and lots of trucks, so get ready to be moved.
Think 2menintruck.ca. So when you gotta move, all moving day. Think 2menintruck.ca. Cause all of us movers are not the same. So that's our company name, 2menintruck.ca. Lots of men with lots of trucks, so give us a call today.
This is George Springer, and you're listening to Toronto Blue Jays Baseball on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Back for the 7th inning, the Blue Jays leading 6-3, and first pitch swinging is Kevin Kiermaier, and the Orioles boot that thing around like the ball is greased. Kiermaier will reach on the error And the leadoff man on, I don't know what got into Baltimore on that play. That looked like it could have or should have been an easy grab. And as I said, it looked like that thing was greased as Kiermaier sent it to first, and Ryan O'Hearn was sliding away.
Yeah, I think if Ryan O'Hearn comes up with that ball cleanly, it's a pretty easy out at first base. But like you said, greasy stuff all over the place.
And now squaring to bunt, but missing pretty badly, is Stuart Baroa. Trying to move over Kiermaier. Baroa 1 for 2 in the ball game with a single, 2 runs scored, an RBI, and 2 stolen bases.
He's having a game.
SB stacking it up. Down in the count, 0-1. Kiermaier with a little lead at first. Baroa turning to show bunt again. Then he pulled back. And I think he was fooled by the pitch because that thing was right down Main Street. And now Baroa's down 0-2. Maybe he just didn't want to bunt. Got a battle back in the count now.
Yeah, that's it. He wanted to go down 0-2.
Yeah.
Get himself in a hole.
I was being sarcastic.
Get himself in a hole.
I don't want to bunt, Coach. I'm just going to take 2 strikes. You're not going to make me bunt with 2 strikes, are you? The 0-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. He sits down. Baroa strikes out. There's 1 away here in the 7th.
Well, that wasn't really a great at-bat for Stuart Baroa. He took that second pitch right down the middle, pulled the bunt back, and then he swings at that pitch way out of the strike zone. Like I said, not a great at-bat for Stuart Baroa.
Back to the top of the order we go, and a big cut from George Springer in his 5th at-bat of the ball game. 2 walks, a single, a run scored, and an RBI for George. The average at .229 now. Springer with a man on first. That's Kevin Kiermaier. He's got the lead right now. Cole Irvin looks over at first, delivers to Springer. He did not like the call, but it's called a strike, and now he's down 0-2. Irvin looks like they're trying to set up outside on Springer. The 0-2 pitch, and it comes down Main Street, and Springer swings right through it. Back-to-back strikeouts for Irvin, and now 2 away, as the Blue Jays right now aren't doing anything with Kiermaier, who led off this inning by getting on base.
Pretty good changeup right there from Cole Irvin. Very good arm speed. Looked like a fastball out of the hands at the bottom part of that strike zone, and Springer is way out in front of it, shaking his head as he walks back to that dugout.
Spencer Horwitz now comes up 0 for 4 in the ball game. 2 groundouts, a pop-out, and a strikeout. Does have an RBI. The average has dipped to .287. Hoping to avoid an 0 for evening right here. Would love to get a hold of one and get on base. The 1-0 pitch is in on the cutter. Clocked at 87 and an even count now at 1-1. Cole Irvin, the lefty for Baltimore, gets the sign. Quick look over at Kiermaier at first. The pitch. And it's sent foul down the first base side, rolling down toward the tarp. Picked up by the ball girl, who will toss it into the stands. And it's now 1-2. The out-of-town scoreboard brought to you by the St. Louis Bar and Grill. New York beats Philadelphia, the Yankees, over the Phillies 14-4. So certainly a big game for the Yankees if Toronto can beat Baltimore here in this second game. Horwitz fouls off another one as the count stays at 1-2. And in the other American League East score, or at least one of the other American League scores, Boston also puts up 14 runs as they beat Seattle 14-7. Toronto up 6-3 in the 7th inning against Baltimore. A 1-2 count to Spencer Horwitz, and he fouled off another one.
Tough pitch from Cole Irvin. 93 in on the hands, but again, Spencer Horwitz just so good at fouling off tough pitches. He does again right there.
Irvin gets the sign. Another quick look over at Kiermaier. Here's the pitch, and Horwitz slaps it right to the shortstop, who was positioned perfectly right up the middle. Jordan Westberg takes away a hit from Horwitz, and that will do it for the Blue Jays as they go down without scoring, and they can't take advantage of Kiermaier getting on to start that inning. On to the bottom half of the 7th we go. Toronto still leading 6-3. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center. Streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
At Crown Rust Control, protection runs deep because every Crown Rust Control Center is owned by a local family who cares beyond business. Your Crown Rust Control is 100% committed to their product, to you, to their community, which is your community. Protecting you and what matters to you is equally important as protecting your vehicle.
Did you know your vehicle rusts faster in warm weather? Protect your vehicle today. For a special summer offer, find your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center at crown.com.
If you're looking for a fun day, did you know the day before Monday? It's Junior J Sunday. You can paint your face, come and meet Ace and run base to base. On Junior J Sunday, so many things to do. You can bring your crew and even mom and dad too. Junior J Sunday.
Sundays are for Junior Jays. Get to the ballpark early to enjoy outdoor activities before continuing the fun inside while you cheer on the Blue Jays.
If you're feeling the song, grab your dad or mom, visit BlueJays.com. Junior J Sunday.
Tonight on City TV, Jen's journey for love continues.
I'm gonna fall in love, and I'm gonna do it my way.
On The Bachelorette.
Jen is truly a woman of a man's dreams.
I just feel so hopeful.
But finding the one.
I'm falling for you, and I'm not afraid to say it.
What could go wrong?
Will be easier said than done.
This is all a show to you, bro. You stand no chance.
You think you're ready for an engagement?
I just don't want to choose the wrong person again.
The Bachelorette. All new tonight, 8/7 Central on City TV. Or stream it on City TV Plus.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
He makes the catch, and the Blue Jays win the ball game.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Welcome back. Eric Smith and Chris LaRue with you, getting set to start the bottom half of the 7th inning. The Blue Jays lead the Orioles 6-3. Brendan Little, the lefty, on the mound for the Blue Jays. And the first pitch to Jordan Westberg down low in the dirt. Missed on the knuckler. 1-0. Westberg with a 2-run shot back in the 2nd inning. It's a 1-for-2 night for him. Little wants a fresh baseball. Now he reaches down and grabs the rosin bag. Steps back onto the rubber. Gets the sign from his catcher Servin, who's set up low. And the pitch missing outside, now 2-0. The Blue Jays led 1-0. Then it was tied 1-1. Toronto went up 3-1. Then it was tied 3-3. They have since gone up 5-3 and then 6-3. And we are in the late stages of this ball game. Certainly Toronto will do everything they can to hold on to this one and try and get a split of this doubleheader. Here's the 2-0 delivery inside, and now a pitch away from putting on the leadoff man here in the 7th.
And this is probably the last thing that you want to have happen here. Falling behind 3-0 to the leadoff batter of this bottom of the 7th.
The 3-0 delivery is inside and low, and 4 balls to Westberg to put him on and bring up Heston Kjerstad.
I guess the only saving grace really in this situation is Kjerstad is a left-handed hitter. So it's a good situation for Brendan Little here. Maybe get a ground ball, turn a double play.
The lefty-on-lefty battle right now, as Chris referred to moments ago. And he misses almost in the same spot, outside, on a sinker at 95. And Little seems to be struggling right now with the ball. Every time he keeps asking for either a fresh ball, he reaches down to the rosin bag. He kind of squeezing that ball in his glove a little bit. Looks a little rattled right now, at least a little flustered. The 1-0 count. Here's the pitch. Outside again, it's 2-0.
We've seen this before from Brendan Little a couple times this season. I remember specifically one time he threw 7 balls in a row. This time 6 balls in a row. 2-0 now to Kjerstad.
A quick look over at first, and here's the 2-0 delivery. And that one, I guess, caught the outside edge. Take it and run if you're a Blue Jay fan, as Little gets the call on the sinker at 96. And it's now 2-1. And this one chopped down into the dirt in front of the plate, and quickly jumping on top of the play is Junior Valentine, the home plate umpire, to say that one's foul. And it's now 2-2. Kjerstad heads back to the plate. He's working on an 0-for-2 evening. He would love to get something on the board here for Baltimore and for himself. Move around a runner, or heck, bring in a runner. None down. Here in the 7th inning, the bottom half of the 7th. It'll be a 2-2 count to Heston Kjerstad. Servin looks over at the Blue Jay dugout, having a few words with the coaching staff, I suppose, or at least getting a few key words before Little delivers and strikes out Kjerstad. He froze him on the knuckler. It came inside, right on that edge, and a huge strikeout for Brendan Little.
That is a big comeback pitch for Brendan Little there with that big curveball, just catching the inside part of that strike zone. 88 miles an hour from Brendan Little. If he can just harness that stuff, throw more strikes early in counts, he's going to be a very effective lefty in the back of that bullpen.
And now a shot sent down the right field line and foul by about, a foot or two? Hitting that wet dirt down the right field line. So Urias will head back into the box, down 0-1 in the count.
Blue Jays got lucky there. Like you said, that ball was fouled by about a foot or two. You can see the frustration on Urias' face as he walks back to that dugout, to that batter's box.
Urias batting .229 on the season. Does have a little power if necessary. 4 home runs. Down 0-1. Here's the pitch from Little. And another one sent down toward the right field corner. Foul. And now Urias down 0-2. We're in the Timber Mart broadcast booth in the bottom of the 7th inning with the Blue Jays leading 6-3. Little with the 0-2 pitch, and Urias slaps it into center field. Base hit. Charging in for it is Kevin Kiermaier. And thus, he's able to hold Westberg at second. It's now first and second with only one down as Connor Norby will come up.
That's not where you want that 0-2 pitch. You have to bury that thing. That was a curveball from Brendan Little that just kind of hung over the middle of the plate. You either throw something hard above the strike zone when it's an 0-2 count, or you bury that breaking ball. And Brendan Little did neither there. Pete Walker now out to talk to him and Brian Servin, but that's not a good pitch in that situation. And now the tying run is coming to the plate in Connor Norby.
1 out. Here in the 7th inning with the Blue Jays leading 6-3, and in the last at bat for Connor Norby back in the 5th inning, he had a double. You certainly wouldn't want to see that replicated right now. That could clear the bases and pull Baltimore within 1, but either way, the tying run right now is at the plate. Norby does have a couple of home runs on the season, not a ton of power, at least in terms of the numbers he's put up. Just 3 runs batted in on the season, an average sitting at 200 for Norby, playing at second base in this second game of the doubleheader. Little with a quick look out at second, turns and fires to Norby, who swings through the first pitch, a cutter at 93, and an 0-1 count.
I would say an interesting development now too. Chad Green is warming up in that Blue Jays bullpen, and we are only in the bottom of the 7th inning.
Another look at second, Little with the delivery, and he missed down low with that knuckler. It's 1-1.
So who's going to close tonight is the question. If Chad Green comes into this ball game in the bottom of the 7th, Genesis Cabrera, Zach Pop,
Ernie Clement, and the 1-1 pitch came back with that knuckler again, fouled off by Norby. It's now 1-2.
And just to be clear, Ernie Clement is not a good pitcher.
No, I was clearly joking, tongue in cheek. I hope.
We had this same conversation when he was actually pitching.
Yes. I think and I hope the audience knows I was joking. Blue Jays leading 6-3 and hoping to keep it that way right here with 2 on and just 1 out in the 7th. Down in the dirt, and a nice job there to get big and block that pitch. Brian Servin did his job. And the count now sits at 2-2. We're about 2 hours and 15 minutes into this second ball game. The second half of the doubleheader, 10:45 Eastern time. Little looks out at second. The 2-2 pitch. A swing and a miss and a strikeout for Little as he sits down Norby on that knuckler, and there's 2 away.
Well, he's not out of the woods yet. Colton Cowser is coming to the plate. He already has a home run in this ball game.
And you hear the crowd in the background. I don't think those were boos. I think those were moos for Cowser as he comes up. And he could certainly do it with one swing of the bat. He already has a homer in this ball game. It was a solo shot to start the first inning, the bottom half of that inning for the Orioles. He's got 15 homers on the season. One swing could tie it right here with the Blue Jays leading 6-3. Baltimore has 2 on with 2 out here in the 7th. Little has now thrown 21 pitches, and it's back to the rosin bag. I don't know if it's his sweat, perspiration, if it's the moisture in the air, what. He seems to be having issues with those baseballs, especially in this inning. And he missed again outside. It's now 2-0 to Cowser.
Well, it's probably all of the above. The balls are probably slick. His pants are probably wet. There's a lot of moisture in the air, specifically in Baltimore. We've talked about that a lot tonight. You could see everybody is sweating.
And the 2-0 is slapped toward first in foul territory. Just Vladdy didn't come up with it cleanly anyway. Perhaps he kind of gave up on the play knowing it was foul as well. The count now sits at 2-1 as the crowd tries to stir a little bit right now to cheer on and rally on Cowser and the Orioles.
I think the biggest thing to remember is some guys love the moisture, some guys like the heat, some guys like all those things. And then there's other guys, probably like Brendan Little, who like it a little cooler. They don't like the moisture. They don't like the sweat to be on their hands. And that's probably what you're seeing from him right now.
Again, 2-1 is the count right now to Colton Cowser. Little taking his time to get set. Reaches down for that bag again. As that baby blue looks like it's dark blue. Not just on the back and chest of Little, but many of the players, speaking to the heat and humidity in that hanging air after the storm. The 2-1 pitch is ripped into right field. A one bouncer into the glove of Baroa. He comes up throwing the cutoff, and then the ball sent home, and Servin bobbled it. It slides behind him. So there was a play at the plate. I think, I'm pretty confident in saying that Westberg would have scored anyway, would have been safe. So one run has come in. And perhaps the good news, in spite of all of this, is that through it all, I believe Ramon Urias was stuck out at second. He was. He did not advance to third. That's not great base running, I think, on his part. So it's now first and second for Baltimore, not runners on the corners.
Yeah, I was pretty surprised that Urias didn't try to take third, and Colton Cowser obviously couldn't take second with Urias not going to third. But here comes Chad Green in this ball game.
So with this pitching change, with the Toronto lead now cut to 6-4, we will go back to baseball control with Show Ali.
Thank you very much, Eric. Let's check out that out-of-town scoreboard brought to you by St. Louis Bar and Grill. Some trades to get to. If you missed some of these from earlier, the Cleveland Guardians acquiring Lane Thomas from the Nationals. 3 prospects headed back to Washington, including left-handed pitcher Alex Clemmie. For the second straight year, the Dodgers acquiring infielder Ahmed Rosario from the Rays. Some other trades to get to as well, including the Boston Red Sox acquiring right-handed starter Quinn Priester, infield prospect Nick York going back to Pittsburgh. York, the 6th-ranked prospect in the Red Sox system, according to MLB Pipeline. From earlier in the day, a 3-team trade to get to as well. The Cardinals, White Sox, and Dodgers are in agreement that will send right-handed pitcher Eric Fetty and outfielder Tommy Pham to St. Louis, infielder Tommy Edman and pitcher Michael Kopech to Los Angeles. And Chicago will be getting a whole bunch of prospects in return, including Miguel Vargas, who has played in the majors. The Rangers making a move as well. We saw Michael Lorenzen twice over the weekend. He was traded to the Royals. Left-handed reliever Walter Pennington going back to the Texas in return. The Brewers acquiring Frankie Montas from Cincinnati. First place, Milwaukee, adding to its rotation one of the best starters left on the trade market in an intra-division deal. And Jalen Beeks going from Pittsburgh to the Rockies, minor leaguer left-handed pitcher Luis Peralta going back to Pittsburgh. Blue Jays baseball is brought to you by Crown Rust Protection. Let's get you back to the action. Chad Green now on the mound. Here's Eric Smith and Chris LaRue.
Chad Green with the 1.74 ERA in 30 games for the Blue Jays. And he's got some work to do here. As Chris noted a little bit earlier in the 7th, if Green were to come in, it would be early. Well, it has happened. It's just the 7th inning for Chad Green. And he will have to try and shut things down against Adley Rutschman, who is 0 for 3 in the ball game. So hopefully he doesn't break out of his little game 2 funk right here with 2 on and 2 out. First and second for Baltimore. Green missing with a fastball high on the first pitch and a 1-0 count to Rutschman. And now Rutschman fouls one. No, it's going to stay in play. I apologize. The way it came off the bat, I thought it was heading more towards the line, but that was well in fair territory out in left field. And an easy grab for Davis Schneider to make, and that will retire the side. So Green does his job, and it takes only 2 pitches. On to the 8th inning we go with the Blue Jays leading 6-4. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
The 2024 Training Camp Tour is here.
Focus on the football, fellas. Focus, focus.
And SiriusXM NFL Radio brings you down to the field for an all-access pass to your favorite team.
You do your best to put yourself in position to get the result you want.
Everything you need to get ready for the season, with updates on position battles and exclusive interviews from all 32 teams. Hear every stop of the 2024 Training Camp Tour on NFL Radio Channel 88 and the all-new SiriusXM app.
It's fantasy football season, because we say it is.
Travis Kelce, touchdown!
From fantasy football strategies to players you need to draft or avoid.
Christian McCaffrey is one of the riskiest #1 overall picks in fantasy football history.
Fantasy Sports Radio is your home to win.
There is no bigger value today than Dak Prescott.
If you're not preparing for the 2024 fantasy football season, you're already losing. Channel 87 and on the all-new SiriusXM app.
Nothing matches the passion, the excitement, the history-making moments of college sports. And nobody takes you inside the greatest campuses and stadiums across the country like SiriusXM College Sports Radio. Listen to all of the play-by-play action, expert analysis, and in-depth interviews with your favorite team. No matter the season, we have something for you. Your home for all things college sports is on SiriusXM College Sports Radio, Channel 84.
Fantasy football players, learn winning strategies right now on Fantasy Sports Radio to help you draft a winning team on Channel 87 and on the SiriusXM app.
A Sportsnet Radio Network.
Welcome back, 8th inning. Blue Jays leading 6-4 now, as Vladdy will start things off for the Blue Jays. And Cole Irvin still out on the mound for Baltimore. The lefty delivers on the first pitch to Guerrero. And he's ahead in the count 0-1. Second pitch, no good, missed with the ball. The sinker, no good, clocked at 93. Now even in the count at 1-1. Outside, now 2-1. Vladdy working on a 2-for-3 night.
His batting average is now .307. OPS almost up to 900.
And he strokes one to center field, gives it a ride. Back at the wall and gone. It just gets over for Guerrero. A solo shot and the second placata in 2 games. That thing just kept riding.
The hanging slider over the middle of the plate from Cole Irvin, and Vladimir Guerrero Jr. smacked it to center field, 112.2 miles an hour, just getting over that short fence in center field. That is a beautiful swing on a low line drive, that's the kind of swing that gets you those home runs. Just a little bit aloft, just enough to get it out of here. And a 7-4 lead.
His 21st home run of the season. And the Blue Jays now lead 7-4.
He's okay with putting the home run jacket on now.
Why not? And to explain that reference right there, Vladdy hit a solo shot in game 1 of this doubleheader, but it came when the Blue Jays were down big and had already given up, I believe, 10 runs at that point. So Vladdy said, no, I'm not putting it on. We're getting whooped. Davis Schneider into the box, and he fights to a 2-2 count after fouling off a couple of pitches. It was a 1-2 pitch that came in missing outside on a changeup was Cole Irvin. So now 2-2, and he just struck out Schneider. Been a rough night for Davis, 0 for 3, and that's the first out of the 8th inning.
Good pitch right there from Cole Irvin. A breaking ball that looked like a strike and then breaks below the strike zone. Davis Schneider swinging right over the top of it. Like you said, Eric, that's a tough night for Davis Schneider.
This copyrighted broadcast, I'll give it to you in a second after the base hit. On the first pitch swinging for Ernie Clement. This copyrighted broadcast is presented by authority of Rogers Blue Jays Baseball Partnership and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of Rogers Blue Jays Baseball Partnership or the Sportsnet Radio Network. I should have known that the Earn Dog likes to jump on those first pitches. Can't get in the promo on a first pitch when Ernie Clement is at the plate. It brings up Leo Jimenez, and he swings at the first pitch, fouls one off up and over the first base dugout. He's down in the count 0-1, and Clement was taking off on that pitch, so he trots back to first. Leo with a 1 for 4 night. A quick look over at first by Irvin. Swing and a miss on the cutter. And Jimenez now down 0-2. Fouls off that 0-2 to stay alive. Got a piece of that changeup. And getting set to step back in the box. Irvin gets the sign. Quick look over at first to Clement. Turns, fires. And Jimenez chops a dribbler down to third. And a double clutch on the throw from Ramon Urias allows Jimenez to get to first safely, and the Blue Jays now have 2 on with 1 out. The Baltimore infield has had issues in this game too.
Yeah, that's the second time this game that he's had trouble over there coming in on a baseball. Couldn't really get a good grip on that baseball, and Leo Jimenez, I believe, will get a single on that little dribbler to third base. Beats that out by a couple of steps at first base.
This brings up Brian Servin, 0 for 3 in the ball game. The average has dipped down to 0.71, but he did get a walk in the third. He would love to get a base hit right here. 2 on with just 1 out, and he lets that first pitch go, and smartly so. The cutter low in the zone, and the count sits at 1-0. A quick look out at second from Irvin. Delivers again. This one a curveball down low, and it's 2-0. Here's the pitch. Outside 3-0. And this could be it for Irvin. We shall see. He's thrown 47 pitches, and he's 1 away from loading the bases with 1 out here in the 8th inning. And that one catches the outside edge. Came back with the sinker clocked at 93. It's now 3-1. Brian Serven digs in, staring down Cole Irvin. And now he asks for time, Serven. He steps out of the box to gather himself. Cole Irvin steps off the rubber, reaches over, and picks up that rosin bag with the left hand, now back on the rubber and getting set. Serven steps back in. The 3-1 delivery. And it's sent high down into the right field corner, tracking toward the stands, and just foul, missing by about, 10, 15 feet? The count now full at 3-2.
This is a big AB for Brian Serven. A big run out there on second base. Yeah, the Blue Jays are up by 3, but this Baltimore Orioles lineup is relentless. Everyone can hit for power. Everybody can get on base. So it's important that the Blue Jays get every single run that's in scoring position.
Toronto leading 7-4 here in the top of the 8th. The 3-2 pitch, and Serven gets a piece of it off the end of the bat. It dribbles down toward the first base dugout. We'll do it again at 3-2. We've gone past 2.5 hours in this ball game here in the top of the 8th. The second half of the doubleheader with the Blue Jays leading by 3. The 3-2 pitch, and Serven fouls off another one. Let's do it again. Ernie Clement at second with Leo Jimenez at first. A quick look out at Clement. Here's the pitch. And guess what? Another one fouled off as Serven continues to battle. This coming up will be the 9th pitch of the at-bat. The 3-2 pitch down Main Street, and Serven was frozen. He got caught looking at the sinker, and after a long battle, it's a long walk back to the dugout with 2 away.
And that was probably the most hittable pitch of the at-bat. A fastball down the middle, a little bit below thigh high, but I'm sure Brian Serven will want that pitch back once he sees it on the iPad.
First pitch swinging Kevin Kiermaier, and a stab at third by Urias. He thought about trying to tag Clement, realized he couldn't, and then very quickly had to throw it to first to get the speedster Kiermaier about a foot ahead of Kiermaier at first base. So that sits down the Blue Jays, but they do get one off the laser home run on the line drive shot to center field from Vladdy. Toronto leads 7-4 going to the bottom of the 8th. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
At Crown Rust Control Center, protection runs deep because every Crown Rust Control Center is owned by a local family who cares beyond business. Your Crown Rust Control Center is 100% committed to their product, to you, to their community, which is your community. Protecting you and what matters to you is equally important as protecting your vehicle. Did you know your vehicle rusts faster in warm weather? Protect your vehicle today. For a special summer offer, find your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center at crown.com.
George Springer takes his love for hockey seriously. It's even starting to show in his post-game press conferences.
All right, first.
Hey, George, big catch by Dalton there in the 8th.
You know, Varshy's a grinder.
Really felt like a team effort tonight.
26 guys. Takes.
What's up, everybody? Thank you for hanging out with us for this Blue Jays against the Orioles matchup. Please take a second, make sure you have hit that subscribe button. Are you a part of the best Toronto sports community on YouTube? Make sure you have hit that subscribe button and become an insider right now. Also, make sure that bell is turned on so you don't miss any of our awesome Toronto sports action. If a Toronto team is live, we're live. We're here hanging out in the chat, talking it up. Thanks for being here. We'll see you guys back in the chat. Let's go Blue Jays.
It shows. Tune in for your auto and home coverage at Desjardins.com/heart.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
Swing and a miss, strike 3. Barrios retires 7 in a row.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Welcome back. Bottom of the 8th inning. Eric Smith and Chris LaRue with you, with the Blue Jays leading 7-4. As Anthony Santander leads things off for Baltimore. 1 for 3 in the ball game. Dalton Varsho has come in at left field, and Davis Schneider taking over at second. So Varsho officially replaces Spencer Horwitz. And that just might be a case of trying to get Horwitz a breather late in this ballgame after he is one of a handful of players that played in both of these games in this doubleheader. Chad Green on the mound for the Blue Jays, and he has quickly gotten ahead of Santander, 1 for 2, and now Santander chops one out toward third base, picked up by Ernie Clement on to first to Vladdy, and there's one away here in the 8th.
Nice little high Sunday hop for Ernie Clement. That's about as easy as it gets for an infielder. Picks up that hop about head high, throws a strike across the diamond for out number 1.
There's some action in the Baltimore bullpen as we get set for the Blue Jay bats coming up in the 9th, but they've got to close out this 8th inning first, and on their way to doing so right now with 1 out, but Mountcastle just got underneath one, gave it a huge ride out to left field, and in that weird corner at Camden, Dalton Varsho sets up camp and mates the grab right against the wall.
Well, you don't love that little weird corner when you're on offense, but when you're on defense, it's a beautiful thing, and Dalton Varsho secures that deep fly ball. You can see how frustrated Ryan Mountcastle is. I'm sure that's not his first experience with that area out there in left center, but that's a tough break, but a big break for the Toronto Blue Jays.
It brings up Ryan O'Hearn, the left-handed bat, against the righty Chad Green, who has thrown only 7, now 8 pitches as he gets ahead of O'Hearn with a strike on the fastball. It's an 0-1 count. And now this one fouled off up and over the backstop, and a quick 0-2 count.
That's got to be a home run in 98% of ballparks. Maybe not Houston.
True enough. That is the one unique thing. And I don't know that I love it, to be honest with you. On one hand, I do. On the other hand, at least I wouldn't want cookie cutters all over the place. But to me, at least if the walls were standard, if they're different lengths, fine. But to have different ballparks that have things jutting out and edges and corners and weird spots, I don't know that I love that. As Chad Green just struck out O'Hearn on a nasty slider inside, and that will do it. And obviously, to finish my point, same dimensions in football, right? In basketball, in hockey, but baseball,
that's what makes
her off.
That's what makes baseball beautiful.
Sure, whatever you say. On to the 9th inning we go with the beautiful game. The Blue Jays leading 7-4. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball. Brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Nothing matches the passion, the excitement, the history-making moments of college sports. And nobody takes you inside the greatest campuses and stadiums across the country like Sirius XM College Sports Radio. Listen to all of the play-by-play action, expert analysis, and in-depth interviews with your favorite team. No matter the season, we have something for you. Your home for all things college sports is on Sirius XM College Sports Radio, Channel 84.
Are you regretting eating that gas station hot dog? Yeah, we know. We've been there too. This is a message for baseball fans like you. Did you know that you get a channel that's talking baseball 24/7 as part of your Sirius XM subscription?
What?
Our lineup includes shows hosted by former big leaguers and executives. Plus, you'll hear from 17 managers each week. MLB Network Radio is on Sirius XM Channel 89, or just search MLB Network Radio on the SXM app. Sirius XM Sports. We're more than just a game.
Fantasy football players, learn winning strategies right now on Fantasy Sports Radio to help you draft a winning team on Channel 87 and on the Sirius XM app.
It's fantasy football season, because we say it is.
Travis Kelce, touchdown!
From fantasy football strategies to players you need to draft or avoid.
Christian McCaffrey is one of the riskiest #1 overall picks in fantasy football history.
Fantasy Sports Radio is your home to win.
There is no bigger value today than Dak Prescott.
If you're not preparing for the 2024 fantasy football season, you're already losing. Channel 87 and on the all-new Sirius XM app.
Radio Network.
Welcome back. Eric Smith and Chris LaRue with you from the Timbermart broadcast booth here in the top of the 9th inning. And a pitching change, Chris, for Baltimore. I'm sure a guy that you love to watch. No?
Craig Kimbrell?
Yeah.
Oh, buddy, I played against him when he was at his best. It was quite a sight.
And, of course, he's got that death stare as he looks in at the sign. And then comes set, fires on a fastball clocked at 93, missing, though, way high. And a 1-0 count to Stuart Baroa.
I played against Craig Kimbrell when he was 97, 98, dotting his fastball anywhere he wanted to. And then he has that deadly slider, of course. I mean, he's a Hall of Famer.
And the 1-0 pitch fouled away by Baroa. Count now sits at 1-1. As Stewart slides on over to the left side, the switch hitter. Struck out in his last at-bat, working on a 1-for-3 evening. Here's the 1-1. Down Main Street, it's 1-2.
Do you have any idea what Craig Kimbrell's nickname is?
No.
You'll like this one.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
And we can say it on the air?
It's on MLB.com.
Okay. I'm just making sure. I don't want this to be the last broadcast I have with you. The 1-2 pitch to Baroa is high. Now 2-2.
Well, if I'm getting fired, whoever wrote this on MLB.com is getting fired with me.
Okay.
Dirty Craig.
The 2-2 pitch to Baroa. And Stewart fouls that one off down the third base line, well into the stands. It stays at 2-2. I'm sure it's because he's had dirty stuff for a long time.
And his hair, maybe.
Could be. I only wish I had that problem. The 2-2 pitch. And it looked a little inside, but it wasn't. It painted perfectly on that inside edge of the zone. Caught him with the four-seam fastball, and Baroa sits down with back-to-back strikeouts for him in his last two at-bats. And we head to the top of the order now with George Springer and one out here in the ninth.
It looked like it was a ball because of the way Stuart Baroa jumped back, but that was clearly a strike. Just caught the inside part of that plate.
First pitch right on the bottom edge of the zone. Fastball at 94 again, and an 0-1 count to George Springer. And Kimbrell this time comes back with a little junk. The knuckle curve, no good. It's 1-1. The 1-1 pitch down low, missing again with that knuckle curve. Springer ahead now. 2-1. Toronto leading 7-4 here in the top of the ninth. Springer holds off on an inside pitch, that fastball at 94, right up toward the hands of Springer. And now 3-1 for George, working on a 1-for-3 evening and hoping to get on base right here. The 3-1 delivery high inside, and Springer gets on with one out here in the ninth.
Well, it seemed like Craig Kimbrell just lost it there. Couldn't really control that fastball. A lot of fastballs in that at-bat. Out of the strike zone, actually way out of the strike zone. That last fastball at 92, up around the hands of George Springer. An easy take for him.
So this will be the first at-bat of the ballgame for Dalton Varsho. He came in place of Spencer Horwitz, which brought Davis Schneider to second to replace Horwitz's defense spot, and Varsho replaced Schneider out in left field. And now taking off for second and sliding in headfirst with ease is George Springer with another stolen base. and now in scoring position with just one out here in the ninth. Springer got a great jump on that pitch, and then to help matters, the pitch was kind of down in the dirt, and that would have been a tough throw to make in terms of trying to throw out Springer for Adley Rutschman. And now Varsho chops one down to first, and a tough play at first, but they get Varsho by a step as O'Hearn tossed it to Kimbrell, who was covering the bag. In the process, Springer moves up to third, but there's now two down with George at third and Vladdy coming up to the plate.
Well, O'Hearn was a little bit unsure whether he was going to take that himself or flip it to Craig Kimbrell coming to first base, and kind of at the last second he decides to flip it to Kimbrell. And luckily they beat Dalton Varsho by about a half a step at first base.
First pitch, Vladdy holds off. The fastball was high and outside, clocked at 93, and Guerrero wouldn't offer at it. A 3-for-4 evening for Vladdy with two doubles, a solo home run, 2 runs scored, and 2 runs batted in. The 1-0, Vladdy sends it to center, into the gap, and it's going to bounce to the wall. It's going to be 3 doubles on the evening for Vladimir Guerrero Jr. He's into second, standing up with an RBI. Toronto extends the lead to 8-4, and Vladdy 4 for 5 on the night.
I mean, this guy is just incredible. Takes that fastball and drills it to right center. Such a nice swing. Bringing in the RBI, the big run, and extending that lead to 8-4 for the Blue Jays. His batting average is now .311. Get out of here, Eric Smith.
Get out of here. I'm telling you, the haircut worked wonders.
Maybe it'll work for Craig Kimbrell.
Well, he might have to shave his head in the middle of this inning. Vladdy out at second, 2 down. Davis Schneider down 0-1 in the count. Holds off on the second pitch. That fastball high. It's now 1-1. Blue Jays leading 8-4 in the ninth. And way outside, missing on that pitch. The fastball no good, and then now 2-1 to Schneider. Davis 0 for 3 tonight. And his average moving in the wrong direction. Sitting at 218. Pitch inside. Missing a little bit high. And now 3-1 to Schneider. The 3-1 pitch down Main Street fouled off by Davis Schneider. It's now a full count. Blue Jays up by 4, top half of the ninth inning. Schneider sends it into the hole at short, and a nice grab and a nice throw from Jordan Westberg to get Schneider and retire the Jays. But they tack on another one, and the Blue Jays go to the bottom of the ninth with a 4-run lead. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
At Crown Rust Control, protection runs deep because every Crown Rust Control Center is owned by a local family who cares beyond business. Your Crown Rust Control is 100% committed to their product, to you, to their community, which is your community. Protecting you and what matters to you is equally important as protecting your vehicle.
Did you know your vehicle rusts faster in warm weather? Protect your vehicle today. For a special summer offer, find your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center at crown.com.
We're 2 men and a truck. So, you're moving to a new home, and all that's left to do is to call a mover you know you can trust. Well, naturally, you think 2 men and a truck, since you know they have lots of men and lots of trucks. They'll wrap, pack, and move everything you own. With a 96% referral rating and the professionalism you can trust, the choice is simple. For a free in-home estimate, call today. We're 2 men and a truck.
2 men and a truck.
the movers who care.
Hey, this is Trevor Richards. You're listening to Toronto Blue Jays Baseball on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Welcome back to Blue Jays Baseball. Show Ali with you at Baseball Control. The Jays leading the Orioles 8-4 as we head to the bottom of the 9th inning at Camden Yards in Baltimore. Don't forget, we do have Jays Talk this evening. I have a solo edition of the post-game show. Give me a call or text, 590-590, name and location. That's the People's Text line. It is always open. Standard message and data rates may apply. I'll also throw out the numbers for you to call once this game is in the books. Blue Jays Baseball is, of course, brought to you by Crown Rust Protection. The Jays lead the Orioles 8-4. Bottom 9, Camden Yards. Genesis Cabrera coming in to try and close this one out. Here's Eric Smith and Chris LaRue.
All right, thanks very much, Show. 4-run lead for the Blue Jays as we get set to start this bottom half of the 9th. I guess Show didn't pick up on my vibes from a couple of weeks ago. When it's like after 11 o'clock approaching midnight, it's just got to be the late show. Yeah. And you got to talk a little quieter. Almost like you're doing like a 70s or 80s late night R&B call-in show. Welcome to the late show. I'm taking your Blue Jay phone calls.
Let's get to the 9th inning.
What did you think about that trade today, folks? Westberg down, or ahead, I should say, in the count 1-0 as Genesis Cabrera misses on the first pitch. The curveball no good. The lefty delivers down in the dirt. It's now 2-0 to Westberg. The 2-0 delivery coming from Cabrera. And it's outside. Now 3-0. Not the way you want to start this 9th inning if you're the Blue Jays.
Well, luckily for the Blue Jays, they got that extra run to make it an 8-4 ball game. But you're right. That's not the way you want to start this bottom of the 9th inning if you're Genesis Cabrera.
Nice fight back there. The fastball clocked at 95 from Cabrera. Caught that outside edge. And now a 3-1 count. 8-4 Toronto leading here in game 2 of this doubleheader. Here's the pitch. And it's slapped into right field past Vladdy at first. And it's a base hit to start this 9th inning for Jordan Westberg.
Well, that's all a result of just falling behind 3-0. You have to come with a fastball there. You don't want to walk the first guy of the inning. Jordan Westberg was ready for that fastball and just slapped it the other way past a diving Vladimir Guerrero Jr. And the Orioles are in business now with the leadoff guy on. Still down by 4, but the leadoff guy on, nobody out in this 9th inning.
Heston Kjerstad steps in and swings and misses at the first pitch, down 0-1. And the 0-1 pitch down in the dirt, but Kjerstad goes after it, and now down 0-2. He got fooled by that cutter. Hazel May sending in a couple of tweets with some quotes from Yusei Kikuchi, who spoke with some of the assembled media in Baltimore before getting set to depart for Houston. He said one of his only regrets was not winning in the postseason in Toronto. And he said his family loves Toronto. His son does not want to, quote, move away from Canada, which makes it tough for me. And the 0-2 pitch to Kjerstad, he fouls it down the first base side. Kikuchi also saying that he was grateful to Pete Walker and how he stuck by him through his struggles in his first year with the team. And also acknowledged that when he was told about the trade just before game 2 of this game against the Baltimore Orioles, Kikuchi, quote, said, got a little emotional, but he was glad that he had that opportunity to say goodbye to his teammates and have that time in the clubhouse with his guys. So again, that info coming from Hazel May of Sportsnet in Baltimore with the team as Kikuchi was dealt tonight to the Houston Astros. Cabrera ahead in the count 1-2 to Kjerstad. Here's the pitch. That one down low outside. They checked to see if Kjerstad went, and no at third base. Umpire Paul Clemens says it was clean. So Kjerstad stays alive at 2-2.
Pretty close. Not quite, though. You could hear the Blue Jays fans saying, yeah.
There's a lot of Blue Jay fans in Baltimore right now. About an 8, maybe 9-hour drive. I did it last summer. The 2-2, and Kjerstad swings through it, and a big strikeout for Cabrera.
Yeah, he blew that fastball right by him. 96 miles an hour on the outside part of the plate for out number 1. Kjerstad's had some fastballs blown by him a couple times tonight. That was a good pitch from Genesis Cabrera.
And this brings up Ramon Urias, the right-handed hitting third baseman for the Orioles. Seems to be standing well back from the plate right now as Cabrera comes set. Here's the lefty delivery to the righty Urias. It's in for a strike on the cutter and an 0-1 count. That one down low. The changeup no good. Well below the zone. It's 1-1. A quick look over at first. 1 on, 1 out, bottom 9. Down in the dirt, and that one gets away from Servin. He knew it was coming low, and he tried to block it, but it still bounced and ricocheted off his body toward the third base side. And then moving up now to second is Westberg, Jordan Westberg, who started this inning with a base hit. So now a runner in scoring position with just 1 out here in the bottom of the 9th. We're just shy of 3 hours into this ball game. Toronto leading 8-4. Cabrera looks out at second. Here's the 2-1 pitch, and it's fouled off by Urias. It's now 2-2. Cabrera looks in at Servin. And he gets the sign. A quick look out at second to Westberg. The 2-2 pitch. And it's fouled down the third base line. A little bit of a dribbler picked up by Clement. He'll toss it into the stands for a souvenir, and we will do it again at 2-2. Urias 1 for 3 in the ball game for Baltimore. The Orioles were down 3-1, tied at 3-3, and they have since seen the Blue Jays tack on more, and they have held on the lead since going up 5-3. It's now 8-4 here in the bottom of the 9th. Cabrera just missed badly way outside on a fastball clocked at 97, and now the count is full.
And you got to throw something in the strike zone here. You don't want to walk Urias.
The 3-2 pitch, and Urias got underneath it and skies it out into center field. Underneath it easily to make the grab is Kevin Kiermaier. And now there's 2 away here in the 9th.
Good cutter right there from Genesis Cabrera, right down the middle. Urias was way out in front, hits a high fly ball to center field. Kevin Kiermaier gets underneath it and makes the catch easily, but that's a big second out for Genesis Cabrera.
This brings up the number 9 hitter, Connor Norby, who had a double back in the 5th inning. A 1 for 3 evening for Norby thus far, trying to keep this game alive for Baltimore, with Toronto leading 8-4 in the bottom of the 9th. The first pitch is sent down the third base line in foul territory. Another one for Clement to pick up and toss into the stands. A souvenir for a fan yet again. And now Norby down 0-1. Cabrera taking his time to set his feet on the rubber. Looks in at the sign from Servin. Here's the 0-1 pitch. And it's slapped foul up and over the first base side dugout. And now 0-2. Baltimore potentially down to their final strike. Cabrera, a quick look out at second. Turns and fires the 0-2 pitch. And it's ripped foul down the third base side. We'll do it again at 0-2. Norby continues to battle here, trying to keep this game alive for Baltimore. The 0-2. Swing and a miss. Cabrera sits down Norby and closes out the game with his second strikeout. And the Blue Jays beat the Orioles 8-4.
Well, a big win for the Toronto Blue Jays after falling in the first game 11-5. Bowden Francis with the big start, going 5 2/3 innings, only giving up those 3 earned runs. But you have to give credit to John Schneider in this game, bringing in Chad Green in the 7th inning of this ball game in the highest leverage spot to face the biggest part of this Baltimore Orioles lineup. I like when he manages that bullpen appropriately.
8-4. The Blue Jays beat the Orioles 8 runs on 13 hits. And as Chris just noted, a solid response from Toronto in game 2 of this doubleheader. So they get the split, and now they will try to keep some momentum rolling into game 3 of this 4-game series tomorrow evening. We'll come back with some final stats and then get you queued up and ready for Jays Talk with Show Ali. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Hi, I'm Buck Martinez, live from the showdown between pizza, and inflation. First to the plate, with over 2 million sold, it's Fixed Rate Pizza, a hot and fresh extra-large 4-topping pizza for a fixed price of $17.99 until the end of 2024. Here's the delivery. And inflation strikes out. That's a swing and a drive for Fixed Rate Pizza. Lock in yours today.
Order pizza.ca. Hey, Jays fans, ready to hit a home run with your next roofing project? Step up to the plate with GAF Timberline HTZ shingles, the official roofing shingle of the Toronto Blue Jays. Just like our Jays, GAF Timberline HTZ shingles deliver top performance with unmatched durability and protection. So, when it's time to cover your bases, choose the winning team. Visit your local Home Depot or shop online at homedepot.ca for all your roofing shingles and accessories. GAF, we protect what matters most.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
Kiermaier going back to the wall. He leaps and he made the catch!
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio.
Cheers, insiders. Thanks for hanging out with us today for the Blue Jays and the Orioles matchup. Take a second and check us out over on social media. We're starting some pushes over on TikTok and Twitter, as you see below. The handle at @TS_insider. We're going to be doing some social work over there and getting some stuff going with some photos and videos, highlights, etc. So make sure you guys drop a follow over there, and we'll see you guys back in the chat. Go Jays, go.
But we should highlight a little bit more, as you started to do so before the break, Chris, the performance from Bowden Francis as the starter tonight. We weren't sure yesterday even, let alone a couple of days ago, how the Blue Jays might play this out in terms of, and correct me if I'm wrong, you were saying if you were the more regular starter, i.e. Yariel Rodriguez, you might want to start in the night game and not play in the heat. Well, the Blue Jays went the opposite way. Rodriguez did pitch in the first inning of this first game today, and I don't know if it was the heat, if he just didn't have his stuff or what, but he definitely struggled, got jumped on early, gave up 4 walks, hit a batter, and suddenly the Blue Jays were down 4-0, and that was it. But then Francis comes back, starting the second game, looked a little shaky in the first and second, but then settled down through innings 3, 4, 5, and into the 6th, and really looked like he was pitching as well as he has in a long time.
Yeah, I think the way he pitched was even better than the box score. If you look at the box score is okay. But I think that the way he pitched, the way he looked, his fastball, his off-speed pitches, some of the strikes that he threw were much, much better than the box score would indicate. I was really impressed with what I saw tonight from Bowden Francis. Probably the best stuff that I've seen really since spring training, when everybody was talking about the way he was throwing 96, 97. We actually saw a few 97s from him tonight. We really haven't seen any of those for the majority of the season.
Well, as I mentioned off the top, though, as good as Francis was, it was all about Vladimir Guerrero Jr., who was 4 for 5 in this ball game. And if my math is correct, he was 7 for 10 in the doubleheader with 4 runs scored and 5 runs batted in. He was an absolute beast in the 2 games and had 2 home runs, 1 in each game, as we head to Vladdy for our play or plays of the games. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. just skied one out to right field, and Vladdy goes opposite field for the second straight day on a solo shot. It's 10-4, Toronto trailing with Guerrero hitting his 20th home run of the season.
His batting average is now .307, OPS almost up to 900.
And he strokes one to center field, gives it a ride, back at the wall and gone. It just gets over for Guerrero. A solo shot. And Vladdy, with that second straight game of another solo shot, 21 home runs on the season. And as I mentioned again, the 2 games today in the doubleheader, he went the distance to play fully in both. 7 for 10 at the plate with 4 runs scored and 5 runs batted in. And in the 4 hits in the second game that the Blue Jays just won 8-4, Vladdy had a home run and 3 doubles.
Well, he's been on an absolute tear. He's been red hot, now hitting .311. Who in their right mind would have thought that a couple months ago? 21 homers, 69 RBIs. That price tag keeps climbing. The more home runs he gets, the more doubles he gets. He's a good player.
All right, I've got a homework assignment for you. Maybe not for you. Maybe for Show or maybe for Nick Blackmore, somebody. Because, I mean, let's be honest. I shouldn't have to do this work, okay?
All right, don't do it then.
I want the haircut numbers. I
think Show knows the haircut numbers, yeah.
All right, well, I'm going to listen to The Late Show and see if he gives me the post-haircut numbers, because I'm telling you, they have been off the charts since he chopped the locks, and that's what I'm going to attribute it to. He's more aerodynamic now at the plate and on the base paths and on the field and everything else. The Blue Jays win 8-4 in the second game of the doubleheader, and they come back tomorrow now looking to earn a split of this series if they can get the win. Heck, and then let's get greedy. Let's get a couple more and see if the Blue Jays can ride some momentum, as they have now won 4 of their last 5 games. After the sweep of the Rangers, they lose game 1 of the doubleheader, but then bounce back to win game 2. And we will be at it again tomorrow with the 3rd game of this series tomorrow evening on the Sportsnet Radio Network. Again, Jays Talk is coming up next with Show Ali. Thanks to all of you for tuning in to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
All right, welcome to Jays Talk After Dark. It's actually not after midnight here on the East Coast, so I feel like we can't quite do it like we do on the West Coast games. But either way, Jays Talk is on the air. Show Ali with you. We're live on the Sportsnet Radio Network. We're also streaming on sportsnet.ca and on the Sportsnet app. You can give me a call. 416-870-0590, 1-888-666-0590, star 590 on your cell. You can text me as well. 590-590, name and location. The People's text line, always open. Standard messaging and data rates may apply. All right, look. Game 2 of the doubleheader is something we have to talk about. We'll probably talk about both games to a certain extent in the next little while here. Obviously, we'll talk about Vladimir Guerrero Jr. He has been on an absolutely monstrous heater. I do want to give some kudos to Bowden Francis as well, but I mean, first, let's be honest. First things first, we got to talk about the trades the Jays pulled off today. So you heard Blair and Barker in Game 1 of the doubleheader, or post Game 1 of the doubleheader on the first Jays Talk of the day. Justin Turner now a Seattle Mariner, Yusei Kikuchi, and Houston Astros. We'll start with Turner since, again, Blair talked about it after Game 1. But first of all, I just wanted to say I wish him well. I hope he fits in with that clubhouse. And between him and Randy Arozarena, who actually hit his first home run as a Mariner tonight, I think, I'm sure the clubhouse will get that infusion of both hits, runs, and leadership that I'm sure they've been looking for, right? I spoke to Blake Murphy during the rain delay, and you can find that chat on the Jays Talk podcast feed from earlier this evening. But the Turner trade makes a lot more sense when you look at the competitive balance tax threshold, which, of course, allows the Jays to spread around their 2025 money a bit more. I mean, RJ Schreck, it's good to get something back for him. And I think there were cash considerations sent from the Blue Jays to Seattle. So we'll see what that ends up being. The whole CBT, i.e. the luxury tax threshold, it's kind of hard to really pin down exact numbers, because these things go right to the dollar essentially, and amounts are prorated and so on. But I think that's when I look at the benefit of the Justin Turner trade, I don't think it'll be because RJ Schreck plays for the Blue Jays. And he might at some point. Certainly, you don't want to rule it out. But I just mean when it comes to the actual return on that trade in terms of the tangible benefit, it's certainly from a money perspective. I don't think anyone's like, oh, Rogers saving a couple of pennies here. I don't think anyone's going to say that to any degree. But when you look at what you're getting out of Justin Turner, and again, best of luck to him in Seattle. It's probably what it's going to be. But certainly, we have to spend some more time chatting about Yusei Kikuchi. Now that the entire return is known, they actually just made the trade official, about a 20, 25 minutes ago. Obviously, we knew the trade was happening in between these two games of the doubleheader. The news coming down from Jim Bowden, who was the first to break the news, then confirmed by Ken Rosenthal and Jeff Passan and Mark Feinsand. But that came down before the first pitch of this second game. But we now know the whole return. As per Ben Nicholson-Smith and Shai Davidi of Sportsnet, the whole trade is Kikuchi for right-handed pitcher Jake Bloss, outfielder prospect Joey Loporfido, and infielder prospect Will Wagner. Now, according to Baseball America's midseason refresh, and you take these things with a grain of salt, but they just refreshed the midseason rankings because, I think takes into account their performance over the course of certainly the whole season in the minors, and some of these guys, like Loporfido, have actually played in the majors, Bloss as well. But according to their midseason refresh, Bloss ranked as the number 2 prospect in the Astros organization. Loporfido ranked number 5, and Wagner ranked number 19. Now, I've been told that the Astros farm system is not viewed as that much better than the Blue Jays farm system when it comes to prospect ranking. So I think in that degree, in that sense, you take an even larger than usual grain of salt. But I gotta wonder, yes, you give Ross Atkins some credit, but did James Click absolutely fleece his former team, right? I mean, he works for the Blue Jays. He has got to be at least a little involved here. No? Like, he actually drafted both Wagner and Loporfido in 2021, so he would know them both extremely well. Ben Nicholson-Smith actually saying Bloss and Wagner are expected to head to AAA, while there is a good chance that Loporfido actually goes straight to the Major League roster. So I think that's really interesting. I have to say as well, this is for sure the first time I think I have ever seen Ross Atkins' name trending on Twitter in any sort of positive manner. Honestly, like it trends on Twitter for not meaningless reasons, but for I think like the slightest of reasons. It'll trend on Twitter in like the most negative fashion. And again, let's be honest, it's probably deserved for a lot of times. But boy, you look at it tonight, and it's a real positive. You want to take the rankings with a grain of salt, but all of those guys, again, Bloss number 2, Loporfido number 5, Wagner number 19, all from the Astros organization's rankings, according to Baseball America. But you take them with a grain of salt, but I got to think that's an absolutely massive return for a guy who is an expiring contract. No? Like, Astros fans seem to absolutely hate the trade. So I also hope that Kikuchi doesn't get the old Dalton Varsho treatment in Houston, because it does not seem to be very popular. I'll say this in that regard. I hope Kikuchi shoves for the Astros. I have no love for Houston, certainly, and I'm willing to bet you guys don't either, but I do quite enjoy Kikuchi as both a player in person, and I think he'll find his early season form. He probably also, which will help him, certainly, but he has a lot of firepower behind him to pick him up when things go a little awry, right? Like Alex Bregman, Kyle Tucker, Jose Altuve. I know there's some injuries in there and so on, but maybe some guy, Yoran Alvarez. So I'm hopeful he does, he does well for them. 416-870-0590, 1-888-666-0590, star 590 on your cell. Let's go to the phones. 590, name and location as well. That's the people's text line. Let's go to the phones. Ryan in Innisville. Ryan, what's up?
Good up to you, show. How are you, buddy?
Good, man. What's up tonight with you?
Oh, not a whole lot. Just finished the bar shift, watched both games, and have 2 points I want to talk about today.
Sure.
The first one, I want to give, I'll do it. I'll be the guy. I'll give a slight pat on the back to the front office for the trade deadline here.
Right.
But the you say one, as you were just saying, was, well, I can't believe what we got back from them, to be quite honest with you. And even like what we got back for Nate Pearson, he's never had an ERA below 3, and we squeezed some decent prospects from good young kids as well. So I gotta give my flowers to the front office for that. But in the same breath, I gotta say, if Vladimir Guerrero Jr. is not signed to whatever blank check contract he wants to get by the end of this season, I will have completely lost faith in this front office. And man, you might see me in the Detroit Tigers hat, because that's the other closest team to this city. I will have lost complete faith in them if they're unable to sign Vladdy. When you look at, maybe he's not a Hall of Famer, but if you look at, his body of work, if he continues to even be, a 25, 90 RBI guy with a 270, 800 OPS every single season, there's a few guys in the Hall that have those exact same numbers. So you're essentially just giving up on a Hall of Famer, in my opinion. I think that kid he's 24 years old, so pay the man. He's incredibly talented, and I want to see him as a Jay for the rest of his career.
Hey,
that's
right.
Yeah. Show, and it's fun to watch the Jays win some baseball games. I love it. Oh, one more thing.
Yeah.
This lineup without Bo Bichette rocks, man. It freaking rocks. We have kids that can do exactly what he does, maybe not lead the league in hits, but you're telling me that we don't have guys that can play short the way he does? He's not very good at it, by the way. You're telling me we don't have guys that can't hit for average? Looks like we got a few. Spencer Horwitz is one of them. And there's Ernie Clement can play shortstop. And imagine what we could get back for Bo Bichette. You could rebuild your bullpen. You could rebuild your farm system. You could add a power bat to the lineup for a team that maybe needs someone that can bat 300. I don't think he needs to be here. I think Vladdy definitely needs to stay. And that's really all I got for you today, man. You're the best. Love you, buddy.
Sure. Thanks, Brian. I appreciate it, man. Cheers, man. Okay, a couple of things. I think Bo is probably not getting traded by tomorrow's deadline. 6 p.m. Eastern is the deadline, and Blair and Barker are actually going to be on the air, so they'll be able to react to everything, although I kind of wonder what's left at this point. I mean, a lot of things actually happened today, not just for the Blue Jays, but for around Major League Baseball. So unless Garrett Crochet or Tarek Skubal get traded tomorrow, or certainly for the Blue Jays, unless something even wilder happens, which we'll talk about, because I think the Kikuchi return has got to have you thinking about some other starting pitchers on this roster, at least entertaining offers. We'll get to that in a second, but Blair and Barker are going to have you covered all day tomorrow. I don't think Bo gets traded, because I think if you're trading him now, you are effectively trading him at the floor value, right? The value is right on the bottom of the floor. There's no room to lift it off the floor right now. So for that reason, I don't think it happens. But I can't help but think if he goes into next season without a contract extension, you have to feel the conversations we had this year about guys like Kikuchi and Turner and Kiermaier and so on, that's the kind of conversation we're going to have times a billion with Bo next year, right? So I have a feeling it's going to be something we talk about more in the offseason, but between now and 6 p.m. which is less than 24 hours from now, on Tuesday evening, I'm going to say it doesn't happen. On Vladdy, though, boy, I'm not sure we actually have to spend a ton of time on Vladdy, because the truth is he's just been unbelievable. He's just been absolutely ludicrous. Game 1, he goes yard for his 20th home run of the season. In that game, he goes 3 for 5, including that home run. He scores 2 runs as well. One thing I actually did like, and I bet you guys liked it too, he declined the home run jacket when they were down 10-4. So kudos to Vladdy for that. I'm sure that'll make some people happy. In game 2, 4 for 5 with a walk as well. Those 4 hits were comprised of a monster home run and 3 doubles. And I mean, if you hear some of the sounds that the ball made coming off of his bat, they sounded like explosions. It was absolutely crazy. MLB put it all together. 7 for 10, 2 doubles, 2 home runs, 5 RBI, 16 total bases for Vladimir Guerrero Jr. amongst the 2 games of this doubleheader. That is absurd. That is an absolutely absurd number. He spoke to, I think deservingly, after game 2 of the doubleheader, because, they don't do walk-offs after you lose, but they lose 11-5 in game 1. They win 7-4 in game 2. And here is Vladimir Guerrero Jr. chatting on the field with Sportsnet's very own Hazel May.
Vladimir Guerrero Jr., 3 doubles, 2 singles, and home runs number 20 and 21. Guillermo Martinez told me the other day that what we're seeing is the Vladdy of 2021. What feels to you like you're the Vladimir Guerrero Jr. of 3 years ago now?
I mean, just, I always come here early, try to do all my work, try to be simple every day, try to learn everything, and everything going my way right now. And thank God, everything going my way, and I'm going to keep going and keep play hard and do my thing to help the team to win.
Guillermo says you've been working really hard, Vladdy. So if you were to choose one thing that Guillermo said, try this, or maybe make an adjustment here, what would that one thing really stand out to you? My approach in the plate, my approach. Try to simplify, try to get a good pitch to him, and right now that's the key. Try to get a good pitch to him. If they don't want to pitch me, I take my walk. Listen, as the face of this Toronto Blue Jays franchise, Vladdy, this has been a day of mixed emotions for you and your teammates. You say Kikuchi has been traded to the Astros, Justin Turner to the Mariners. You said when he said goodbye to his teammates in the clubhouse, it was very emotional for him. For you and Yusei have always had a very close relationship. What are your thoughts on this day?
I mean, this is business game. We have to understand this game, man. This in the first game, they take him out. JT, I already know he got traded, and after the game, before we come outside, they trade Kikuchi, and to us it's hard, but we have to understand, and I hope that they can do it whatever they've been doing with us and do it with the other team.
If you can pick one thing that you take away from being Justin Turner's teammate, what would it be? What did you learn from JT?
I learned everything, I learned everything. He gave me a lot of advice. It's not how he always told me it's not how you start, it's how you finish. And one of the things is like always positive, always with me in the cage, always with everybody in the cage. So I feel very happy to play with him.
All right, Vladdy, continued success. Thanks for doing this, and we'll talk to you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Dang, make Justin Turner the hitting coach then. He seems to, maybe after he retires after the end of the season, maybe bring him back to Toronto to help out the hitting coaches. I will say, I remember when, I've mentioned this interview a couple of times, but I remember when Blair and Barker were talking in the off season. So it was before they returned full time to do their everyday show, and they were just doing like weekly podcasts. And I remember Blair was talking. I remember this because I worked on this podcast with the guys while Boffo was off, deservedly so. And I remember we were awaiting a phone call from Justin Turner, and he didn't call in on time. And so I messaged the Blue Jays PR, and I was like, "Hey guys, is everything okay? I understand if things don't happen."